Coast, we're back on the air and we have news. There will be young children in the White House for the first time since the Kennedy generation. An African-American has broken the barrier as old as the Republic, a seismic shift in American politics.
This is an extraordinary moment for our democracy.
Things are unlikely to settle for quite some time.
Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the president of the United States.
November 18th, 1951, the CBS broadcasted the first episode of Good Night and Good Luck, a news magazine created and hosted by Edward Murrow. Murrow was one of the greatest journalists ever lived. Through his program, he did his best to make American society better, informing, educating, and inspiring an whole generation of people in an unprecedented and unique way. His most famous campaign was the one against Senator McCarthy and his the attempt of the senator to stop the supposed to be communist influences in American society. McCarthyism was actually an unfair, violent, incredibly partisan witch hunt that damaged the democratic texture of the United States in the early 50s. All the historians and media experts agree on the fact that if the McCarthyism was as ended in 1955, it was due also to the campaign made in television by Edward Murrow. In a conference in 1958, he said, television can teach, it can illuminate, and yes, and even it can inspire. But it can do so only to the extent that humans are determined to use it to those ends. Otherwise, it's nothing but wires and lights in a box. There is a great and perhaps decisive battle to be fought against ignorance, intolerance, and indifference. This weapon of television could be useful. To him, to his work, to his legacy, we have humbly dedicated this radio program and podcast titled, guess what? Good Night and Good Luck, made by 35 students of television and culture course in Bocconi University for Radio Bocconi, with the support of Arts and Humanities Committee. I am their proud teacher, the proud teacher of these talented and committed 35 students, and I'm happy to welcome you to the 2020 US election night. It will be long, live, and exhausting. And even if we don't know if tomorrow morning we'll have the name of the president-elect, we can assure you that will be a pretty interesting night. And we are extremely happy to share this moment with you and our distinguished guest, commenting and analyzing history in the making. The marathon is starting now and will approximately end on 8 a.m. And in following days, it will be available as a podcast episode on Spreaker, Spotify, and Apple Podcast. If you want to stay with us in place of being with Enrico Mentana, we'll be pleased. And sorry, Kiko. The introduction is over. So let me say good night and good luck to our first guest, Professor Stefania Borghini, the director of CLEAC and BIMAC. Here we are. Hi.
Hi, Andrea. Good night, everyone. I'm one of the people who decided to stay with you and not with Enrico Ventana, so you should be happy.
Thank you so much.
So as the director of CLEAC, it's really a pleasure for me to be the first guest of your marathon.
Our honor.
And I'm really happy to be asked to support you, Andrea, to welcome you on the participant of this long election night. And on behalf of Bocconi, let me thank you and Ennio for organizing this event. I think that it is really a great opportunity for our students because they can, in your course, but also during these events, they can really apply theory and methods to interpret really with informed and critical way. We know one of the most important, if not the event, the historical event of the moment. We discussed about that today, and I think that everybody can agree with that. And so I'm really grateful to you for that. Moreover, I want to congratulate our students, especially the students of your course, the CLEAC students, because I know that they have put a lot of commitment, efforts, and enthusiasm in working and preparing these events, but also to work along the course, to work on the podcast, and to organize the events. And I know that they have a lot of work to do also for the rest of the semesters. And with their efforts and with what they are doing, I know that they are do their best to make our teaching and the life of Bocconi still alive, despite the difficult moment that all the university students are experiencing today. So thanks to them, I think that now we are living, despite the topic of the election night. Thanks to them, I think that also Bocconi can enjoy a special moment tonight. So thanks to Andrea, Ennio, and also the students who will help us to join something together. So thanks to all of you.
Thank you. Thanks to you and to Professor Gerevini and to Professor Caru and Principe, because you were, let me say, in some way with me, the founder and the original supporter of this idea. I am very happy to be here, even if in this difficult moment, and I am very happy, and I sincerely think that this radio podcast and this night can be, for some reason, a way to stay together in these bizarre times and in this historical night. So thank you again from the bottom of our heart, and see you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, maybe the big star, the great celebrity of this program, I'm very happy to introduce you. My guest, it's not a guest, he's the playmaker of this radio program. He needs no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome Ennio Terrasi Borghesano.
I need no introduction, and I won't make an introduction because the night is still long, and I will surely have some technical issues at all time.
Absolutely.
And thank you.
It will be my fault, by the way.
Welcome, everybody. I was planning to do a brief introduction on what to expect tonight, but the reality is the sentence you may expect to label what to expect tonight is expect the unexpected. We are trying to follow what has been an historical election with record turnout across the United States. That is even more impressive if we think that we are living in the time of a pandemic, and where people are required to social distance, can't go freely to much places, but they decided to vote. They decided to vote massively. Turnout would be astronomical, would be way higher than 2016, and we will see what that concern for results. I think we can also move on to our second institutional greeting of the night.
Yes, and I leave the floor in favor of
Marta Crisi-Giovanni, that she is the station manager of Radio Bocconi. And,
good night to you all.
Our padrona di casa, as we may say, because Radio Bocconi is an enthusiastic partner of this project, and the support they've given us is invaluable, probably.
Yes, good night, everybody. I'm Marta Crisi-Giovanni, and I'm the station manager of Radio Bocconi, as Ennio just said. Radio Bocconi has been really proud to be the media partner of this beautiful but above all interesting project, which is Good Night and Good Luck. And, you know, we were supposed to host the students in our radio studios in order to run the radio programs. These haven't been possible, but we have been happy to follow and support you through the Facebook Lives and the podcast that we released together. We have really appreciate the program and how you run it, because you know that we are a radio, and since we are a radio, our intent is not only to entertain, but also to talk about actuality and to inform the public about what's happening in the world. So how we usually do in our info and culture section. So I really want to say thanks to Professor Andrea Quartarone and Ennio Terrazzi Borghesan and all the TV and culture students for giving us the opportunity to participate in this project. And I'm looking forward to listen to you all and the host we have tonight.
Thank you, Marta. Thank you also for your warm welcome, because it's really refreshing to feel your words, the words of Professor Borghini before you. And I think that besides of the work of this incredible group of students, also without your effort and the effort of Bocconi's institutions, we wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't doing what we're doing tonight and what we've done actually since September 29th. So thank you.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you too. Good night and good luck.
Oh, sure. That's for sure. Okay.
Here we are.
Andrea,
Tell me.
We should move on to introducing our recurring guest for the night.
Absolutely, because like in a sitcom, we have characters and recurring characters. They are recurring characters. First of all, let me introduce some of our team. Lydia, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Lydia is one of our speaker, member of the newsroom. Good night and good luck, Lydia.
Good night.
Good night, and everyone. Pardon?
I was just saying good night, everyone.
Very good. And now the introduction, the presentation of the first recurring guest. And I know you know that, I mean, this night has a lot of distinguished and interesting guests. But in this case is a special one, because he is actually a very good friend of mine. He has been a colleague of mine during my CLIAC journey when I was a student centuries ago. He has been an Olympic athlete, and nowadays is an expert in finance and financial markets, and he is here in order to talk about how the financial markets will react to the election. Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome Andrea Vaturi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, everybody. Ciao, Andrea.
You're incredibly good looking.
Oh, my friend. Thank you. Yes, that's what we're here to do. I'm very excited. It's the first time for me with you, and let me congratulate with you for this, for Radio Bocconi overall, and for this project about this exciting event and night. I would try to bring my contribution to your show, basically giving you a quick reaction, a quick overview of how the stock market and the most important financial products of the world are reacting real time to the news coming, to the flow of news coming in from the polls and from the election news stream. So we will follow basically the four major indexes as Standard & Poor's 500, the Nasdaq, the Dow Jones, and the Russell 2000. But also we will have a look at the other most important financial products of the world, basically gold, oil, euro dollar, etc. So we will see. In 2016, we had a lot of volatility, of course, because of the surprising Trump election. And from the day after, a strong bull market started. Let's see what happens tonight and which surprises this situation is reserving.
And it's a pleasure to discover the surprise with you. Lydia, do you have some questions just to warm up with our friend?
Actually, yes, today is going to be a very, very tough and interesting and debate with Professor Vaturi. And finally, it's election day.
We listen to some audio problem. Maybe
it's me, don't worry.
Okay, that's fine. Lydia, the floor is yours.
Okay, no, I was just saying that finally it's election day. So yes, hopefully we will make it funny for everyone, for all our audience. And we just want to grasp what this election would mean from an economic point of view, because actually everybody would be involved, wouldn't they? this is actually history in the making. So we will stay update every time with our stocks and markets.
It is even because the year it's not a normal one. Of course, that's the main issue. Because if it was a standard election, then I mean we would expect a little bit of volatility, but nothing out of the standard borders and the statistics. Unfortunately, it's not a normal year. We are in the middle of this pandemic event that caused a strong crash of the markets in the month of March, and then a rally back to all-time highs in the recent month. So it's been quite a roller coaster, this 2020. The election comes right in the middle of the second wave, so it's a big question mark. It's a big mystery on how the whole thing will go on, and actually on how the whole world of the Wall Street finance world will react to either a strong president, but maybe a weak Congress, or vice versa. We will also have to see how the composition of the Congress will affect the stock market.
It's the first time, but actually have the stocks and markets already replied to the election night today?
Well, it's a couple of days actually from yesterday morning that markets seem to have like calmed down kind of, because all the major indices rallied. They went up pretty big yesterday and today, and the fear index, the so-called fear index, the VIX, the index of volatility of the market, went down pretty strongly yesterday and today. So this is a sign of relaxation of the market. It's a sign of the market letting go of some steam and letting down some volatility. So looks like the markets have found kind of an answer to this situation. Who knows which answer is this?
We'll try to figure out. Thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Livia. We have to move on, and we have to leave the floor to Ennio and his next guest. By the way, Andrea, we'll see you again in more or less 1 hour. Thank you both. Thank you both. Il microfono.
Thank you, Andrea. We have a last-minute guest. He was not announced because it's kind of a surprise. I'm pleased to be joined by Bobby Jones. Bobby is a basketball player, former NBA player. He now plays in Verona, and he will help us to give us the perspective of how athletes are living these 2020 elections. They have been very vocal in expressing change, especially in the NBA. So welcome, Bobby.
Thank you for having me. You guys are dressed up with your tie and suit. Very professional.
Thank you. What do you make about what's happened since late May with the George Floyd shooting, with the George Floyd killing in Minneapolis, and all this wave of social justice pleas by athletes across the sports, with NBA leading?
Yeah. Well, obviously, I'm in Italy right now. I was in America during the summer, and during that time, there was a lot of protesting all around the country about the George Floyd and other things, especially with the pandemic. A lot of people were home and they were out in the streets rioting, protesting, and now we're here with the election. And I speak to many friends and families, and all they tell me is all the businesses are all boarded up with cardboards because everybody's anticipating there could be more protesting and more rioting. So I think it's just going to be a continuation from what was going on this past summer.
Some of the achievement that the players have achieved actually in their dealings with the owners, the institutions of the NBA, is, for example, to open up the NBA arenas as polling centers. Do you feel that this could have served also as an example leading for young generations that are usually more reluctant to go and vote?
Yeah, absolutely. Every generation needs to be taught the right way to vote, why to vote, and the history of voting and what it represents. And when I was a teenager or in my 20s, I knew about voting, but as you get older and you get more life experiences, you understand why you need to vote locally, why you need to vote nationally. And even though I'm out the country, I voted. My sister voted for me through the mail a couple weeks ago. And so I still have to vote. Even though I don't live in America, it's my right. And 50 years ago, my grandparents weren't able to vote. So it wasn't that long ago where our rights for voting weren't there 50, 60 years ago. So I do it because I know from history that that was something that we couldn't do for hundreds of years in America.
You are also very passionate about video documentaries. You're doing, for example, you do really interesting jobs that are, for example, checkable on YouTube. Have you felt in your way to see the world through your lens? More interest also in your Italian friends, the people you get to meet outside the US, on the topics of social justice after what's happened this year, especially in the spring?
Yeah, I love to learn, and the best way to learn is to meet new people and hear their stories. And also to learn is to watch the past from people before you, people who are no longer alive. But I think even here now with the new restrictions, I saw that some people were protesting in Naples and in Milan. So like I said, with the pandemic, this year has been really interesting because a lot of people are frustrated for many reasons, for health, for money, for social justice, for everything, for the government. And everybody just wants a way to express themselves and let their voice be heard. And I think it's good as long as nobody gets injured. There's no violence or destruction. But with protesting, rioting goes with protesting. So it's kind of connected. You can't do one without the other. But I hope, regardless who wins the election in America, there won't be no violence. So I hope there will be no deaths, because that is not good. And people are going to be angry regardless who wins. It's going to be a long night. I'm not going to stay up all night to watch it. I know you guys are, but I'm scared. I'm scared for a lot of people in America also, because there's a lot of stupid people with guns and, emotional people, mental health, drunk people, and they can make bad decisions that can hurt people. So this is the only thing about America I don't like: the guns and the old Wild West mentality.
Yeah. Well, let's hope all for a positive outcome, especially in the upcoming days. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you guys, and drink a lot of coffee tonight.
Yeah, for sure. That's for sure. Thank you, Bobby, for having you. We will now move to our first recorded intervention of the night. It's a sort of introduction by Professor Tonello, who will be our guest as well later in this broadcast, approximately at 7 a.m. Italian time. Professor Tonello will talk us about the political, geographical landscape of the US arriving at today's election.
Firstly, we would like to talk and discuss a bit the situation of the swing states. That, to be clear, with who will listen to us, are those states in which there's no a certain majority of Democrats or Republicans. Okay, well, looking at the situation of these states in these days, that shows Biden slightly ahead. Do you think that the states lost by Hillary Clinton in 2016 were lost because of Democrats' fault rather than Trump's merit?
Well, every election has voters who vote to support their loved candidate and other voters who simply vote against the candidate of the opposite camp. Certainly, Hillary Clinton was not a particularly popular candidate in 2016, but it's impossible to answer to the question if people voted against her or for Donald Trump. I think in this election in 2020, the situation is clearer. Clearly, this is a referendum on 4 years of Trump administration. And so this is the real issue for all American voters.
Okay, thank you. And about this, do you think that the Trump's bad management in general of the COVID situation could have affected somehow the consensus in these swing states?
It affects the voters everywhere. This is the issue, not number one issue, but maybe the only issue that matters in all the 50 states plus Washington, D.C. Certainly, it is also the issue in the swing states. We should notice that in all the states which are traditionally called swing states, but that should be more accurately called very uncertain state. It is states which are so deeply divided that small swings in the composition of the electorate make the difference. For example, Florida is clearly a divided state, 50-50. And so very small movement of voters can make the difference. So we should remember that in the election of 2000, it was the Supreme Court that decided in the end that those 537 votes indeed gave a majority to the Republican candidate, but this was an almost insignificant difference in many million of votes cast at that time. In any event, so far what we can see is that the traditional swing states, Ohio and Florida, are indeed divided as usual. In Florida, apparently, Biden has a small advantage. In Ohio, Trump seems to have a small advantage, but basically these are toss-up races. What is more interesting for us this year is the fact that states like North Carolina, Georgia, even Texas appear to be with uncertain results. And for example, if you look at Texas, Texas is a Republican stronghold. The very fact that we are discussing if Texas would be again a Republican state this year is evidence of a shift in the electorate. That is a shift toward the Democrats. So if we have to make a forecast, what we can say is that the political environment seems to favor strongly the Democrats this year. This doesn't mean that they will win, but the environment is so.
Thank you. Okay.
Clear.
Okay.
Only thank you, even from my part, Professor, to be here. About electoral college and the system of election in the United States, we know that the electoral college system is one of the cause of bipartisanship of United States. Hence, a change in electoral system, maybe towards a popular vote, may imply extension of the range of political parties.
It's impossible to reform the electoral college. It's cast in the Constitution. The Constitution may be changed, but you need a supermajority vote in Congress and the ratification by 3/4 of the states. So there is zero possibilities of reforming the electoral college in the near future. Then everything can change. The institutional system can collapse as it did in 1860. But it's if there is something which is rock solid in the Constitution, in the American Constitution, is the electoral college.
So the possibility to have more than two parties is a really difficult hypothesization to say that.
Well, there are different perspectives. The electoral college concerns the president. Third parties can have and do have more success at the state level or in the races for Congress. For example, in the House, there are very progressive candidates who were able to win in their constituency, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Senator Bernie Sanders. So in Congress, it's easier, but this requires a change in the way states administer their election system. For example, it's not in the Constitution that you have to adopt a winner-take-all system. This could change. In the past, sometimes you have had experiments with proportional representation. And also this could and should be changed by Congress. This is perfectly possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and about this, the second article of the Constitution that is the one that rules the presidential election say that each local parliament has to choose a way to elect the electors and has to nominate a number of electors equal to the number of congressmen that the state itself have the right to have in the Congress. But in that word, that is saying that each local parliament vote for to choose a way to hide elect the electors, something that and has to nominate to number of electors equal to the number of congressmen that my question is, could there be the possibility of being elected without being voted each local parliament or choose a way to hike the electors? Something that has to nominate a number of electors equal to the number of congressmen that my question is, could there be the possibility of being elected without being voted each local parliament or choose a way to hike?
Which is the last issue, Omega. Technically, you can have the 50 states nominating the electors without popular vote. Of course, this would be politically unthinkable, but it is a real possibility. This is why the Electoral College is one of the most undemocratic structures in the American political regime, because it gives the states the power to get away without popular vote. Of course, it's very difficult that popular legislatures in a single state would do that. But for example, the very fact that they have a winner-take-all system is also completely absurd. You can keep the nomination of the electors in the hands of the states, but they could be appointed differently, for example, in a proportional manner or according to Congress constituencies or in any other system. It is the idea that if you have one vote more than your opponent, you get the entire package of the electors of that states.
And about this, do you think that is the real possibility to change and to get out of all of these systems that create a lot of problems to American democracy? That is the real issue that could be, especially looking at the pools of House of Representatives and Senate, that Democrats could add for, yes, could be an important argument for Democrats to change things, because this system is in favor of Republicans today, no? So.
Well, but the issue is that the American Constitution was written in 1787, and it is full of counter-majoritarian institutions. The Senate is not a democratic institution because California, with 40 million inhabitants, has 2 senators, like Wyoming, 1 million, or Montana, 1.2 million. So the Senate is a stronghold of oligarchy. It's not a democratic institution. And the Supreme Court is even more a counter-majoritarian institution. The trench of the oligarchy. Justices nominated for life is absurd. Trump nominated and has confirmed 3 justices. These justices are all in their 40s or 50s. This means that they will be in the Supreme Court for 30 or 40 years, 2 generations. Americans in 2050 will be subject to Trump's justices nominated and confirmed by the Senate in 2018, 2019, or 2020. This is not only completely undemocratic, is also absurd on its face.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Last question. If there was a possibility to modify the second article of the Constitution, in your opinion, would it be more difficult to obtain the majorities requested in the House of Representatives and Senate, or it would be more difficult obtaining the 3/4 states in favor?
No, I think that the point is the ratification of 3/4 of the states, because at the local level, the Democrats have popular majorities because they control big states like New York or California. And if you look at the map, practically all urban localities, all great cities vote for Democrats. Even in Texas, Houston and Dallas vote for Democrats. The point is that the rural areas, the countryside, is heavily Republicans. And so Wyoming, Montana, Iowa, Mississippi, whatever, vote for Republicans, and the number of states has a majority of Republican governors. So a constitutional amendment would be very difficult, first of all, to approve. Constitutional amendments are supposed to be bipartisan movements, and partisanship was never so high and so harsh as it is now since the Civil War. So all constitutional amendments right now have zero possibility to be approved. In the future, if there is a different political environment, somehow one could think to reform also the electoral college, but we should not be optimistic on this point.
Welcome back, everybody. We are pretty close to our first big moment of the night, because in a short moment, Paul will close in the first battleground state, actually, of Virginia and Georgia, plus other states. I'm joined by Martina and Patrick, who will be our anchor for delivering any update for results across the next hour. We can see now the map of the New York Times. We see that the vote count is already underway in Indiana and Kentucky, some part of Indiana and Kentucky. The rest of both states will close in approximately a couple of minutes. And all these vote count is quite momentaneously, is quite to be seen, but we could expect from Georgia.
Good night.
Martina? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, do you hear me? Good night, everyone. Yes. Okay. And as we wait for the Georgia updates, I'm going to say something about this country. Okay, Enya?
Yeah.
Okay. What we know is that Georgia has an availability of 16 electoral votes, And looking back at the previous elections, in 2016, Georgia voted for the Republican candidate, Donald Trump. And in 2012, this country voted for the Republican candidate, Romney. But this year is different because Biden is leading in the polls, and it has the 58% of chances to win the elections. And we should have quickly time results because early voting and early mail ballots are expected to be shown very quickly. But first of all, early votes will be shown in the rural areas. So we know that Trump is likely to have a lead during the first hours of this night. And what will happen in case of a 3 points error, as happened in 2016? Well, Biden will have an advantage of 3.6 points, while Trump will have a disadvantage of minus 1.6 points. And about the House forecast, we know that Democrats have 97% of chances to win for the House, while about the Senate race, we have a leading for the Republicans because they have 33% possibilities to win about the Senate, and Republicans will have 50% chances to win. So let's have a look at the updates.
Thank you, Martina. While we're waiting, we see that news agencies have already called Kentucky for President Trump and Vermont for former Vice President Biden. Both calls were widely expected. We are waiting to see if also Virginia and Indiana are going to be called as of now. Patrick, what can we expect from Virginia?
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'll just shortly go through what we're going to expect from Virginia tonight. So it has 13 electoral votes. And according to the current polls, Biden is leading Trump by 11.8%. So even a big error margin does not really have that big of an impact unless there is something really unexpected. And during the past years, Virginia has been Democratic, mostly by 5% in 2016. Clinton won Trump, and in 2012, the Democrats won by roughly 4%. And for now, as Virginia is not one of the swing states, we can expect that it's going to be Democratic tonight. But as we know, seen in the last elections, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's for sure. We see a question from Theo about Biden leads in polls. What can we say about this point?
I think that the answer is yes. We can consider Biden's leading the distrust Trump put in the mail-in ballots. In fact, we can see that the Democrats are leading in the mail-in ballots. And this year is a particular one because there was an outstanding request for absentee ballots, for mail-in ballots, because many people are scared because of the pandemic situation. And there are many people living overseas who are willing to vote. So the answer is yes. The Democrats are leading with a landslide leading in the mail-in ballots.
I think also that it could be a result of why many Democrats have voted very early, because in some trends that are shown in the past days, it was a really substantial Democratic early voting lead. Then some Republicans have also early voting, but it was more inclined at the beginning of the day. Patrick and Martina, we will give us some update later this hour. So thank you for this part, and I will leave the floor now to Julia and Alessia, who will give us some updates, some results of a poll we have conducted across Bocconi students on the election itself, or the election themselves.
Good night, everyone. I am Alessia from New Media's team, and this is Giulia from Team Old Media. A few days ago, Julia and I have decided to prepare a little survey that we sent around on WhatsApp. Our aim was to analyze people's opinion on the US election in order to understand their first impression on what is happening in the USA right now, and maybe discuss them together. So we ask questions that vary from the age and the sex, but also things like, what is the first word that comes to your mind when you think about Biden or Trump? So since we found out really interesting facts, we would like to present the main trends and answers with all of you. Right, Julia?
Yes, sure. And we would also like to share with you some answers that we found like really particularly funny, and it actually gave us like a much more clear idea on what is the general impression of the two candidates. And also I would like to precise that we were able to pursue the survey also thanks to Serenella, our classmate, and she will talk later about a quiz that she decided to add at the end of the survey that regards much more specific questions on directed to people that felt, I'd say, pretty prepared on the US elections, but she'll explain in more detail like later on.
Thanks, Julie. Yeah, I start by saying that we were able to reach nearly 200 people, which is quite an outstanding number, of which 72% were females and 28% were males. So the results show that 91% of the people were aged 18 to 24, so our peers, but also a smaller percentage of people were over 45%, as we can see from this graph. Our goal was to understand, as I said before, how people, mostly our peers, perceive the election and the candidates. So let's start with the first three questions. So the first question was, who do you think will win the USA elections? And 65% answered Biden, whereas 35% to Trump. Which it was a much higher percentage than what we initially thought it would be for Trump, meaning that many people still believe it could actually win despite the poll's results. Then we asked, if you could vote in the US elections, would you be a Trump or a Biden supporter? And as we can see from this graph, 88% of people said that they would probably be Biden supporters, and only 12% Trump supporters. And finally, we demanded if the candidate's age could influence the public opinion, and the majority of the people said yes, 83%. And this could actually induce us to reflect upon one of the possible disadvantages that could influence Biden's results, since he's considered quite old. He is 77 years old. So from these questions, we can see very huge differences. Right, Julia, what do you think about?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the next few questions gave us a much clearer idea on why the majority of the people we questioned actually preferred Biden to Trump. So one of the most interesting questions we asked was probably, what is the first word that comes to your mind when you think about Trump? And we deleted some insults that were a bit exaggerated. Some people that just answered like, and like stuff like that. And the most frequent answers were the following, which were clown, a word which was in fact used by Biden in the first presidential debate, as you probably will remember. And the also racist, sexist, selfish, ignorant, arrogant, and orange. We can imagine why. And there were also positive comments such as "Make America Great Again," which it was like a really pretty common sentence in the survey. Businessman and economy. So all words that are actually related to the idea of making profit. So to the economic side of the world, let's say. And immediately after this this question, we asked the same thing for Biden. The most interesting thing that came out from this question was that people tended to compare Biden to Trump, as if even if they're not particularly, like I'd say, inclined towards Biden, they still think that he would be a much better candidate than Trump. So the comments that appeared most frequently are less evil, less worse, change, better, hope, necessary, caring, possibility, and calm. So words that assume like he could actually be a new opportunity for the US. There were also certain negative comments such as old and other similar words such as grandpa, old school, and dementia, not extraordinary, and weak. So immediately after these two questions, we asked the people to describe the strengths and weaknesses of the two candidates. And we found out that the results were very coherent and I'd say similar to the previous ones. In fact, for Trump, we can summarize the following. For the positive comments, we received answers like determined, businessman, persuasive, powerful, strong, and confident. For the negative adjectives, we received things like aggressive, superficial, extremist, irrational, unethical, crazy, and liar. We also think that these last negative adjectives used to describe Trump are probably associated to his partial carefree attitude towards coronavirus and his, like I'd say, particular way of handling this situation. In fact, 94% of the people that were questioned declared it to be contrary to this attitude regarding coronavirus. For Biden, instead, the main positive and negative adjectives people used to describe him were, for the positive side, responsible, reasonable, balanced, moderate, wise, polite, and calm. For the negative adjectives, the most common were old, weak, vulnerable, fragile, non-assertive, and not revolutionary. As we can see from these results, Biden and Trump have completely opposite comments. Trump is seen as a strong and powerful man who is just focused on business rather than on the good of the community. Biden instead is seen as a much more caring, reasonable, and responsible person, but with a much weaker presence, both on an ideological and physical level. Also, by analyzing these results, we were able to, I'd say, give a much general background on the answers we received. And one of the last questions we asked was, despite the polls say exactly the opposite, do you think Trump could still win the elections as it happened in 2016? And in fact, most of the people answered yes, 81%. And having discussed these results with Alessia, we came up with the idea that most of the people associate the idea of power and strength to the president of the United States, a quality that Biden does not seem to transmit to the community. Therefore, despite Trump is generally much more criticized than Biden, he seems to have a better temper and a personality to hold this position. In fact, we also asked a very interesting question related to Trump's secret supporters, the ones that actually led to his win in 2016, since the polls didn't actually take into consideration their votes. Our question was, if you were a Trump supporter, would you be willing to announce it openly, or would you probably be a secret voter? Surprisingly, more than half of the people, 51%, declared that they wouldn't announce their political lean openly. This percentage is extremely important, as it clearly demonstrates how poll might not be 100% reliable, as 2016 results have shown. Therefore, I'd say that Trump is still in the game, even though polls might say the opposite.
Yes, and yeah, after all these questions, we were interested to know how people got informed on the elections. Therefore, we asked, how do you usually get updated on politics? And despite our expectations, there is a very thin gap between people that were able to get information on mainstream platforms like TV, news, radio, and people that got informed on social media. Although the majority of the respondents are aged 18 to 24, so they represent the new generation of social media, 46% of them still use more classic means to get updated. And it's the opposite of what I thought. Personally, as part of the new generation, I tend to use social media to remain updated on news, on politics, and in general on news. And therefore, I was convinced that the majority of teenagers would actually get updated through social media rather than on mainstream, and exactly as I did before. So this result was pretty weird, but yeah, that was the result. So the last question we decided to ask was to what extent do you believe that fake news could impact the public opinion? So fake news are a really important topic. Fake news travel all around the world and tend to inform people on daily news. Later on tonight, fake news are going to be discussed much more in detail, so stay tuned with us. Anyway, we discovered that just 37% of the people believe that fake news can actually be distorting for the general public, with the other 63% don't believe in the power of the latter. So despite these unexpected results, people might still be unconsciously influenced by this. Therefore, we cannot actually estimate precisely the extent of its power.
So thank you very much for listening. And we hope our survey gave you a more precise background on the general public opinion, and both made you smile, obviously. So now let's go on with the round.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Very, very interesting survey. A lot of compliments and congratulations from our public.
Yeah, I see.
I think that we don't have anything to invite from Enrico Mentana, Kiko. I'm sorry, we are doing, I don't know, very, very strong and tough competition. Thank you, ladies. Now it's time for Anita and a video that is supposed to be seen before her speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Anita, and the video will be available in a moment. Please be patient, etc. Here we are.
Ay, 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 por Dios, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. La buena vida por Trump, la economía por Trump, hazlo por tu familia, latinos por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 por Dios, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Anita, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good night, everyone. I wanted to talk about this video that has become very famous in the last weeks in the United States. Like the title of an article posted by the Washington Post last week said, a Cuban salsa song is all the rage in Miami, where Cuban Americans form a powerful Republican voting bloc. In fact, in these days, we hear more and more in Miami, on the lips of Cuban people, the tune, if we can call it that, Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. It seems to be a musical hit better than Despacito between them. Everything comes from a Cuban band that played at this birthday with about 20 people, and they decided to sing something new and started to intone these few notes followed by a hymn to President Trump. This moment was randomly transmitted live on Facebook, and in few hours it unexpectedly reached over 10,000 views. Then it was uploaded on the internet in various social media, and soon was seen by thousands of people that also requested that an English version be published online, which gains over 700,000 views. This musical phenomenon has broken through the barrier of United States. In addition to major US media such as Fox News or NBC, it has reached the press also in all South America and also in Europe. Everyone wants to know the story behind these beautiful dancing moves of the president, the Trump salsa boom as it is known. It all began from this video that went viral, that obviously reached the US president's team. that immediately seized the opportunity and decided to call the members of the band and ask them if they were willing to make the song part of the electoral campaign. So it became the anthem of the Latin Americans supporting Trump candidacy in a strategy to reach over 32 million Latino voters in the United States and to show Cubans' enthusiasm for the Republican leader. In fact, Cubans are a very big important point for Trump's campaign in Florida. First, because Cubans have a big influence over the Latinos group in the city, but mostly because their support could be fundamental in a key state like Florida, where Trump won the elections 4 years ago, but now it is crucial for his re-election. Actually, that's one of the reasons why Florida is one of the states with Pennsylvania that have seen the most TV ads and also where more money were spent to make them. But actually, President Trump had already tried to increase consensus in recent years, sanctioning Cuban socialist governments and continuously accusing Democrats of being socialist and anti-capitalist, to leverage the dissatisfaction of the Cubans that accuses the leader of their island of oppressing their people and leaving them in poverty. Many people could identify with us in that video, said Paez, the author of the song. Whatever smells of socialism in us, the slightest thing already makes us sick. We start shaking, he continued. Many Cubans also agree with Trump's criticism of the Black Lives Matter movement and the manifestations. We came to this country in search of law and order. In our country, this doesn't exist and is now under threat, said Paez. He likes that Trump focuses on normal people and prioritizes Americans. In the meantime, in Miami, roulettes, caravans, and cars that honk blast the song of the spot and cheer for Trump became more and more. The song was even held out of a polling station in Miami-Dade County and also played on the stage at the president's daughter Ivanka Trump's rally. In a state as important as Florida, your vote, or in the case we should say your song, could define the election in favor of Republicans. And Trump seems to be really confident about it since last days in one of his events in Florida. He said, wearing his usual red hat with "Right, Make America Great Again," that in 5 days we will take the Florida and we will get 4 years more. But I don't know if that's enough for him to win the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you very much. I don't know if we have to thank you because you have forced us to listen to this beautiful and bizarre song that, as told by Maria Vittoria, it stick to our mind. So I don't know if we can survive this, but still, thank you so much for your perspective. Thank you. Good night and good luck also to you. To you. Bye-bye. And now it's time for Sofia. Sofia.
Good night, everyone.
Good night and good luck. The floor is yours.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about Kamala Harris and how she influenced the range of voters, in particular women. So Kamala Harris is the first Black woman and the first Asian American to compete on the presidential ticket of a major US party. If the Biden-Harris ticket wins, Harris will become the highest level female official in the US history. During the 2020 elections, the voters see two strong oppositions: a misogynist Trump versus a feminist vice president candidate. But how are Kamala's opponents feeling about her nomination? According to a 2019 HuffPost article, half of the US men are uncomfortable with the female political leaders, and so is Trump, who described her as nasty, radical, disrespectful, and a monster too. However, Kamala showed us more than once that she is able to face her opponents with a brilliant capacity, using her knowledge and her strong convictions. Meanwhile, despite the 2016 results, many Democrats believe that having a woman as a nominee is the key to kick out Trump. In one of her speeches, Kamala said, Joe Biden knows a stronger America is one that works with women, underlining not only the importance of her candidacy, but the need for more women voters. And we can firmly state that a higher number of women is involved in politics today. Even if in 2016, suburbans helped Trump in his victory, nowadays suburban women are great supporters of the Biden-Harris team. And not just suburban women, but American women across age, race, or education are moving towards Biden. Women have been moving away from Republican presidential candidates for decades, as far back as 1980. Some of what is happening with gender and the 2020 election is just a continuation of this long-term movement. For sure, Harris' nomination is one more reason for women to show up to vote this year. But to understand why more women are concerned in politics today, we should analyze the US political environment, also with some comments of Debbie Walsh, that is the director of the Center for American Women and Politics. First of all, Kamala Harris destroyed the black angry woman stereotype, according to which black women are unfeminine and irrational, and which is still today a rooted problem in America. Kamala perfectly managed the fine art of not being angry while being a woman in politics. Women in politics must walk a fine line between assertive and aggressive. If a woman is too hostile, she is immediately considered illogical and silly. Still, at the same time, if she doesn't use the necessary amount of anger, she is deemed to be weak and not suitable for her role. In politics, and unfortunately in many other work environments, people tend to assume men's competency while women must demonstrate it. And this is what Kamala did. She talked about her experience, her work, her dedication to people. She didn't need to prove her qualification. Her career did. She was the first African-American woman to be elected district attorney of San Francisco. She served as the Attorney General of California from 2011 to 2017, becoming the first woman, the first African-American, and the first Asian American to serve as California's Attorney General. She was also one of the first women to use her personal experience as qualification. For men in politics, Mrs. Walsh explains, showing off their families has always been a value add. When a man discusses his family in public, it helps paint the picture of him as a family man, but no one is questioning his choices and priorities, as it happens for women. We just need to look back to a few years ago when Sarah Palin's 2008 vice presidential nominee was judged for her parenting choices. Critics wondered if she was neglecting her family to run for office. Fortunately, the American people's mind has changed since then. An example is Amy Coney Barrett's status as a mother to 7 has been promoted by Republicans as an experience that will make her a better justice. So Kamala Harris decided to use her personal background to get closer to her voters, talking about her mother. Shimalan Gopalan was an Indian immigrant who later became a breast cancer researcher and joined the civil rights movement. According to Kamala, her mother was her most significant influence, who shaped her identity, making her a proud woman and a proud Black Indian person. Harris was also inspired by other women, such as Constance Baker Mosley, the first African-American woman to serve as a federal judge, and Shirley Chisholm, the first Black major party candidate to run for president of the United States in 1972. Kamala Harris thinks that the stories of great women of the past can inspire today's women and make them feeling part of a world that needs them. Her strongest point is being at the same time a great woman who can animate people and a candidate who looks like her voters. Kamala is exceptionally close to her electorate, not only because she tries to, but also because she is a Black woman. And as a Black woman, she felt what every else Black woman did in her life. I would like to conclude my brief comment with a David Walsh statement that closed perfectly this speech. When women see someone like Kamala Harris as the vice president pick, it just changes the calculus of what they could be in life.
Thank you, Sophia. You were very convincing, as pointed out by Serenella. So much passion. Very good. And thank you so much. Let's continue on an issue that is particularly important also for Democrats, which is the Green New Deal. And for talking about this, we have Davide. Hello, Davide. Good night and good luck to you.
Hello, good night, everyone. I've decided to talk about the Green New Deal and the position of the Democrats about it. So the Democrat Party has embraced a fight for a green economy, especially in their younger exponents. Actually, they have studied the Green New Deal, a very detailed plan about how to manage the transition from the old to a new economy based on renewable energies. The most famous politician who sponsored this plan were the famous Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the former candidate for the Democrat nominee, Bernie Sanders. But there are some different positions among the Democrat Party, since Hawke and Sanders are considered the left of the party, and the nominee went to Joe Biden, a centrist. Biden wasn't the candidate of younger people, which are most of the supporters of the Green New Deal, and more in general, follower of Greta Thunberg, which recently endorsed Joe Biden. In the past months, Biden and his staff were scared by a lack of voters within the Generation Z. However, even if Biden declined to fully endorse the Green New Deal and oppose a total ban on fracking, during the last few weeks, Biden has received more support from Sanders and other well-known members of the radical left. And also the incredible number of early voters are mainly signed for Democrats, thanks to the campaign run by all the most relevant figures of the party, even Obama. During one of the last presidential debates, Trump called Biden a doll controlled by the left in order to scare all the people which work in the oil factories. That time Biden said he was not the creator of the plan, but he knows that the US need a new policy about the environment. Probably, if Biden will win this election, he will resign the Paris Agreement about climate change, and America will have different policies. Nevertheless, Biden needed a task force due to the different position among his party. In his website, he recognized how essential is the Green New Deal, but at the same time, recognized the close relationship between environment and economy. Moreover, Biden claims that as a president, he will reach the net zero emissions no later than 2050. This goal seems reasonable, but not really inspiring for young people, especially from someone who in 2050 will be 108 years old. In few hours or days, we will understand if the role played by Biden was efficient. He never denied the Green New Deal, but for sure was not enthusiastic for such a controversial plan that was used by Trump with the aim of describing him as a fake moderate. Have young people voted for Biden even if he was not their favorite candidate? And if Biden wins, will be able to fight against the powerful lobby of the oil industry? In the following days, analysis about the vote, especially in Texas, will tell us if you choose a winning strategy.
Thank you so much, Andrea. The Green New Deal, it's a big thing, and like any big policy, it's difficult to manage it in a proper way, especially for a candidate who is criticized or approved on the basis of what he or she says. Thank you so much. Now it's the time for a flash results update. Let me use once again our opening time.
On the East Coast, we're back on the air and we have news. There will be young children in the White House for the first time since the Kennedy generation. An African-American has broken the barrier as old as the Republic, a seismic shift in American politics.
This is an extraordinary moment for our democracy.
Things are unlikely to settle for quite some time.
Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the President of the United States.
Welcome back. We are going to give some quick updates. So we start with Patrick.
Okay, so the first update we have is that in Virginia, Senator Warner of the Democratic Party has just won re-election by the polls by over 99%, so that was to be expected. And we have some states called for candidates. We have Virginia called by Fox News for Vice President Biden.
Excuse me, guys. We have some problem with the audio. There's some kind of disturb. I don't know. Maybe if you can talk nearer to the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, is it okay now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Perfect. So, Virginia has been called for Biden by Fox News. And then we have Indiana called for Trump by CNN. And we have Kentucky called by New York Times for Trump. And the latest one that has been called is West Virginia for President Trump. And that's all the calls we have so far.
Martina, what about what's going on in Florida also?
In Florida has like Trump.
Sorry, Martina. Sorry, we have some problem with your microphone. Can you? No, we don't hear you. Let's try to remove it from the Martina, we kindly ask you to drop out the studio and then come back on the same link, okay?
Do you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. I was saying that Biden has a slight advantage in Florida, even if Trump is forecasted to be the favorite candidate. And in Georgia, the situation is still unclear, so we can't say anything right now, even if Biden has a slight advantage in Georgia too, according to the New York Times information.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Virginia. I think it's now time to go with the stock market report. So welcome back to Andrea, who is now joined by Ray.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Mr. Vaturi. It's really nice to meet you. So my two main questions are: what are the updates, and also which indexes at the stock market is important to look at tonight? Like, what are the most important ones?
Okay, of course. So if there is the possibility to share my screen, Andrea, I would like to show a couple of things. Otherwise, I will just talk. Just let me know.
No, if you send me a link or a PDF, I will be happy to show it for you. But we can't do this.
Okay, because I see a share screen button here, but it doesn't work.
Let's try.
Just let me try.
Well, yes, that's the story of our life, Andrea.
We just
let's try.
Let's try. I just share my screen. Can you see that?
No. Oh, yes.
Here we are.
Yes.
Look at the screen. Okay.
We're
good.
Okay. So in case you see my screen, I am showing you a chart, basically. This is a
500, yeah.
A bit complicated one. Let me switch to a simpler one. I just want to show you with an image that describes better than 100 words the situation. This is the chart of the future of the S&P 500 index. That's called E-mini S&P. The future in this situation the future contract in this situation is more significant than the index itself, because the index is only open between 3:30 p.m. and 10 p.m. Italian time, meaning that right now it's closed. So the stock market the main stock market in this very moment is closed. So only futures are trading right now. So if we want to get an update from the stock market, we need to look at a product that is currently trading. That is futures. So this is the daily view of the S&P 500. Daily means that every single one of these small rectangles called Japanese candlesticks represent 1 day of trading. And of course, a green one of them represents a bullish day, meaning the price of the index has risen. Whereas, of course, a red one shows a bearish day, meaning that the price has fallen. Okay, so in these days, for example, the price opened at 35.78 points and then dropped down to 34.60 points, just to give you a brief reading skill of the chart we are looking at. So let me clean the chart. This one is the COVID crash. So this fall that starts on February 20 and basically ends on the 23rd of March is the crash of the stock market caused by the first COVID pandemic outburst. And then this is the slow but strong recovery that has happened right after the month of March. So as you can see, we got to all-time highs of the index exactly on the 2nd of September 2020. And then from that moment on, we dropped down a little bit, recovered, not making new highs, and then fall back. And now we are basically here. Okay, that's to give you a nearly outlook of the situation and how we are positioned right now. So right now, the S&P is sitting at 3,374 points. And basically, as you can see, we come from 3 days of pretty strong bull market, rising prices. Okay, these three candles are the last 3 days. This is the today's candle, so basically the night one. And if we switch to a 15 minutes chart or 5 minutes chart, we can see the night action. Okay, so we basically are rising, and right in the last 30 minutes we are falling. So this is the most representative index to look at, to answer your question. But of course, I will always give a look to the Nasdaq index, okay? Because Nasdaq had the strongest market this year, because as you can see, the COVID crash had a very, very smaller impact on the Nasdaq, and the bull recovery has been much, much stronger. So this index, the tech index, got to all-time highs in a much stronger way. So right now we're here, and these are the two main indexes that we want to look at, okay? And we want to fall. Right now, the situation is basically still, okay? Everything is really, really calm. There is not that strong volatility that we are used to see during the election night. So either the market is compliant with the results that it is seeing, or still they're waiting for some other updates of by the polls, basically.
Okay.
That's the situation right now. I'm just showing you a standard chart, but later on, maybe in my next update, I don't want to steal too much time right now. In my later updates, I would like to show you another software that basically allows us to have an X-ray view at the market, seeing exactly what is going on behind the curtains.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Andrea. We will be back on you in an hour. And thank you, Ray. Now it's time for a recorded interview with with a Bocconi professor, Professor De Vries, who is going to talk about the Trumps, the so-called, so-defined Trump's diversion game, as the professor has defined it in a very interesting paper some times ago. Now I'm going to share the screen. Okay. Maybe not.
So hello again. Yeah, my name is Ray, and this is Sophia. So
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And I will start with the first question. So, in your article, you wrote that Trump tried to shift public attention away from the pandemic. And we know that during his campaign, he's kept trying to minimize the consequences of COVID. And an example is when he got sick, he insisted on not appearing sick at all and portraying himself as doing well. Meanwhile, Biden's strategy is to shift public attention back to the great problem and effects of the pandemic, showing how bad the Trump administration managed it. Who do you think was more effective and successful in his strategy?
Great, thank you for the question. So just to be clear that we're taping this pre the election, so I don't know exactly what the outcome will be. But I think if you take Donald Trump's own word, or President Trump's own word, I think he actually thinks that former Vice President Biden has been more successful, because he keeps complaining about the media only focusing on the COVID pandemic. And of course, what we saw in the last, after there was an initial surge over the summer, that there's been a surge of cases again, especially in swing states. So I think for Donald Trump, because of the way that he chose to deal with the pandemic, which is to not really take any centralized action, but leaving it very much up to the states, and also actually maybe, according to some, not doing enough when it comes to testing and so on. Yeah, he had nothing else than to basically say it shouldn't be focusing on that, and we should open up our economies, because otherwise it would look that he hasn't paid enough attention to it. So I think if you take the media reporting, so the amount of reporting on the pandemic, also the quite critical reporting on the pandemic, and then the fact that he himself complains about that media reporting, it sounds to me like Joe Biden did a better job of framing the agenda.
Thank you very much.
But so I have a question. So okay, we know that like Trump doesn't cope with pandemic very well, and like that actually celebrities promote Biden a lot. But like, do you think there is like a possibility that American people, like really like, you know, casual citizens will support Trump because they already know him in the role of president, or they will risk voting for Biden and his great but very theoretical plans?
Mm-hmm. So to be fair, before this pandemic in March, we would probably have thought that Donald Trump would get reelected, just because of what you described, that there is an incumbency advantage, especially. So the person who's already in the office is more likely to win, especially when the economy is going really well. So it was going very well in March. And that, of course, is more problematic for Donald Trump, hence that he doesn't want to focus on the pandemic, because, you know, he feels that he said it himself, right, that has taken away his advantage of winning the presidency, i.e. he had a good economy. So I think normally that would be the case, but I think, you know, the pandemic kind of spoiled that for Donald Trump. And the other thing is, which is really interesting, that technically Donald Trump is not running against a ordinary challenger, someone who is not that well known. He's running against the former vice president. So in some ways, kind of, you know, Biden also can look presidential because people have seen him in this role before. And then and because of, you know, President Obama being quite popular amongst at least large segments of the electorate, maybe less, of course, with some Trump voters, that he can also look a little bit like the incumbent, right? So in that way, actually, I think what you saw in the campaign, it's really difficult for Trump to run against Joe Biden because of the fact that he looks like a safe pair of hands and he looks kind of presidential. And then Donald Trump cannot really, you know, mobilize that advantage. But one small thing, if you remember, I think it was talked about before about, when Donald Trump wanted to appear not sick, remember this kind of video where he takes off the mask and then salutes and everything like that. So he uses the core of the White House, like a movie almost, right? And all the flags and all the elements, and he did that a lot. Also, in the Rose Garden, having the Republican National Convention with all the flags. So he's trying to use the incumbency a lot, especially in the imagery and in the hosting big events, using the White House as a decor. And of course, he is a TV personality, so he understands that those things, are that people associate those two things. So I think that he was really trying to use that, but I think for the reasons I outlined before, it's very difficult to run against Biden because he also looks a bit presidential.
Yeah, thank you. Sophie,
so I'm going next again. So as you wrote in your article, Trump tried to shift public attention away from his administration response to COVID to the Black Lives Matter issue, creating several racial tensions. But by how much do you think this is right or wrong, if he could have called for national unity instead?
Mm-hmm. So I think that's also difficult is talking about kind of as a person and as an academic. So if I look at it as an academic, then what I also try to outline in the article, that is shifting away of blame. So for example, if you're an incumbent and you have a bad economy, that oftentimes that incumbents or governments have an incentive to start talking about what we call in political science, the second dimension. So things that have to do with values, identity, immigration, in Europe, maybe the EU, a lot of things that are more about your sense of belonging than about the economy. So incumbents do that a lot. When the economy is not going well, it's not an advantage, not an asset for them. So they need to talk about something else. So this is not Trump specific. I just think that in anything that Donald Trump does, he takes it to a whole nother extreme, right? He is like really kind of ruthless in this. So he clearly wanted, I think that actually, I don't even know if he, as I said, that he wanted to hide the handling of the pandemic as such, but especially the economic fallout of the pandemic, because I think he prides himself as being a businessman and, of being in charge of a good economy. So therefore, he tried to do that with kind of Black Lives Matter, as he had done previously in his presidency. So the problem, of course, that I then have, if I would be a political theorist, I'm not a political theorist, but I'm a philosopher, then basically what he is talking about is that having people that are unfree or that have unequal opportunities in life, and he's saying that that's okay. So if you think about, like, if you're interested in liberty and liberalism, or if you're someone like John Rawls, who really thinks about social justice as a political theorist, then of course you have to be very critical of that. I am looking more at it as a party strategist, or like, as someone who studies party strategy. And then, of course, that's what we've seen in the past. But I do think both as a person, and if I would take a more normative stance, I think, discussing, or let's say, harmonize, making it like seem harmless what the police did, that of course is very bad for a big, large part of the voting population, which as a president, you also are supposed to represent. So I do think that there is an issue there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Like for me, it's actually a bit like hard when you think about, like, I'm not an American, but like when you think about Trump and Biden, I have more facts about Trump rather than Biden, because like a lot of people talk about him all the time. So sometimes it's a bit confusing. But my question is also like, it's a bit like, I don't know, but we all tend to make mistakes or blame people for mistakes, and like sometimes forgetting about the fact that it's like a huge responsibility to be a president. I'm not saying that it's not like that Trump is not guilty or like he's doing all great, but like, have you ever thought of how you would manage the situation if you were Trump or just like a president in general?
So I think that you're very right. I wouldn't, let me first off say, I wouldn't want to be a, you know, Prime Minister Conte or being President Trump at that moment in time. I mean, the pandemic is unprecedented. The economic fallout is unprecedented. We were already having big discussions about inequality, about marginalization before the pandemic, and the pandemic has just exacerbated that. When it comes to, you know, migrants or people of ethnic minorities being disproportionately affected, poor people being disproportionately affected, a lot of the kind of, you know, your younger generation, you know, millennials, who this is the second kind of economic downturn or crisis that they face. So there's a lot of societal problems that have to do with societal cohesion. I think everyone can make a mistake, but and I think everyone makes mistakes. You and I, you know, no one is perfect, right? I think the only thing that what you see very strongly in Trump's response to it, and it's been also studied, especially of those people who studied the responses of someone like Angela Merkel, the German Chancellor, Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister of Australia, that was with a lot of empathy, with a lot of like, oh, this is really bad, everybody's struggling, I tried to make this feel better, I tried to be scientific about it, and with Donald Trump, you have very much the idea that he doesn't like the pandemic because, and that's what he said, it screwed up his re-election numbers. So he was out for re-election. So it's okay, but to be fair, this is not really about you. This is about when you run for office, you're running as a representative of those people that voted for you. And then hopefully when you're there, you should not only represent those who won, i.e. Republicans, but also those who lost, Democrats. And I think Donald Trump is a particular partisan person. And I think that that this is the first time where we see an election. Party polarization is huge in the United States. So take, for example, that Democrats and Republicans don't trust each other, don't want to live next to each other. Like there's a lot of polarization, societal polarization. But I think Donald Trump is a president that has put fuel on the fire. So he has then taken he's kind of said, I don't represent the other side. So he uses kind of institutions and his office to further his own interest and that of a small, narrow part of the, one popular vote, less than 50% of Americans. And I think that usually is very difficult because the way that we as political scientists think that democracy survives is when losers also accept an election, also accept an outcome, also are represented by those that win. And I think Donald Trump, in his wording that he has used, he'll say, I'm never gonna, if I lose, I'm going to contest the election, I'm going to go to the courts. He's already saying that he's not contesting the election. And then what he's doing is talking about that the system is rigged, the elections are fraudulous, et cetera, et cetera. So what he's doing is he's chipping away at the legitimacy of the system. Why? Because he wants to win the election. All fine and good, but that has way more consequences after him. So I think that's the worry. You definitely can make mistakes. You can, I'm not saying that anyone needs to be valuable, but what he's trying to do is then to use the institutions and to use anything to his own advantage. And that comes to a line where really we would say, on the basis of a lot of, this is work by two Harvard professors, Steve Levitsky and Dan Ziblatt, that he is not upholding the norms of democracy. That's, for example, accepting an election outcome, using his office as a way to not only further his own career, but to represent everyone. And he's really kind of a break in that way from previous presidents.
Yeah, thank you. Now I kind of get it more. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome.
I think
can I just ask some a really quick question? So we can say that Biden's strategy to say I'm going to be a president for all of Americans, it's a very good strategy now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the thing is that is usually the thing that American presidents run on. As remember, maybe you don't remember, you were young, but George W. Bush, so the president who was at the time of the Iraq War and 9/11, he was said, I'm a uniter, not a divider. That was his slogan, right? So I unite the country. But I do think that for Biden, even if Biden would win, so regardless, we don't know yet at this moment in time the election outcome. So even if Biden would win, to say that he is going to represent everyone is going to be a difficult and a tall task for him. Because as I said, polarization is really high in the United States. And it's also really that Republicans don't trust Democrats and the other way around. So he will also try to do some things, institutional reforms. So for example, the Supreme Court, other elements, he will try to, at least that's what we hear, will try to reform some of those, but that will be very opposed by Republicans. So I even think that if Biden gets elected and you get a different set of people in the White House, it's also going to be tricky. And I think that especially because in the United States, unlike Italy, for example, or unlike the Netherlands, where I'm from, you don't have many parties, but you have two. So those parties are already coalitions of many different people, right? So to be fair, there's also someone else, I think Kanye West is also on the ballot sometime, but he doesn't represent necessarily a party. But anyway, so you have the Democratic and you have the Republican Party, and there are many differences within the Republican Party. So Donald Trump is clearly not representative for all Republicans. He's on the quite extreme of the Republican Party. But the same is that Biden is kind of in the middle of the Democratic Party, but there are many people in the Democratic Party that are way more extreme than Biden. And they would want to see also some form of policy. They are saying we want real change, we want a Green Deal, we want to change the Supreme Court, we want to change filibusters. So that's the way, some institutional rules in Congress and the Senate. So it's going to be tricky also for Biden to keep that entire coalition together. So it's not just that he needs to, represent voters or both Republicans and Democrats, but he has to keep his own party together and needs to make sure that he can govern. And that is, that's tricky for any president.
Hello. Welcome back. Welcome to Sofia and Serenella. Will provide us with the updates for this hour. We have many calls, but we should start with Serenella with what's going on.
So
we have.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I am talking about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a state which has 20 electoral colleges, so it's a very important state. Last election, it actually ended up being a Republican state, but for this election, it is estimated to be a Democrat state for plus 5 percentage points above Trump. So Pennsylvania, in the last years, except for the 2016 election, and was usually a democratic state. So as we can say more precisely, Biden has the major support in the largest two cities of the country, and in Trump, on the contrary, has a bigger share in the rural areas. So Biden's easiest path to victory would be actually to win back the three called blue wall states that Hillary Clinton lost in 2016 election. And these states were Michigan, Wisconsin, and of course, Pennsylvania. So now I leave the floor to Sofia, which is going to explain us Florida.
Before explaining Florida, I'm going just to do a quick talk about the first results. So we have the first results for both candidates. So we have Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey, Delaware, and Illinois for Biden. And then we have Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma for Trump. Now the two candidates are Biden is at 85, as we can see, while Donald Trump is at 55. So Joe Biden is now leading the race, but we still have many states to see and to wait for. A very delicate and a very particular state is Florida. Both Florida and Georgia are expected to count ballots faster than the other swing states. But Florida, it's really important swing states. and why. Like Florida has voted with the eventual winner in all but one presidential election since 1964. And it is also the swing state with the largest population and the most electoral college votes, that are 29 electoral votes. So this is why it's really important for both candidates. And early Florida results are exceeding the Trump campaign's expectations. So we have to wait. And also Trump is doing way better than the 2016 elections in Hispanic and Cuban areas and better in Black areas. And we didn't really expect this. Biden now is going better in older white areas, but not by as much.
We have these updates. We have also, though if the count is going pretty fast in Florida, because we are, as you can see by the map, at 85% of the vote so far. We are not so clear situation for what concerns Georgia. We can now move on. Thanks, Serena Sofia. We will get back to you later in the hour. We will now move on to Anna and Francesca, who will talk us about the importance of fact-checking.
Okay, good night, everyone. So the 2020 presidential election has almost come to an end, and we have seen the candidates fighting in 2 out of 3 debates, and they made a lot of promises and statements, often interrupting and attacking each other. But in these chaotic debates with plenty of crosstalk, there was also plenty to fact-check. So we are going to analyze some of the most unbelievable statements the candidates have made. In the first debate, Trump said, in states like Virginia, they are losing 30-40% of the ballots. It's a fraud. And West Virginia mailmen are selling the ballots.
Well, there's no evidence any state lost 30 and 40% of the ballots, and there's no evidence of widespread US voter fraud. And West Virginia mailmen aren't being sold. Only a postal worker did plead guilty for attempting fraud on 5 primary ballot requested from forms from Democrat to Republican.
And Trump also claimed that he brought back 700,000 jobs.
In reality, the US had lost 237,000 manufacturing jobs, and only 483,000 had been added under Trump.
Moreover, Trump, talking about his visit to Portland, said, the sheriff just came out today, and he said, I support President Trump.
After the debate, Mike Reese, the Portland sheriff, said, I have never supported Donald Trump. I will never support him.
And in both the debates, Trump, referring to Biden, said, you didn't want me to ban Europe and China, which was heavily infected. And a month later, you were saying I was xenophobic.
Biden never actually opposed restriction of travel from China or Europe. Science supported this ban, therefore Biden did too. Moreover, Trump restricted travel. He didn't really ban it. And here's what Biden really said. I talked about xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to the Chinese people coming to the United States.
Also, Biden made an error in the first debate. In fact, he said, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today.
It's true that the number of all violence crime declined during the Obama-Biden's year, and that might be the point Biden wanted to make. But that's not true that there was less violence than there is today.
In the first debate, Trump didn't know he had COVID-19 yet. And when the moderator asked him, are you not worried about the disease issue at your rallies, sir? Trump answered, so far we have had no problem.
Actually, there have been some problems. He has held 2 mass indoor rallies in recent months, and after his June rally in Oklahoma, cases spiked to record highs locally. And local health officials said the rally likely contributed to the rise. Then 2 days later, it resulted positive to COVID-19, and the second debate was cancelled because of this.
Weeks later, in the final debate, Trump said, I was in the hospital, I had COVID-19, and I got better, and now I'm immune.
That's questionable. It's too soon to know about one's immunity to COVID-19. In fact, there have been already some reports of the reinfections.
Biden, in the final debate, said Trump's Supreme Court nominee has written that she thinks the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional.
Not quite, though she faulted a 2012 opinion upholding the law.
And when asked about climate change-related problems, Trump answered, "I want clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. We are doing phenomenally."
Actually, the US ranks the 26th in the world of sanitation and drinking water, and the 16th in the world for air quality. Of the more than 100 environmental laws and rules Trump rolled back, one of them was made to minimize pollution in public bodies of water. Trump also cut or undermined various Clean Air Act regulations.
The moderator insisted, saying, "If you believe in climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants?" Trump answered, "Because it was driving energy prices through the sky."
In reality, most of Obama's plan was never put into effect, so he couldn't see the economic effect of it.
In the second debate, Biden misleadingly claimed 38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison during the Obama administration.
Actually, the total number went down by about 12,000.
And in that same debate, Trump made at least 10 false statements in his first 2 minutes. For example, he said 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die from COVID-19.
Not exactly. It seems like Trump got this number for a mathematical model that projected the death count. Experts say that this scenario is not realistic or just applicable.
Trump then claimed there was a spike in Florida, and now it's gone. And there were some spikes and surges in other places, but they will be soon gone.
In reality, the spike is not gone, and Florida reported its highest single-day case spike since early September, the same day at the second debate. And there were some spikes and surges in other places. Experts have warned that US might face its darkest winter. In fact, Dr. Anthony Fauci said, "When you have 1 million deaths and over 30 million infections globally, you cannot say that we are on the road to essentially getting out of this."
There are many rumors and expectations about the vaccine for COVID-19. About this, Trump said, "We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready, and it's going to be announced within weeks."
Scientists and experts said it likely won't be until mid-2021 that the general public will have the access to a vaccine.
Trump also stated, "I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries of what we've been able to do to contrast the pandemic."
There is no evidence of this, but since the US has more cases and deaths than the other country, it's unlikely.
Trump attacked also former President Barack Obama, saying, "When I met with Obama, he indicated we will be in a war with North Korea."
Actually, there is no evidence that Obama was expecting a war with North Korea.
And then Trump attacked his opponent, saying, "Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow. You got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million. And you know, someday you're going to have to explain why you got that money."
There is no evidence of this. A Senate Republican-led investigation did not find that Biden got $3.5 million, or that his son Hunter received this money, or that Putin was involved in any such deal.
Talking about healthcare, Trump stated, "We have 180 million people out there that have great private healthcare, far more than we are talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies."
No, neither Biden nor Harris is advocating for the end of anyone's health plan. They simply want to add a public government-run option.
At a certain point, the moderator told Trump, "Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border. They were at least 4,000 kids." Trump replied, They are so well taken care of. They are in facilities that were so clean.
That's not true. Immigrant youth describe the US detention centers as cold, crowded, and with no little access to place to sleep, showers, or just clean clothes. At least 7 children have died in US custody since 2018.
And believe it or not, Trump tried to discredit Biden, attacking him on his origin, saying he does not come from Scranton.
Actually, Biden was born in Scranton and he lived there until he was 10. Then, in conclusion, we have had 2 debates with the highest fact-checking rate in the history and, of course, a lot of interruption, comments, and personal attacks. So these are our time for the American voters.
Thank you, ladies. It has been a pretty, let me say, a theatrical experience with these 2 voices, like a duet. So something that we have and Kiko Mentana doesn't have. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now it's time for Francesco. Wait a second, please.
Anna and Julia.
Ennio.
Yeah.
Ennio. It's time for Francesco with QAnon. Is it correct?
No, it's time for Joanna and Julia.
Joanna and Julia. Sorry. Ennio is the voice of my conscience. Joanna and Julia, the floor is finally.
Well, good night, everyone. I am Julia, and together with my colleague Joanna, we will be discussing the subject of fake news. In particular, I will talk about its history and evolution.
Well, I will explain how the mechanism of fake news works, and afterwards I will state some crucial examples of that problem in the current elections.
Well, although fake news may seem like the hot topic of the moment, many would be surprised to know that actually it is a very old practice. Indeed, from the very beginning, it has been intertwined with the history of journalism, moving along with it and taking different forms throughout the centuries, but conceptually remaining always the same. That is, untrue information, either completely fabricated or just derived from the manipulation of certain facts, presented as news, with the aim of damaging the reputation of a person or entity, or making money through advertising revenue. Although in one form or another fake news has always been present in human societies, starting from the 19th century, thanks to not only the Second Industrial Revolution, but also the abolition of certain taxes known as knowledge taxes, that is, taxes on newspaper stamp, advertising, and paper, the expansion of the press was finally possible, leading therefore to a rapid increase of journalism and so also newspapers. An example of how fake news has always been a constant concern throughout the centuries is provided by Thomas Jefferson's letter in 1807, in which he calls newspapers as polluted vehicles and states that not only what is seen in a newspaper cannot be safely believed, but also that the man who never reads newspapers is better informed than the one who does.
Is the term fake news the same during all these centuries? Can you give us some examples to make this idea a bit clearer?
Sure, Joanna. So, actually, it wasn't until the 1830s that the reason behind fake news started to be more similar to today's. Some newspapers indeed adopted business models based on advertisement that therefore required larger audiences. In this way, the motivation to mislead arose from the need to sell more copies. As a result, some of the most memorable media fakes in American history were made. Among the different examples, it is worth mentioning the New York Sun's 6-part series called Great Astronomical Discoveries Lately Made, which talked about the supposed discovery of life on the moon in 1835, or the widely read New York Herald's account of how animals had broken out of Central Park Zoo, wandering around Manhattan and killing dozens in 1874. Well, the latter contained a disclaimer placed at the very bottom of the page, in which it was admitted that the entire story was a pure fabrication and that not even one word of it was true. But however, as expected, the result was that this statement was completely ignored by the public, panic was spread, and a lot of newspapers were sold. At the time, also, objective journalism still had to settle in. There was no clear division between reporting, opinions, and nonsense, and also the public was very gullible. Even in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, when the shift towards a more professionalized media occurred, corruption of the information that reached readers remained common. An example is provided by the American coverage of the Cuban War of Independence, in which often minor events were enlarged and transformed into front-page stories in New York, while major events were sometimes completely ignored.
Sorry, Julia, could you please explain a bit how the situation is nowadays?
Definitely. Well, nowadays it is a bit of a tricky situation because of the exponential growth of social media, this phenomenon of fake news has become even more present and dangerous. Indeed, private individuals can now publish fake stories for personal financial gain. This, for example, is the case of some young people in Veles, Macedonia, who, because of the money to be made via Facebook advertising during the 2016 presidential election, wrote fake stories that possibly influenced some readers' opinion. In this modern world scenario, therefore, not even increasing distrust of the public is enough to contain the spread of misinformation. And unfortunately, we could say that fake news has reached its apotheosis. And with this apocalyptic statement, I will now leave the floor to Ioana, who will lead you through the next part of our discourse on fake news.
Good evening again to everyone. I'm excited that we are finally so close to the election's result, and I hope that you are enjoying this special night with us. For this night, I was inspired by a statement of Kate Starbird, crisis informatics researcher at the University of Washington. Specifically, she stated, this narrative that you're not going to be able to trust the election results is really problematic. If you can't trust your elections, then I'm not sure democracy can work. Have you ever thought to what extent fake news, this attack on the media, as Yulia stated, can affect the public opinion? During the last few years, especially from the 2016, after the president's election, we noticed a rise in the fake news in the majority of media. Politics are being transformed in populist politics, and a communication revolution is put into place, where the spread of lies and misinformation is accelerated. And the question now is there individual responsibility? Can people assess the news presented to them? What is the influence of fake news on the public?
Well, Ioana, these are all very interesting questions that I'm sure you will give a great answer to. But at this point, could you please delve into the problem of fake news?
Yes. So, false claims become social consciousness. Claims that do not have evidence and that are produced with a propagandistic aim to manipulate people's opinion for different topics. The latter gets to be persuaded that these false ideas are true due to their repetition. When such claims are repeatedly exposed in the media, the misinformation results in information and collective misremembering, a phenomenon that is known as the Mandela effect. Moreover, the human brain assumes that the ideas that each one believes originate from reliable sources. Hence, a source might promote a false idea which, however, cannot be understood as false by the reader because it matches his beliefs, a phenomenon called confirmation bias. Specifically, we tend to accept information that supports our views and reject the opposing ones, what makes people accept the fake news. In addition, researchers have shown that we are more likely to remember statements that do not support our beliefs because we are motivated by ourselves to protect the beliefs from opposing views. As a result, when the news promotes a statement against ours, we tend to result in strong emotional reactions and share more this false idea promoted by the media.
Thank you, Anna. And now, regarding the US election, why is fake news considered so concerning?
Well, the problem of fake news concerns more and more the American population. People cannot see the truth of facts in the political era and are highly immersed in the risk of misinformation, a problem that, according to them, is as serious as climate change and racism. US citizens cannot form accurate opinions and do not know what to believe anymore. As a result, their vote does not come from a well-considered belief, and the election procedure is highly biased.
Well, that is indeed really concerning. Could you please now point out some of the most important examples of fake news during the 2020 presidential campaign that should be highlighted before the election result is announced?
Yes. First of all, Donald Trump continuously downplays the pandemic from the beginning of the spread of the virus in the US in order to promote positiveness, optimism, and relief to the public and make them vote for him again, while underestimating and talking ironically for his opponent with statements such as Biden would lock us down forever. He uses Twitter in his everyday campaign to promote this type of fake news, while claiming that the other's statements are likely to be fake. Some other examples of false claims that he promotes are the rejection of the mask, while the coronavirus cases in the US are nearly 10 million, and the relief that the vaccine is weeks away. Also, QAnon. What is it? A set of internet conspiracy theories which falsely claim that the cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles being against Mr. Trump control the world and at the same time operate a worldwide child sex trafficking ring. QAnon followers support that some of the top Democrats, including Hillary Clinton, George Soros, and Barack Obama, as well as some Hollywood celebrities and entertaining like Oprah Winfrey, Tom Hanks, Ellen DeGeneres, and some religious figures, including Pope Francis and the Dalai Lama, are included in this clique. The supporters of QAnon promote a high number of false information in the social media about the COVID-19, the 2020 election, and some Black Lives Matter protests. Now, some information regarding the voting for tonight's US elections, which is really crucial. Latino voters in some crucial swing states, such as Florida, as already mentioned, that play an important role in determining the final result, are facing a high Spanish language misinformation. Specifically, they are exposed to some conspiracy theories regarding the election and the two candidates through social media, messages, and the radio, all aiming at increasing the number of Democrat supporters. Finally, as Russia did in the 2016 election, now, together with Iran, they are taking significant actions to influence the public's opinion through threatening emails to vote for a specific party and generally spreading misinformation for voting process to disrupt people and cause voter fraud, actions that all aim to support Donald Trump. Social commentators highlight the importance of individual responsibility in filtering the news.
Well, and of course, Joanna, we have to point out that it's very difficult nowadays not to be influenced by fake news in structuring one's political opinions.
Yes, let's see what's going to happen tonight.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Good night and good luck. We are a bit in a hurry because we are in some sort of delay. Let's leave the floor to Francesco, who is going to talk about QAnon. So there's a link in between your contribution.
Hi. Good night, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Okay. After Julia and Joanna, we are going to go deeply into the theory. Well, QAnon theory is a far-right theory, conspiracy theory, claiming that a group of powerful and high-ranking people, in which some liberal celebrities or Democrats politicians will be involved, is running a kind of child sex trafficking ring and plotting against Donald Trump, that instead, according to the theory, would be the chosen one to defeat this trafficking. Some supporters say also that Trump is going to plan a day of reckoning called known as the Storm, where some of these supposed to be pedophiles, such as Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, will be arrested. Some supporters also say that the entire Russiagate affair was a way to distract people while Trump collecting proofs against these sex trafficking members. So it may look like a Pizzagate sequel, but I'd say not, because first of all, QAnon theory has reached a more global dimension. Just think that the biggest Facebook group of QAnon theory has reached an amount of shares and likes that is equal to that reached by the Black Lives Matter Facebook groups. But most of all, I think that the most important aspect of this theory is that it has supporters among the candidates running for the Congress. I wrote down some notes. We had some candidates, most of them are Republican candidates. We have Miss Taylor Greene, that is the most unabashedly QAnon supporter, that is going to win with a landslide in her district of Georgia. But by the way, her popularity does not seem linkable to the QAnon thing. We have then Miss Lauren Boebert, that for the record is a gun rights activist that has a 61% chance of winning in a district in Western Colorado. And then we have the Mr. Mark Cargile, that is running for the House as well in the Southern California, that he has even written in his Twitter bio the slogan, "Where we go one, we go all." That is one of the classic slogans of the QAnon supporters. And then he also took a video on his social network accounts in which he took the oath of QAnon, that by the way is the same taken by the senators in their swearing-in ceremony, with the adding of the slogan that I mentioned before. And then we have Joe Ray Perkins, that is a long-shot Republican Senate candidate that took in this period a lot of videos on his social network accounts in favor of QAnon theory. The theory has spread also among our generation, the Z generation, maybe because of the period of fear and doubts that we are going through. And during these days, Democrats are blaming Republicans because of being silent on these theories. Yet Republicans cannot afford to turn off these voters that shares these theories if they want to retain the Senate and retake the House. By the way, besides the result of this candidate, we don't know yet how it's going to be. I think that the presence of this QAnon Senate, QAnon candidates, is kind of toxic in the political scene, because I mean they are helping to further spread this theory that is about seeing the government as an enemy. And I mean, I will say that in a democracy, the government cannot be definitely an enemy. So I think that, of course, I would like to say that no part of the theories is based on fact.
Thank you, Francesco. We are still in a hurry, so thank you so much. Let's leave the floor for Ennio, Serenella, and Sofia.
Thank you, Andrea. I'll give you directly the floor to Serenella and Sofia to give you the latest result update.
Okay. So, talking about Florida, Trump has taken the lead and he's now very likely to win. With 90% of the votes reported, he leads 50.5% to 48.4%. Then Serenella.
So, but Biden, however, is faring well in Ohio because almost 44% of the estimated votes was reported, and Biden is leading with 54.4%, and Trump is just at 44.4%. And also, we have some news about North Carolina. So Sophia might want to talk about it.
So North Carolina is still too close to call. As the New York Times says, is tilting at Trump by a small margin. I just want to remind you, North Carolina is worth 15 electoral votes. And now with 65% of the votes reported, Biden leads 53% of Trump leads with 53% to 45. And
so, and in Delaware County, we have 54 for Biden and 44.7 for Trump, and 73% of votes reported. What about Texas?
Delaware County is a county of Ohio. It's a county that is strongly leaning GOP. So a good result for Biden, it could be good indication for him in Ohio.
And then we have Texas. And Texas, we have great news. Like it is worth 38 electoral votes. And now with 44% of the votes reported, Biden leads with 51.7% to 46.9%. And just to let you know, we will have some special focus on Texas later tonight with Prof. Turini. So stay with us to listen to this great interview.
And just to wrap up pretty quickly, we have 85 electoral college votes for Biden and 61 for Trump.
Thank you, Serena and Sophia. We will have more updates on results later. I think now it's time to go with an update on the stock market and with Andrea and Lydia.
Hello, hello.
Hello. So here we are again on maybe the biggest hour of post-closure R&A. And so Mr. Vaturi has changed the situation, the trends of the stock in these hours already.
Thank you for the question. And the short answer to this question is no. Basically, it hasn't. That's it.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, we're done.
We're done. Thank you. See you later. No, I'm again sharing the screen just a little bit just to show you so that you can actually see what I mean. When we talked last time, we were about here in the middle of this candle, and like since these are 15-minute minutes candles, we are 4 candles into the session, and as you can see, basically the situation hasn't changed. We had a bit of volatility swinging up and down, but right now we are back at 3,353 points. That it's basically where we were 1 hour ago. If we go
now, I do have a question. Like, do this election really affect then the stock, like the global economy?
That's a deeper question that it might look. Because to answer this question, we should open a discussion about does politics affect the stock market and finance? That's a hard question to answer on a night like this, but let's say that to give a condensed answer, usually events like this create volatility and they affect the stock market on a short-term basis. They usually are not that much impactful on a long-term basis.
Sure.
I just wanted to show you a nice thing. We can maybe go deeper on this subject later, but I just want to show you a tool that we traders use to read the markets, especially in this kind of events.
It's a Pollock. I recognize it.
Yeah, more or less. This is a software basically used to read on an X-ray the market, because it's able to show you the presence of orders and liquidity on the and where the liquidity is positioned, basically. What you see on the left side is the S&P 500, and what you see on the right side is the Nasdaq. So when you see, it's the order flow heat map, where you see more red zones, like warmer colors, they are there is a higher quantity of orders, okay, and positions waiting to be filled. Where you see colder colors like blue or black, there are basically no orders. So in this very moment, there is not that much of an action going on. But if we had to pick a side, then of course there is a little more action on the upper side than on the lower side. So basically the market right now is going nowhere,
Stable.
but it could maybe opt to an uptrend sooner or later than for a downtrend.
Thank you very much then, Mr. Vattori.
I have a question, actually. The fact that the markets have not moved particularly in this hour could be seen as a sign that the markets were expecting Trump to win Florida?
Yes, basically overall, whenever there is not much of a movement by the indexes, it means that probably the results are as expected. Okay, that could be a sign of the situation. It's hard to say that on a such like zoomed in manner, so that you can refer that to the Florida results, but you should read it on a bigger scale, on a more broad like perspective. Okay, so overall things are going as expected. That's okay. I would not go that much into the detail.
Okay,
as far as the singular state.
Thank you so much, Andrea, and thank you, Lydia, and thank you, Ennio. We leave the floor. Hello. See you later. We leave the floor to Serenella and Sofia with election trivia.
Hello. So, Andrea, can you please share the slides? Thank you. So, we are discussing the election quiz that we put on the survey that we sent away during the last 3 days. Starting with the first slide about the questions, we have something about swing states, but we already discussed it a little bit. So I think that this question is going to be pretty easy for everyone, and we don't have so much time to discuss it. So we should move on to the next slide, which as you can see, it reports the 2016 states, swing states, and they all were the Republican in the last elections, and updated to the 2020 elections, we reported some prediction on the outcome of these states, as you can see. So move on to the next question we have to discuss. We asked to people if they knew what Americans thought about TV channels. So they actually got the right answer for the majority. And now I want to ask a question to Sofia on the next topic, that would be criminal justice. So please, Sofia.
Okay, so one of the questions was, which of the following is the correct statement regarding criminal justice? And in the slide, you can see the correct answer. But what I want to look at is the next slide, on which we can see the results. So the majority of people didn't answer correctly, since the correct answer is that Biden wants to repeal federal mandatory minimum sentences, and the majority of people said that Trump did not shorten certain mandatory minimum sentences for various offenses, but we know that he actually did. And moving forward to the next slide, you can see some percentages about this poll. So the most answered questions. Some people also answered that Trump is not willing to restart federal execution when he's actually willing to. And the correct answer again. Moving forward, we can see another question about Biden's criminal justice reform. And fortunately here the majority of people answer correctly. So Biden will reduce incarceration, and in doing so federal prison spending will be reduced too. And he will also aim at redemption and rehabilitation. And next slide for Serenella about Trump's plan on abortion.
Fortunately, most of the people got it right, because Trump's support a near total ban. In particular, he wants to make abortion legal just in case of rape, incest, or danger of mother's life. Talking about Biden again, we should talk about his plan to face climate change. Please, Sophia,
Sure.
move on to the next slide.
Again, here people answered correctly. We are very happy about this. So Biden's plan to face climate change is pushing a $2 trillion plan to boost investment in order to eliminate or to slow down climate change. So moving to the next slide, we can see what is the correct answer. And I wanted to put the wrong answer because some people chose this answer. So he's not planning to modify the oil gas industry, when he actually wants to modify the oil and gas industry in order to avoid negative in order to face climate change, even if it will affect a little bit economy. But according to Biden, the creation of this investment to face climate change will create a lot of new jobs, so economy will not be slowed down. And moving forward, so according to Joe Biden, again, climate change is one of the major problems in the US, and this is why he's creating these strong plan about climate change. And moving to the next question, we can see the answers of people. Again, fortunately, they answer correctly. So according to Joe Biden, climate change is a real problem in the US, in opposition to what Trump thinks, that because sometimes we know that Trump doesn't really believe in climate change or in scientists, while Joe Biden really believes in this and is trying to incentivize the deployment of clean technology throughout the US economy.
Also, talking about this, that Trump don't believe to
science.
We have to move to the next slide and consider the two presidential debate. Which one of the two candidate family never wore a mask? And of course, it was Trump's family.
We know.
And talking about this plan on dealing with COVID-19, in the next slide, we can see what he's planning to do, or he's saying that he's planning to do. So please, can you move to the next slide? Actually, people answer with the majority answer the correct answer, and the official plan that Trump is talking about has yet to be released. But he stated that he would comprehend getting a vaccine out when it is available and using these therapeutics to treat the disease. And also, we always know, because he always says it, that this vaccine will be out in December. But actually, scientists said that this is not possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you. Very, very funny quiz and trivia, and I really like the way you have managed the question and answers in a very educational, informative way. You would be a matter of proud for BBC. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you during the night. Now it's time for another recorded participation of David, who is one of part of our newsroom, and he will talk about, guess what, Animal Crossing and politics. Ladies and gentlemen, David.
Animal Crossing: New Horizons is for sure one of the biggest video game phenomena of the year. selling more than 20 million copies in less than 6 months. As surprising as this major success was the announcement of some in-game campaign ads led by Biden team. The venture started on September the 1st, launching custom yard signs that players could place outside their virtual houses and share them with friends. On October 16, Biden officially revealed his personal island, designed in a way to represent the White House, the main headquarters of the Democratic Party, and voting stations, which is the ultimate design goal of the island, voting. Why is this type of campaign important, and what level of effectiveness should we expect from it? Well, first of all, the demographics don't lie. Many of the player base of Animal Crossing New Horizons is between 20 and 30 years old, meaning that for some of them, it will be the first time voting. Besides, the usage of traditional media like the TV is in persistent decline for this generation, meaning that seeking for these alternative sources is a must if a candidate expects to catch their vote. Secondly, and related with the previous point, video games are still politically uncolonized, for many reasons, like the limitations of the medium itself, in which the player has to adapt to the rules of the game and not the other way around, or the uninterest of political leaders that consider that these spaces are still irrelevant. However, within the medium, games that evoke the creativity of the player or have lax rules, like Animal Crossing or Among Us, have the possibility of introducing the political message and also grant a first mover advantage, because the candidate who gets first to the platform and introduces the viewpoint won't have to compete for attention later on. Thus, moving towards the gaming community has different advantages, but this won't be gained for free. In fact, not shortly after Biden officially announced the Animal Crossing campaign, critics started to appear, saying that Biden was politicizing the last bit of peace that was on the internet. This view is also the one of Nintendo, the developer of the game, that already took down a political video of a Japanese politician alleging that it was violating the terms of use of the product. Even if the Biden campaign hasn't been noticed or it has been officially ignored, at any moment, the responsible company could take down this type of acts, which is a major disadvantage when compared to other media. For other people, this type of campaign is meaningless, shallow. What is happening here is a similar story to that of the group The Monkees, a rock band created in 1966 to compete or to have the American version of the Beatles. This experiment was a complete failure because the objective group, the younger generations, perceived that it was fake. It was so specifically manufactured for them that it couldn't be real. And I think that many of the critics that Biden has received come from this line. Are video games politically uncolonized because they are impossible to conquer? Well, it is true that the gaming community is excessively closed, but there's still hope for political campaign. In fact, authenticity and favorable rules have shown that this is possible, also coming from the Democratic Party. Because on October the 20th, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez launched the third most successful stream of the history of Twitch, playing Among Us and attracting more than 430,000 people in the stream. At the same time, the US Army had 40 viewers on their stream. It is true that Twitch is not a video game, it's more similar to YouTube, but this platform is heavily focused on the live streaming of video games, and the users revolve around this topic. Thus, the contact with the audience is mediated by the rules of a game, and the approach is much straightforward. And secondly, the success of this streaming came also due to the fact that Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez has already been involved in the platform, and consequently, it felt that she's a part of the gaming community. She has been open many times about her involvement in one of the most important video games on the competitive scene, League of Legends. And on 2019, she appeared on a streaming of Donkey Kong 64 to raise funds for the trans community. I think that this is the most important point for her success. Her actions feel real, authentic, and not part of a deliberate strategy of gaining the vote. With these elements, it will be difficult to tell if Biden's campaign will be successful, because he's benefiting from the work of her peer. What we now know is that in this election, the percentage of young people voting has increased dramatically. For example, in Michigan, early voting of people between 20 and 30 years old has increased even by a factor of 20. So this year, the key to the White House will be battled using controllers.
Thank you so much, David, for your contribution. Now it's the turn of Camilla. Hi, Camilla.
Good night. Hi, everyone.
Hi, I ask you to say something while I find the image that you have that you want to comment.
Okay, so we will be talking about economics.
Yeah.
And so let's turn to the economy that Trump inherited when he arrived to presidency. He inherited an economy that was growing, albeit slowly, with a labor market churning out 200,000 new jobs a month. The US unemployment rate, and we're going to see some data about it, were steadily falling, and the country seemed closer and closer to reach full employment. This favorable trend started in 2009 after a peak of 10%. Then we see a stable contraction of the unemployment rate. And this led to the unemployment rate reaching a rate of 4.7% at the end of the Obama's second term. The Trump administration thus benefited from this trend generated by policies of the previous administration, with the unemployment rate stabilizing at, as we can see here from the picture, stabilizing at 3.5% in the last 2 months of the year. This was the lowest unemployment record in 50 years. But we may ask ourselves, why is this rate particularly relevant? This rate is close to what economists call the natural rate of unemployment. The natural rate of unemployment is the minimum unemployment rate resulting from real or voluntary economic forces. So it represents the number of people unemployed due to the structure of the labor force. Concretely, this means that the demand for workers from companies equals the supply provided by the labor market. So what comes next? Mark Zandi and Bernard Yaros from Moody's Analytics have drafted 4 possible scenarios following the election results. Democratic sweep scenario, which has been assessed with a 20% probability. Republican sweep scenario with a 5% probability. Current policy scenario with a 35% probability. And baseline scenario with a 40% probability. Let's start with the democratic sweep scenario, which means Democrats take control of the presidency and Congress, and so they can fully implement their economic agenda. This would imply, according to the analysts, a creation of more than 18 million jobs. The unemployment rate falls to just over 4% that we had seen being the natural rate of unemployment by the second half of 2022. Households' net income increases by an average of $4,800 per year. And so all these results can be achieved through a strongly expansive fiscal policy. So a fiscal policy that generates a considerable increase in public spending. The estimate is about 7.3 trillion investments over the next 10 years in infrastructure, education, social protection measures. Part of this enormous expenditure will be financed in debt, part with higher taxes on corporations. Then we have the second scenario, so the Republican sweep scenario, which is the least, let's say, probable. And Trump wins the elections, and the Republicans gain full control of the presidency and the Senate. This would imply the creation of 11 million jobs. Unemployment rate drops to this critical level of 4% not before the first part of 2024. Net income of households does not show any particular variation, and this more stagnant scenario is due to a state intervention that plays on a much smaller case with respect to the democratic plan, probably due to the president's optimistic confidence in the V-shaped recovery of the economy following the end of the pandemic. So a rapid and drastic increase in the economic activity once the forced decline is over. Then we have the two mixed policy scenarios that are the current policy scenario in which Trump is re-elected. The Senate remains under the Republican control, the House under the Democratic control, and the baseline scenario in which Biden becomes president, the House remains Democratic, and the Senate remains Republican. These last two scenarios would imply a compromise of two completely different views on public spending. So it is very hard to make predictions on their final outcome. What we can say for sure is that a mixed scenario would imply an exacerbation of the country's division and also within the parliament, so that it would result in an endless bargaining between the two parties every time there is to make a decision.
Thank you so much, Camilla. Thank you so much also for the intellectual exercise of imagining the future, which is particularly challenging sometimes. Before leaving the floor to Ennio and Lorenzo in order to comment the results update, let me say that we have received several comments. Unfortunately, we are not incredibly fast in answering them because there's a delay in between our talk and broadcasting on Facebook and especially on YouTube. Anyway, someone has said good night very kindly. Gaia has said that was very interesting. I think referring to Animal Crossing and the contribution of David. And then we have a question for our financial markets expert in some minutes by Maria Vittoria Maccarone, but it will be my pleasure to put this question on screen next time. Ladies and gentlemen, Ennio and Francesco. Lorenzo.
Welcome back. We will have just one results update at this hour because we will give a more comprehensive understanding of how the race is going on at 4 a.m. But we will proceed. Now we can say that the networks have called several states. They called New York and New Mexico for Mr. Biden. And they've called both Dakotas, North and South, Wyoming and Nebraska for President Trump. As we can see in the Electoral College so far, we have Mr. Biden leading per the New York Times count 119 to 94. We will have, but now we have a more detailed focus on some states. I would just say that Florida is still going through the president, and what we are seeing is that the president is going to win Florida. President Trump is going to win Florida, especially because of his gains on the Hispanic and Cuban votes, and also some gains in the black votes, as we said before. I will give now the floor to Lorenzo. Lorenzo, how is going the situation in Ohio, for example?
Yes, see, as we have seen, the situation is changing constantly, but we'll focus on Ohio and other states that are quite relevant for the general election. So in Ohio, we see still an advantage of Biden, leading I'm sorry, I'm quite tired. 54% of estimated votes reported, and is leading 53% against the 45% of Trump. So it's still an uncertain result because we are half of the votes counted, but encouraging for Biden. And Ohio, we remember, is a crucial state for the general output of the elections. North Carolina, we have more votes counted, 75%. The results are not still clear, since Biden is leading 51%. But as also the New York Times reports, the Republicans knew that the results were tied, but as the results are coming in, they are afraid that it's going to be tighter than expected. So still, it's a state that we have to keep under control. Then we have Pennsylvania, still only with 15 votes counted, so a very small sample size, but with encouraging results for Biden, who is leading for 66% against only 33%. And Pennsylvania, again, is a crucial country, one of those swing states. Finally, we can focus on Texas, that it has been in the past half an hour quite a surprise, since it has showed Biden leading with quite an encouraging margin. Now Trump has recovered, is quite it's a head-to-head, so we have no clear advantage for anyone. But still, only 65% of the estimate votes reported. So it's a crucial state. It might be a crucial state, and also kind of a surprise for Biden, that maybe he was not expecting this kind of results in Texas. So we have to keep looking at the situation and keep paying attention to those countries, and let's see what happens.
We will now go, we will still talk about Texas, because we have a special focus on this perhaps unexpected swing state for the 2020 election. We have earlier today, Imane and Lavinia interviewed Professor Alex Turini, a Bocconi professor, who has lived for 2 years during the Trump administration in Texas, and is a pretty Texan expert. So it will give us some insight of why perhaps Texas could be shifted from the Republicans to the Democrats.
Being one of the most populous states with 38 electoral, what is the level of importance that Texas occupies within both candidates' electoral campaigns as a new swing state?
Okay, well, thank you for the invitation first. I'm not a Texan.
Italian from Italian, of course, yeah.
I would like to, but I've been in Texas, in Dallas, for 2 years. Actually, I have been on leave from Bocconi and from Italy for 2 years. So I came to know a little bit about Texas. So coming to your question, it's really interesting to look at a state, because what is my experience is that, as you might imagine, the US is very different. When I started working in Texas, I'm always saying that when I started working in Texas and living in Texas, in Dallas, it was like, for me, it was like being in China, something like very different from New York, very different from San Francisco, very different from the coasts. That is the South, right? And that is Texas. That is like with a given history and like given past. So in terms of the, what I want to say is that I'm not an expert. I mean, I'm just telling you what I experienced in Texas. I'm involved in arts management, so it's not, I'm not a political scientist or and I'm just reading newspaper and talk to people. Well, as you know, Texas has changed a lot, and it is quite important to check what will happen in Texas in terms of the election day, because Texas changed a lot. There's been a big inflow of new Texas residents, of new inhabitants of the Texas country, and this for many reasons. First of all, because the economic boom down there, and also for a lot of immigration from Mexico. So that are the, let's say, trends that changed a little bit the color of the state. I mean, this inflow from other countries, from California, from other states, from California, from New York, from the South, made Texas as more blue, above all in the big cities like Houston, like Dallas, like Austin, that has been always progressive. So it's like, well, I'm not, well, I'm blue too, right? So I'm supportive of the Democrats and of Biden. I'm not sure. I hope that Texas will change to blue. That will be like something happening after 40 years of a Republican majority. I'm a little bit skeptical about this change, but for sure there is like a big shift towards the Democrats. And looking at Texas gives us like an idea about what is happening in the political landscape.
So yeah, we can say that this shift is supported by Biden, that is investing in ads campaign, and he considers Texas is important battleground. So after multiple polls predict that he can win. Since last year, margin was 9 points. So what are the tools that he's trying to use to ensure it, and how is he reorienting the Hispanic community that is thought to turn the outcome, since we know that Cubans are Republicans, high Republicans, and right now we have new incomers, especially in El Paso and like all the frontier cities?
So that's a good question, actually. Consider that the Biden candidacy has been came up after a lot of primaries and a lot of debates among the different candidates in the Democratic Party. And at the very beginning, as you remember, Biden was not so popular. I mean, the big jump came with the withdrawal of Bernie Sanders among the Democratic representative. That gives you like an idea about what the Democratic Party in Texas, in my experience, made is more a grassroots campaign. So there has been all the Democratic conventions and the voting for the candidate has basically moved a lot of activists and a lot of the basis of Democratic Party. That is something that didn't happen for the Republicans. First, because they had only one candidate, right? The president. But second, because I mean, the movement within the Democratic Party was quite vivid, with positions that were different during the convention. So what is my answer is that the best tool that they used has been like the, let's say, used or that can, I mean, the best tool that they can have is the grassroots movements that, thanks to the way in which the convention went, gave him popularity among the Texas people. There is another thing about Texas, that is the battle between Beto and Ted Cruz. So these like election was like a big deal and put the grounds for let's say a bigger movement and more let's say, favor towards the democratic parties. I don't see a lot. I mean, I didn't see so many TV ads or so many, let's say, investment money poured into broadcasting and all this type of advertising, but more a great movement on the ground.
Okay, thank you. So as we know, Trump is considering Texas as a guaranteed win, and therefore he did not visit that state. But if Biden succeeds in the so-called Texas miracle, as we know that probably will be the case, how could Trump then react?
Well, again, I mean, I'm happy that you are pretty sure that Texas will be blue. I'm a little bit more concerned. Fingers crossed. That would be like a great, turn. Well, what I can see is this: that I mean, in all the electoral campaign, even before. What has been like the talk of the town, the talk of people that I met is that both on the Democratic side and the Republican side, that in Texas and in the U.S., positions have been exacerbated. That means that there's been like an extremism and a clash between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, or the Democratic supporters and the Republican supporters, that have not been seen for a long time. So speaking about the reaction, I'm quite, nowadays, I mean, I'm a little bit quite worried, let's say, about the reaction, not about Trump, but about the Republican supporters in a state like Texas, because the different positions have been clashed. Different position of Democratic supporters and Republican supporters have been clashed a lot during the electoral campaign. And what I see. What I was reflecting on that, and basically this electoral day would basically be the outcome about two main, let's say, main fights. On one side, from the Republican side, above all, again in Texas, the fight for liberalism and freedom from any type of government intervention. I mean, Texas Republicans are, for freedom without a purpose in some cases, right? So like freedom without any type of interest in the social consequences of these. And on the other side, there is like the fight for civil rights. So one thing that has been really important when I was in Dallas was the Black Lives Matter movement, that even in Dallas and in Texas has been rooted and very important. And what has been, what has been like the roots and the main actors and protagonists of this movement have been the new generations of electors, like the generation Y and all these millennials that came to will vote for the first time. That was like I could experience that in a very clear way when there was like all the protests and all the protests in the streets to support the Black Lives Matter movement. So the reaction of Trump, I don't know. I am fearing a lot about the reaction of the Republican supporters, above all those that are more extreme in states where violence is quite spread.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, our next question relates to the youth and how the Texan demographic has changed over the past years. So we might think that Texas will turn blue in the hands of the youth. So what are the reasons that raised this new interest into voting that led this record number of voters days before even the end of the election, since we know that we already reached 58% versus 59% of voters last year?
Well, so there are two different things. One thing is about like the younger generation, and what is like my experience is that, and what also numbers says is that new generations of voters, new millennials, are very different generations than before, and you know that. I mean, they are more environmental conscious and friendly, more socially conscious, more inclined to participate to the public life. I mean, to the political. They are more involved in even in politics or in the community life. So this increasing number of new electors and also new workforce is shifting again the electorate towards the Texas electorate towards the Democratic Party, and in general, it shifts the people to participate, push people to participate more, right, in the political life. The other thing is about the general increase in participation, and here there are like two things that are combined. One is the at least three. One is the Black Lives Matter, so the fight for the civil rights that pushed people more in the street, or like moved to the debates, also common debates. I mean, at lunch in the Starbucks or whatever about this issue. First, second, of course, the pandemic and the way in which the Texas state in particular and the state governor dealt with the pandemic. So people participate more and are voting because they are not satisfied with the way in which the pandemic has been managed, above all at the state level. Remember that Texas has been one of the states that opened shops and non-essential business first. I mean, very soon, sooner than any other states. And during the summer, these creates an increase of faculties, an increase of the infection that has impacted a lot. The third point is the economic situation, because Texas is rich, and it is like the Texas growth is great. It's still booming, but it's booming less than before because of the pandemic, because of the Black Lives Martyrs movement, and all this type of social distress. The economic is increasing. The economic growth is increasing, but it's not at the same speed as before. This creates, in a, let's say, very in a liberalistic state, I mean, economy like the Texan one, this creates a lot of furloughs, a lot of unemployment, and this creates again the dissatisfaction and the push to vote and to change the political representative, I hope.
I can add one last question. It's a short one. Since we're speaking about economy and liberalism, we would say that it would push the Texans to vote more towards Trump, that is known to have more of a economical agenda, but also you have the new youth coming in that is more, which views fit more the democratic agenda with all the social progressive ideas. And also we would say that the candidates are more attractive since we know that Biden and Kamala Harris have a social media presence. Is it going to create a tight win to one of the candidates, or are we going to see a majority this year?
Well, I would like to have like the crystal ball. I don't know.
Yes, of course.
Difficult. What I can say, or what I experienced, maybe again is like the talk of the town, but is that many Republicans do not want Trump any longer. That's the point. It's not being a Republican. As a matter of fact, there is like a big difference between the presidential election and the state polls. So, many people, even among the Republicans, do not want Trump, rather than willing to vote for Biden or the Democrats. That is something that is quite strong, a sentiment against Trump that is quite strong, according to me, above all among the moderate Republicans. So basically the idea when I was there, the idea was, well, let's vote for Biden. Biden will last, Biden will last 4 years, and then we will go back to a Republican candidates that is like better than Trump. And according to me, what is, beside Trump is, quite good in a job of, TV anchorman or TV star. He is quite persuasive when running the electoral campaign. Also in these days, we have seen that he is recovering a little bit. He has this type of quality. There is something in Trump that Americans like. But the lack of, competence and skills in dealing with the pandemic. Also remember about the impeachment trial that put Trump on TV, and all what happened with the impeachment case showed that Trump not in a very good light. Even in the way in which he spoke to the country during the pandemic. So even the narrative of Trump during the pandemic, not how he managed the pandemic, but the narrative, what the story he told about the pandemic was not so much appreciated, for sure not by the Democrats, but above also by the Republican. So I think that more than seeing like a new Democrats candidates receiving lots of vote because they are representing the state, maybe there will be like a shift to these Democratic candidates, because there is like a sentiment that is against Trump growing also in the Republican base, the more moderate one.
On the East Coast, we're back on the air, and we have news. There will be young children in the White House for the first time since the Kennedy generation. An African American has broken the barrier as old as the Republic, a seismic shift in American politics.
This is an extraordinary moment for our democracy. Things are unlikely to settle for quite some time.
Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the president of the United States.
Here we are back again. We continue. First of all, thanks, Professor Turini, who has said in the very first part of his interview that is not an expert of American politics, and in the end of the day, he has, I think, explained in an incredibly good way. Esther Salvatore agrees with me. The situation in Texas. So thank you Thank you so much. Now it's time for market wrap-up with Ray and Andrea Vatturi. Here we are. Hi, everyone. 1 hour ago, possibly during your speech, we received a comment, but due to the delay in the broadcasting, we weren't able to manage it immediately. And there was a question by Maria Vittoria Maccarone. I leave the floor to Ray in order to explore the situation.
So yes, so she asked, in your opinion, which candidate's victory would cause a more positive effect in terms of like on stocks?
Yeah.
Which is the 100 bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like in one of the articles, I actually read that JP Morgan, they assume that if Trump wins, the S&P index will get up to 3,900.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's
okay.
kind of...
Yes, basically the answer is, as of now, as the trading community is thinking right now, a more positive effect, at least in the short term, for the stock market would be with the Trump victory. It's pretty hard to predict which kind of effect a Biden victory would have on the stock market, but a Trump one would be more manageable and more foreseeable in terms of effects on the stock market. So that's the situation. Right now, the situation is pretty stable, and almost nothing has changed from 1 hour ago. In terms of snapshot, if I tell you the price of the index right now is basically the same as 1 hour ago, but in the meantime, a bit of volatility has been generated, meaning that there has been a rally and then a fall and then a rally right back. So we are basically again at 3,350, 45.50. We are around that number. So the situation is pretty stable. I'm also looking at other products such as oil, gold, and the euro dollar. And like the most volatile one in this list is the euro dollar. Euro dollar is falling pretty hard. Hard.
What does it mean, my friend?
The forex change between euro, the forex ratio between euro and the dollar. So
yes, but what does it mean, the fall?
The fall means that it's easier for me to show you in a very quick image. This is the chart of the euro dollar daily. So as I told you before, every single one of this rectangle is a day. Yesterday we had this pretty nice green candle that followed this fall that was about a week long, and as you can see right now, we are going down. We are going down after a rally back up to this level. Then we started falling pretty hard. If we go to a 15-minute level, you can see that we are falling pretty hard from 117.70 level down to the 116.40 level. So it's about 130 pips. Pips is the unit. I mean the forex unit of movement.
The more you talk about candles, the more romantic I feel myself.
I know, my friend. That's about love for for financial markets.
Before leaving the floor another time to Ray, there's another question that possibly it's not for you, but let's try to play the game. Florin is asking, how is it going? I know that the question is incredibly broad, incredibly general, and so it may be impossible to answer. But just for a moment, let's play the game. How is it going? For what have you seen? And if I have understood properly, it's too close to call for the moment. But still, if you have 1 cent of a euro or a dollar to put on the Biden or the Trump box, what would you do?
Is it a question to me?
Yeah, the question is for Andrea.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was to her. I would say it's too close to call right now. I have no if you're talking from the market perspective, even reading the behind the scene view, and that's the deepest reading we can really have right now. Even looking at this, there is nothing particularly worth of notice. There are a few orders, but the situation is really, really calm, especially if we consider it's an election night. So I see the Nasdaq gaining strength, but that doesn't tell me really anything about the situation between the two candidates.
Yeah. Ray?
About the Trump and Biden, or like
About everything you want to ask to Mr. Vaturi.
Oh, I actually don't have any questions.
You're fine. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, Andrea.
But if you would ask me about if I had 1 cent, I would just say that I would leave this cent for myself.
I think that Mr. Vaturi could agree with you. That's a smart move.
Oh yeah, too early to call.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Thank you so much, both of you. Let's see what happened. Andrea, last question: is there a possibility that this calmness, this very quiet situation, could be provided by the fact that a lot of people think that in the end of the night we will not have a president-elect?
Hard question. It's not like the market doesn't usually thinks this way. Yeah, no, the market loves certain answers and solid situations. So if there was that much uncertainty that by the end of the night we would not have a clear situation, there would probably be a mess going on.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. See you in an hour, more or less.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry. I switched off your microphone. Sorry, Andrea. And thank you, Ray. Now it's time for another recorded interview. The interview has been recorded yesterday, and the protagonist is a friend of mine, a very good friend, and a friend of the television and culture course here in Bocconi. Every year he is one of the most beloved guests. He is the Mediaset correspondent from London. His name is Federico Gatti, and is going to talk about, of course, the US 2020 election, but also populism and Brexit and a lot of other interesting things. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Federico Gatti, interviewed by Elena and Simona.
Let's start talking about the relationship between USA and UK. As a Pew Research Center survey illustrates, America's reputation has declined further over past year, both in UK but also in any other USA key allies. The survey said that just 41% in the United Kingdom expressed a favorable opinion about the US, but this is the lowest percentage registered in any Pew Research Center, at least, survey. So the question is, could USA's handling of the coronavirus be a reason for that? Or are there any other reasons? And also, are these numbers from the survey relevant in long terms, or do they just reflect a temporary period of crisis?
Thank you for the question. I have another number that has been expressed in the past few days here in the UK, which is related to the favorability of Donald Trump as a president, and only the 19% of those who underwent the survey were in favor of Donald Trump. So it's not just the US as a whole, but it's a state-of-the-art that is specifically aimed and pivoted around the figure of Donald Trump. Now, the UK and the US always had what around the UK they call the special relationship, from the common tradition to the independence wars, through the Second World War, the fight against Nazism, going all the way through Thatcher and Reagan, and the later episodes of the Iraq war. The bond has always been a very strong one between the US and the UK. Furthermore, in the last few years, we had in Downing Street, we currently have in Downing Street what they call the UK version of Donald Trump, and I'm talking about Boris Johnson. So it's probably right to say that, yes, the soft power of the US, diplomatically wise, has been softened even further. The US is not seen as a reliable talker and side to any serious talks, because we know better after 4 years that Trump always talk tough. It's less likely to follow up with tough actions, but it's an unpredictable person to dialogue with. So in the UK, we have a catch-22 situation. We have a prime minister who followed the lead of Donald Trump in so many ways, by copying his character, copying his methods, in the wave of nationalism and populism. So I would say that there is a common path between the US and the UK, because yes, it's true, the importance in the world chessboard of the US has been diminished in the last 4 years, but so it has been for the UK after Brexit. I've been talking for weeks now with former UK ambassadors in Europe and in Washington, and they all agree that it's a common destiny, the US under Donald Trump and the UK with Boris Johnson. So I would say that it's not really the percentage that you just referred to. It's not really relevant to a short period, but it has been a long process in the making, years and years in the making. Let's not forget what brought the UK to vote for Brexit. It's been a puzzle of different forces, some of them dating back to the 70s and to the era of Margaret Thatcher. So I would say that it's not a singular sign, but it's a sign of a long process. Now, the UK is in deep troubles right now. We know that in 2 months' time there will be Brexit, and we know that Boris Johnson halted the talks with the European counterparts because he wanted to see the outcome of the US elections. Now, one of the crucial points of the Brexit talks has been the relationship, the commercial relationship, the business relationship, the trust relationship with the European friends, as Boris Johnson always called them. The problem is that with 4 more years of Donald Trump in Washington and in the White House, Boris Johnson will indeed have a winning side by his side. He will have some cards in the deck to play with the EU counterpart. He will be able to have a stronger voice on the negotiating table. On the other hand, with Joe Biden winning, it will be a bit of a problem for Donald Trump. for Boris Johnson, I'm sorry, for many different reasons that we can look even further. So we have basically Donald Trump, whose agenda has always been America first. America first, and yeah, we are strong allies with London, but the priorities are very different now. The priorities will be, for example, internal market. The priority will be healthcare. The priority will be the Middle East and Iran, the NATO, the involvement of the US in NATO. So I wouldn't be that optimistic if I were Boris Johnson, even with the re-election of Donald Trump. On the other side, we have Joe Biden, a Catholic Irish vice president, now president, if he will win, with which he will, Boris Johnson will, and number 10, and all the network of diplomats in the UK and the US will have to work a lot to rebuild a trust relationship. We know that Joe Biden is not particularly fond of Boris Johnson. He already criticized the UK and number 10 and the Prime Minister for having broken the promises in the Brexit agreement, with a special focus on the Good Friday Agreement and the relationships between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK after Brexit, which will happen on the 1st of January next year. And it will be a very, very long process of reeling diplomatic ties with the American administration for the UK one. Now, someone would even stretch to say that in case Joe Biden will win, the UK will not be able to close any deal with Europe and the US before June 2021, which is a very long period, 6 months of basically uncertainty for all the UK business companies. Now, the UK strongly, desperately need to know the outcome. That's why right now in number 10, there is a huge nervousness. There's a huge fear that the outcome won't be final for a few days or weeks, because we know that Donald Trump has said many times that he would not recognize Joe Biden's victory, and things can get long and ugly. So this puts the UK in an even weaker position, both with the US than with the EU. We will have to wait and see what happens, but for someone it's a catch-22 situation for Boris Johnson. I want also to remind that the US companies in the UK are they employ the highest number of people. So it's a business connection that is in peril right now, because we know that obviously if Joe Biden will win, he will probably try to rebuild ties with Europe. So he will look at Paris, he will look at Berlin more than London. Because yes, the UK is a strategic partner for the US. It's always been, but the UK has been the stepping stone for the US into Europe. So one of the crucial aspects was that the US administration and the US companies and business world sector, they could make one agreement with anyone in the UK and then basically photocopy it for the whole of Europe, because the agreement had all the elements that were in common, both for the UK and for Europe. Right now, after Brexit, this will not be sustainable anymore. The US will have to make one agreement with some certain standards for the UK and then another agreement for any other members of the EU. So we can see that the position of the UK is diminished as well, together with the one that is you were referring to about the US. So it's a very unpredictable outcome, and someone say that this is the most strategic important moment for the UK in the past 80 years, going back to the Second World War.
Okay, thank you very much for this wide explanation. So another topic that you have already mentioned is populism. And especially we have seen in the last years, as you said, some political events that are parallel, like in the US and in the UK. So since 2016, we have had the election of Donald Trump as a president, but also Brexit referendum. And then since 2019, started the premiership of Boris Johnson. So this actually suggests that it's nowadays possible to take a leading place in a democratic government using a strong populist rhetoric and also taking advantage of fake news. And populism indeed is a phenomenon we recently heard a lot about, but the question is what could be the unfold of populism after COVID-19, since it actually demonstrates that we all live in an interconnected world and like policies that are protectionist are not enough. They are insufficient to protect our own country and our economy as we are affected by what happens in the rest of the world.
That's a very, very good question. Yes, I can see some parallelism between the US and the UK in the rise of populism, which is tainted by critics to lockdowns, for example, and they're interconnected with the pandemic problem. So we have in the US a clear choice. Either you are afraid of the virus and you follow Joe Biden's rules by wearing a mask, either you think that it's a gigantic conspiracy theory and you are not really afraid of the virus and you try to diminish the seriousness and the dangers related to COVID-19, so you are more likely to vote for Donald Trump. It's one of those situations in which you cannot stand in the middle. It's either or. This what brings up a vacuum. I explain myself. There are more and more people who try to find a lateral reality, an alternative truth, and push for less lockdowns, less regulation from the authorities, less economic damage, and etc., etc. So there is a wide number of people in the US that are pushing against science, against experts, which reminds me of what happened before 2016 in the UK, when all the players within the Brexit network, Michael Gove, Boris Johnson, Nigel Farage and all, they try to say, wait a second, because if we vote for Brexit, we should ignore what scientists say about the economic impact, we should ignore all the signals from the Bank of England and from all the other 26 member states. So there is a common philosophy of the more you are inclined to vote for populist movements and parties, the less inclined you are to follow science. And obviously, populism can gain attention and power network from this Michael Gove pandemic, Boris Johnson. It's a turning point. We saw a few days ago Nigel Farage, one of the key players in the UK for the referendum, who changed the name from Brexit to his organization, from Brexit Party to Reform UK. So he's clearly convoying and gathering all those populist forces which are segmented in so many ways. Some of them are against the EU, some of them are against pandemic hoax, some of them are against the establishment, some of them are against something else. He's rounding up all these segmented forces into one political agenda. This is exactly what Donald Trump did in the past 4 years. So he is a member of this establishment, but he played the I am the anti-establishment guy. He is against this hoax of COVID-19, so he gathered all the QAnon supporters. So we can see that the more there is a crisis, the more inclined are populist forces to gather pace and momentum. So I think, again, it's a common goal from the Western populist movements, and it's a common destiny between the UK and the US. This is a really, really turning point for history of the Western world that can go either way. And I think that it will take many years to understand the implications of what happened or what did not happen.
Okay, thank you. So now I leave the floor to Simona, and she'll have some other questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope I replied to your questions, yeah?
Yeah, you did. You did, thank you.
Hi, I'm Simona. And first of all, I want to thank you for your time and for agreeing to this interview. You've already covered some topics really and made really interesting points. And I would like also to make a couple of questions. My first question being on the relationship between the USA and the UK. That is, since 1946, you know, when UK Prime Minister Winston Churchill coined the term, the US-UK relationship has been considered as a special relationship. It seems that with Brexit, the UK would want now more than ever the support of the United States. According to you, could this diplomatic relationship stand the test of time, or has it actually proven to be more fragile in the last years than it seemed in the past?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. I was talking to a British businesswoman who is very fond of international relationships. She has been doing a series of venture capital projects in the UK, in the US in the past few years, and she clearly told me that this very special relationship that it's always been between the US and the UK, it's something that only in the UK consider important, because if you go in the UK and you ask about, you know, that there is a special relationship with the US, everyone would say yes, because, you know, there is a history, there is, you know, these economic booms in the 80s between, you remember, Thatcher and Reagan. There is a common path. There's always been a common path. But right now, if you go to the US and you ask about the special relationship between the US and the UK, nobody will able to say, this is a very important sticking point for our international agenda. And we saw it in so many different ways. The last example was the NATO and how Trump criticized NATO and withdraw from the Paris Agreement. So we are talking about climate change. So it's a very unpredictable player, Donald Trump, and it's been in the past 4 years. And he will be, if he had to get re-elected for the next 4 years. So this special relationship that I remember covering the last episode of this special relationship when Barack Obama came to number 10 with David Cameron, and they had the 4th of July party, cooking hot dogs and stuff. This special relationship is over, I'm afraid to say. And we saw it during a press conference between Donald Trump and Theresa May here in London, when Donald Trump triumphantly said, yes, after Brexit, everything will be on the table, even the NHS. And Theresa May, who knew that the NHS the National Health Service in England, was something that the British people would never put on the table of negotiations. She had like to downplay what he said, saying something, I'm not sure Donald Trump knows what he's talking about. So the unpredictability of Donald Trump as a player diminished this special relationship. And I just gave you a couple of examples, including the role within NATO. What we can say, if Donald Trump will win again, is that Donald Trump will have other priorities. Will have other priorities within the internal markets and as a foreign player in the world. Same goes with the re-election of Joe Biden. So Joe Biden will have to, as I said before, go and focus his attentions on Paris and Berlin, because for as much the UK is a good player economically wise, it's the sixth economy in the world, cannot be compared with 60 million strong consumers, which makes the EU market. So the big player is the EU, and Joe Biden will focus on the EU rather than the UK. So again, we don't see many reasons to think that this special relationship will be surging again in the internal agenda of Joe Biden. The only way that this can strengthen itself would be on the military and defense side, between Donald Trump, if he will be re-elected, and Boris Johnson. But apart from this, I would say that Boris Johnson put himself in a catch-22 situation, and that the UK will not be as important as before after the election of Joe Biden or the re-election of Donald Trump.
Okay, thank you. Last question, which regards Mr. Donald Trump and Nigel Farage, which you already mentioned earlier. So we know that last Wednesday, Mr. Farage, which is also considered as the father of Brexit, let's say, appeared with President Trump in a campaign rally in Arizona, where he praised the president, describing him as the most resilient and bravest person he has ever met in his life, and asserting that Trump beat all the media and all the predictions back in 2016. By quoting Farage, he said that they've spent 4 years trying to delegitimize him, 4 years of the Russia hoax, 4 years of a false impeachment. So could we affirm that this entente, this agreement between Farage and Trump, goes on to the similarity of their strategy, their media campaign, more in particular, their ability in promoting their political agenda through social media, Twitter, Facebook, which allowed them to reach a higher number of people and thus gain consensus?
Of course. It's the same method all over again. I'm not sure you're all aware how Donald Trump watches TV. He watches TV with a room dedicated only to networks that talk against him and networks that talk in favor of him, and he analyzes every little, and he has people doing it for him, every single thing that these networks say about him. By this, he drives his own agenda. He drives his own political statements, his Twitter rants. Forgive me if I define them like this. So there is an enormous amount of energy in finding what the most popular way of saying things is and feed this information on social media. This is just a little example of how the information from populist political parties is drawn to the attention of millions. We saw this the trial run was Brexit, when with very strong links between Moscow and London, the social media space became a battleground of fake news. We saw it again with the election of Donald Trump. We will see it again with Nigel Farage in the next few days and weeks and months in the UK. What Boris Johnson is hoping for, and sorry to jump back into what we were saying previously, is to have Donald Trump reelected and prove the fact that this populist agenda with strong nationalism that relies on fake news and echo chambers within the social media platforms is not dead. It's still possible to carry on a political agenda and driving the political movements here in the UK and there in the US by using these non-orthodox tactics, orthodox tactics. I would say that what happened in the past will most definitely repeat itself if Donald Trump will get reelected. One of the main points of the modus operandi of the populist parties is to delegitimize authorities, and we can already see in the past few days and weeks, Donald Trump saying, if I will not be elected as a president, I will contest the elections, I will ask my people to stand back and stand by, I will probably go into a very long and painful and probably violence-fueled few weeks. So this is the typical populist modus operandi, which will be replicated also in the UK. Not to this extent, of course, but we already see these few days Boris Johnson delegitimizing its own scientists and the members of SAGE, which are the scientists, independent committee that has to advise Boris Johnson what to do, what not to do. And he spent the last week saying, enough of the bad outcome predictions from the scientists, we will not do a lockdown. He waited 3 days and then he had to make the 20-second U-turn since the pandemic started. So we could see the modus operandi of a populist leader even in London. So I would say that this is because of this uncertainty around the future of populist parties and movements. This is the most crucial turning point for Western worlds ever. I'm not really optimistic, I'm afraid to say, because even if Donald Trump will not be reelected, what he created, the legacy that he created, will continue for at least one generation. He's been behaving in so many unprecedented ways. And he opened up so much space in between lines, between what is acceptable and what is against the law. And he's been playing within these lines for so long that people right now cannot even say what is licit or what is illegal. The last example was the bus of the vice president candidate Harris that is being stopped by trucks and SUVs of Trump supporters. These are very scary tactics, unprecedented, which now people don't judge in the strictest way, especially if they are Trump supporters. There is this tribal attitude towards your candidate, towards your leader, that redefines the laws of what's acceptable and what's not. And this is exactly the playground in which populist movements can gain attention and power.
Welcome back. We will now have an extended results update. So I will give the word to Lorenzo and Patrick.
Okay, so I'll start, if it's okay. You can all hear me. Last hour at 3, we saw situations in Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. So we'll get a look at those same states as well now. Something has changed. Starting from Michigan, we have more data, more votes reported, still few if we consider it is 28%. And we see Donald Trump has a little advantage of 55% over 42. But we have to consider that early votes are still not counted. They're counted only for 11. And they represent 55% of the general votes of all the states. So it's still a situation that might change quite significantly. If we move to Ohio, which is another important state, here we have an increase in the votes reported that are 70%, and we see an advantage of Donald Trump leading with 50.8% over 47. Moreover, we have to say that adding up to this leading that is already here, we have some counties that need to be counted, and they can increase the advantage for Trump. So not a good situation for Biden. Finally, we move to Pennsylvania. We still have few votes reported, counted only 23%. We see Trump in advantage here as well, with 52.2%. And even here, notwithstanding this slight advantage of Trump, we have to take into considerations the influence, the weight of early votes, which still might change the situation. And Biden is probably hoping right now that those votes might change the situations for him in his advantage. So we are seeing now in those 3 states situations which is more favorable to Trump and might eventually lead to an important gain of electoral votes for the President Trump re-election. Now I leave the word to Patrick, who will focus on other states.
Thank you, Lorenzo. So first off, we have North Carolina with 82% of the votes already counted. And for now, Biden is ahead of Trump, 50.1% to 48.7%. And it still appears that there are some suburban counties that could give Trump some room to improve. And if we look at the polls forecast before, we do have Biden leading by just a little bit of a margin, 0.3%, which might be just a forecast error. But looking at the previous polls of North Carolina, we have that it's been last year, Trump won it by 4%. And in 2012, it was a really tight win for the Republicans too, just by 2%. So really anything can happen with North Carolina. And from Trump's point of view, it might still be a good addition to 15 electoral votes. And in addition to North Carolina, we still have Texas, where for now, Trump is ahead 50.3% to 48.3%. But there are still some results missing from the counties near Mexico border that might be favorable to Mr. Biden. Anyhow, Texas has traditionally been Republican, and the poll suggested that Biden and Trump are going to be neck to neck, which we're witnessing right now. And we have the mixed population of the state, with the people supporting the war, and contradicting to that, we have the large Latino population. And the poll suggested that Trump would win just by a whisker. And if it keeps on going the way it's gone by now, that will be the case. But only time will tell what's going to happen. And this would be a crucial win for President Trump too.
Martina now has some calls for Mr. Biden and some updates also on the Senate. So you can go ahead.
Yes, of course. We have some news because Biden has won Colorado with 9 electoral votes, while Biden has won Kansas with 6 electoral votes. And what about the Senate race? We have expected results in the colder states, but the Democrats had their first game on the 9th with Hickenlooper in Colorado, and these had been forecasted. And an important update is that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has been re-elected in Kentucky. And there is a neck-and-neck race in North Carolina with Cunningham slightly ahead against the Republican Senator Tillis. And in general, we can say that the Republicans are leading in the Senate race. And we'll see for the next updates what is going to happen. So thank you, Ennio.
Thank you, Martina. Thank you, Patrick and Lorenzo. We now have a contribution from Professor Rozzo, who was interviewed earlier today by Julia and Marianna. Professor Rozzo will tell us his experience of witnessing the elections here. He's an Italian-American professor at Bocconi University, and he will share us his personal experience. We will be back with more results updates at 5 a.m. Thank you.
Our first question for you is the following. When moving to Italy and so shifting from being a direct part of the American culture to becoming an external observer, how did your perspective on American politics change? And also, does it get easier over time not to be affected by the homeland's political struggles?
Okay, a complex question. I won't answer too much the first part of it because it's a very long story. The process of emigrating, the process of living in a foreign country and slowly becoming part of the foreign country. I must point out that I'm a double national. I'm a double citizen by birth, so I was an American Italian at birth, but I did live the first 22 years of my life in the United States as an American, and then I moved to Italy and have been here ever since. My opinion has changed often throughout the evolution, so as I said, I won't speak too much about that. Observing American politics from afar has always been a fairly, how can I say it, difficult situation to be in, difficult to be here and read and listen, especially, obviously, in the past 4 years of the Trump administration, which has become really like watching some kind of hallucination on science fiction. So it's been difficult. I've been always pleased that I've been here and not there. And I'm very glad that I was born an Italian citizen as well as an American citizen.
All right. And now talking about changes and adaptation, what was the most difficult part in the process of shifting from the American to the Italian lifestyle? And also, what is the most, let's say, American aspect that is still very strongly present in you and one that you deliberately, proudly preserve?
Well, you ask questions that require 7,000-page answers. Obviously, let's just put it simply, being an Italian, having been brought up in the United States, has been fairly difficult, despite everything. I've lived my whole life here, basically, as an adult. I'm very different than I realized that I've always been more American because my upbringing was American, which meant basically that I'm less careful about what I say. I'm more emotional. I'm more spontaneous. And in the beginning, that was a great hindrance to dealing with Italian mentality and Italian culture, a great hindrance. It cost me a lot of pain and a lot of difficulty, but in the end, I realized that that is my personality that comes from having been brought up in the United States, and I think that it is some of the best of me, some of the best parts of me.
Thank you for your answer, Professor. I will leave the word to my colleague Marianna now.
Okay, thank you, Julia.
Thank you. So good morning.
Good morning.
So my first question is, we know that in America there have been lots of scandals for presidents during their mandates. And for example, there is news today has only pretended to get COVID just to get the anti-COVID treatment and impose himself as a Superman. So how do you think that American people react in front of these types of scandals? And also, how would you compare like the politics in Italy and that of America? Would you think that also Italians would react in the same way that Americans did in front of these scandals, or in a different way?
Well, let's put it this way. All people, especially, I remember when I came to Italy in the early 70s, in the late 60s, in the early 70s. Every country, in this case, in that period, the Italians would always criticize me because I came from a country that was racist. And I came from a country that created the Vietnam War. One, as if it was my fault. Two, as if it could never happen in Italy. And I always said in the early 70s, just wait until you have enough immigration, and then we'll see how you react. I think people everywhere are the same, everywhere. I think the American people's reaction to Trump, both positive and negative, would happen in Italy. It's exactly what happened in Germany in the 30s. It could happen in Italy. It happened under fascism. These are human reactions to being excluded, to being uneducated, to being in great difficulty in terms of identity, national, personal, social identity. And this brings people into a zone of fear and anxiety that provokes them to really look up to anyone who tells them a story about who they are. This is what Trump has done. It obviously is based on a fiction. He is based on a fiction, but that is what moves people to vote. It would happen in Italy in exactly the same way it's happening in the United States. Don't think that the Italians are any better than anybody else. We're all humans and we all react the same way.
Okay, thank you. And I also have a second question. So we know that in America and in Italy, the politics is very different. So for example, the state organization varies usually between these two countries. Comparing the two countries in which you have the possibility to live in which country do you feel the most confident and protected?
Well, that's kind of an obvious answer. I've lived my whole adult life in Italy, which means that I chose to stay in Italy in many times of difficulty and many times of stress. That means that I deeply believe that I feel better living in Italy, and I still do. I'm very happy to be an Italian. I'm very happy to live in Italy as opposed to living in the United States. I don't believe I could live in the United States again, ever, because I would feel too much outside of mainstream. I would feel that I was part of an elite, and I basically would be uneasy being surrounded by a climate which is so full of hate and so full of fear and so full of misunderstanding. So despite everything, I'm immensely pleased to be in Italy. And I do believe that in Europe in general, despite all of the tensions and despite all of the potential difficulties, that we simply lead a far better life almost by all means, as opposed to anyone living outside of Europe. Certainly, there are wonderful places in the world to live. Europe is not the only place, but it certainly is a very wonderful place that has confronted the difficulties of social problems and confronted the difficulty of urbanization, confronted the difficulty of strife between workers and entrepreneurs. So they, in a certain sense, have understood the problems. The United States has avoided the problems and focused on fomenting misunderstanding, hatred, anger, fear, and anxiety. And so who would want to live in a country full of hatred, fear, and anxiety?
Coast. We're back on the air, and we have news. There will be young children in the White House for the first time since the Kennedy generation. An African American has broken the barrier as the public. A seismic shift in American politics.
This is an extraordinary moment. These are unlikely to settle for quite some time.
Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the president.
Quanto mi piace questa cosa della tendina. It's very good. Now it's time for another market wrap-up with Lydia this time, and our friend Andrea Vaturi. Andrea, are you with us? Here we are. Here we go.
Here we are. So, Andrea, before we talked about the fall of the euro and dollar ratio, but now can we say something more about the stock? Because it seems that started, at least right now, to raise a bit because, I guess, of the situation in Texas, Florida, and Georgia, as like my colleagues said before. So can you say more about that?
Yeah.
I will start talking.
That's what I was going to say. We finally have something to talk about. We had a pretty strong movement by the stocks, and in particular from S&P 500, but even more from the Nasdaq. They raised pretty strongly, pretty solidly from the area we were when we did our previous wrap-ups to a good 60-70 points higher. So now we are 3,400. And if you allow me to share the screen just a minute, that's the situation. We had a very nice spot here. If we can even give a closer look on the 5-minute chart, that's the situation. We have been lingering around this area for a lot of time, and then we popped up. That's a pretty strong sign, and that is the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq did even better, you see? We are now at 11,600, 700, about that area. That's a good thing. We also had the time to make a trade in that movement. We bought and we closed here on this dotted line. So it was a pretty good. We needed a bit of action to shake the.
We needed at this point.
And that's the situation right now. The euro-dollar ratio recovered a little bit, but still on the red. So lately, euro-dollar and stock market have been pretty strongly correlated. So it was pretty logic that with the pop-up of the indexes, the forex ratio would have followed, and so it was. So. Let's see.
Have they changed already the global economy, or is it too early to say?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
It's absolutely too little of a movement to say, because if you look it on a long-term perspective, this is the situation. If you zoom out a little bit and you go from May to today, you see this little green candle over here, it's today's candle. So as you can see, it doesn't make that much of a change. You know, the levels where we will see something significant in terms of changes will be to break this high in the next few days at 35.41, and then right after the all-time highs we had at the beginning of September at 35.84. These are the two important levels, because the first one would give a final confirmation about the fact that we are back in a bull market, in a bull movement. And the other one is the formation of a new all-time highs. It's always a very strong sign of the economy.
Okay.
I have a question for Andrea. You were in front of the screen 4 years ago, if I remember correctly, doing more or less what you're doing right now, but without us around you.
Yeah.
The question is, have you found some great difference in the behavior of the markets at this point of the night, and what does it mean?
Yeah, it's really different than 4 years ago. A lot different, because the big trademark of the 2016 election has been a huge fall in the stock market as the Trump election got confirmed. Okay, as soon as the rumor started pumping up, the indexes took a real dive, and they fell hard. In the morning, when we woke up, we saw a pretty big red candle in the intraday chart. Then, like pretty quickly in the following days, this fall has been recovered, and then a very strong bull movement, a very strong rising movement of the stocks started. And so it has been a completely different story than today. We have been now in a pretty lateral situation, followed by a strong upward move. So completely different.
Yeah. We have a question from one of our listeners and watchers. Any comments on the XI or possibly, I think, the X
dollar index. Yeah. That's the dollar index, and it's pretty strongly inversely correlated to the euro dollar. If you see, euro dollar is this. It's this. So it's falling right now, whereas yesterday it was rising. If we go to the dollar index, that means it's an index that measures the strength of the dollar currency against all the other currencies of the world. And that's basically inversely correlated to the euro dollar, of course, because euro dollar is a ratio where euro is up and is the numerator and the dollar is down. It's the denominator. Yeah. So if one falls, the other basically rises. And as you can see, it's going up. It has fallen pretty hard in the summer, and now it's basically lingering on the same levels between 92 and 94. So it's too early to see to call a rise up. The first level we should break to confirm an uptrend would be the high of the 25th of September. At 94.75. As soon as we break this level, then we could see the dollar gain strength again and go toward this zone back here.
Thank you. Before leaving the floor to an interview with Mr. Bahoud, I'm going to introduce just a very last question. It's a promotional part of the program. Do you exactly what is your job? Because I've introduced you as an Olympic athlete, and you have been an Olympic athlete, Winter Olympics, but still nowadays you are an entrepreneur, you are a financial advisor, you are a teacher. How can we define you in two lines?
That's a hard question. No, I'm just split into different words. One is my passion, and one is my sport passion, and one is my business passion.
Excuse me. First of all, which is exactly your discipline? You are a champion of?
Figure skating on ice, basically. I was a figure skater in ice dance. So when you skate in pair with a girl, basically.
Absolutely. And I'm telling this to all of our audience. Google for Andrea Vaturi, you will find beautiful things. Then.
Thank you. But then, right after completing the our university career together with you, Andrea, I started doing two things, basically: organizing, producing shows on the ice, and so like giving full completion to our CLEAC degree.
Well done.
Mix economy and art and show business. And so we are basically the leading company in Italy for ice shows production, like a small holiday on ice, basically, a small Italian holiday on ice. But then on the other side, I got passionate about basically the financial markets and trading. And I got a deeper expertise on especially one financial product that are options. I love the word of options trading. Of course, I'm not talking about binary options. That's a scam. I'm talking about the real options. So calls, puts, iron condors, and that kind of stuff. And I studied this issue a lot. So then I started trading by myself and for a few asset management companies. And then I'm doing some coaches and some educational activity.
Thank you. I love options too, especially when they are open. Said that,
that's another kind.
Yeah, we have to say goodbye. See you later in an hour or something like that.
Okay.
And I have to introduce a new guest. Thank you so much to all of you. Our next guest is Mr. Alessio Bau. Another good friend of this course, of television and culture course, and of the election marathons organized every 4 years. 4 years ago, it was present in person in our marathon. He nowadays is the he works in the digital department of Airbnb. Is the head of digital in Airbnb, but he has been, and that's essentially the reason why he is one of our guests, the head of social media for the Milan Town Hall for 5-6 years. So he's going to talk about digital communication and the focus on digital communication and politics, interviewed by Maria Vittoria and Alessia. And a special thank you to Mr. Bahu, because due to some technical issues, we have recorded this interview twice. So thank you so much for your patience. Thank you.
I will start focusing on Trump's 4 years presidency. So we know we live in an era in which the role of social networks is increasingly important. So it is evident that being able to manage a public figure on Twitter or Instagram represents a great advantage, especially if we talk about the president of the United States. We also know that as far as the internet is concerned, this high potentiality is always associated with a higher risk as well, because the shortness of a tweet implies a greater power associated with each word you actually type and does not allow any mistake. So Trump, as a president, has been making a compulsive use of Twitter as a communication tool. And many say Trump's tweets have contributed to his popularity at an international level, maybe, but have been a disaster in internal politics. We know that the president, in fact, has, for example, refused to talk to Democrat governors many times and insulted them on Twitter instead. So as far as this is concerned, do you think in these 4 years of presidency, Trump has been able to exploit the potential of social networks? Or would you say he has damaged himself and not been really able to control the consequences of his tweets?
Thank you, Alessia and Maria Vittoria, and good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. So this is a very good question, because, of course, we know Trump really loves social media, and Twitter, of course, is its favorite. And we have to say that in these years, social media really served him well, in the sense that his tone of voice is always very direct. He uses short sentences. He calls the counterparty with nicknames. He's very direct and repetitive. And so in this sense, Twitter, for example, really served his purpose very well. And on the other side, he was also very good at polarizing the debate through social media. And we know that polarization, unfortunately, really fuels social media engagement. And so if you look at his numbers, they are quite huge, and they have been in the past campaign. They have kept being very strong during his presidency. And even this campaign, he's definitely having bigger numbers on social media than his enemy in the campaign, Biden. And so you mentioned like the good part, but also the bad part about the president having problems with people on social media and having gaffes using these tools. And I think we have to really try to think about what a gaffe can be. And for example, I would say that for a person in government, sharing a conspiracy theory, for example, could be something to be ashamed of, and can be considered something not good and a gaffe. But actually, as we said, sharing exaggerated news, sometimes false news, gossips, really helped him to boost the engagement around his channels, and also reinforce the connection with his constituency. That sometimes has been made of people, supporting conspiracy theories or really far-right policies. So he has been actually, I think, coherent in what he has done. And I think this served him well. So he really worked on building this post-truth narrative. And this really reinforced his the people and the community behind him. And so even the moments where he really maybe seemed to us to be, with the wrong tone of voice, is actually been really in line with what he has done and with the path that he has followed since his campaign. I believe that in the long run, but this is a personal point of view, because the numbers are telling us something else, his numbers on social media. But in the long run, I believe that building policies and building a public discourse around fear, anxiety, even being aggressive as he has been, I'm not sure that in the long run can really pay off. And so we will see, of course, tonight the results, but definitely he has been coherent in all the media, TV, social media, newspapers, with his own attitude that was really supported by how the mechanism of social media really work.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. And my second question is maybe more general. It takes the viewpoint of people, of actual voters. So let's say, since it was born in ancient Greece, politics has represented something that include, or at least should include, every single citizen independently of his role in society. So this implies that public opinion has been shaped differently on the basis of the structure of the society we refer to. For example, initially people's vote was affected by the speeches in the market squares and by what people say in the streets. Since now our life has become more and more digital dependent, also our own political views are affected by, for example, the pages we follow or the influencers we consider and we actually follow on Instagram, for example. Do you think in America the inputs for voters has changed in these last 20 years? Like, do you think the evident and deep social differences that we know are present in the country have been mitigated or augmented by this new way of communicating and sharing news?
Thank you. I think we need to start to looking at the numbers that tell us something about the media diet of people. Because you mentioned, of course, different ways of how people are persuaded in their ideas, in their knowledge and beliefs. And definitely nowadays, media are very powerful in influencing them around any topic. And of course, we are bombarded by many information, content, media, always live. And this has an effect on people. And if we look at the number, and I'm referring to recent numbers I've seen in a research by the Knight Foundation, the most part of Americans really have a problem with media. So 43% have a negative perception on media, 33% have a positive one, and 23% have a neutral approach towards media. So the biggest part is that responded to the survey really said, I have a negative feeling around media. So there is a general lack of trust, and trust is really an enormous topic of this age. We lost trust in institutions, we lost trust in politicians. We found trust in other things like platforms sometimes, or we started to believe more to things said by our contacts in our social media networks than the institutions. And media actually can be considered in a way an institution, and there is a lack of trust there. So this influence everything, I believe. And this survey also revealed that 58% of people are convinced that having so many media sources, so many info, is not really helping them understand really what's happening, what's the truth, what the problems are. And this is also connected to the fact that the media, the people that journalists and you know, even the old traditional influencers, let's say, are not really helping people understand what's truth, the reality. So this lack of trust is really present and influence also the political debate. And we know that people in the United States, more than here, are influenced by social media. So we have this data that tells us that half of the population are really following like newspapers, half of the population are more around reading social media and following news there. And this is interesting, but also revealing about the influence that social media is really having. And the perception of people is that while they read a lot social media, that these tools are not to be trusted too much. So there is a negative approach towards them, more than, for example, television or the cable news that is always also very popular in the US. So more than the half of the population think that social media are problematic for democracy, but it's difficult to understand how to, you know, regulate them or solve this problem about disinformation, mistrust, fake news. Many people are really aware of these problems happening, but at the same time, they are, as we said, bombarded by many info and content. So it's not easy to navigate that. And I mean, this is a very complicated topic, but we can say that there are two main points of debate around trust, around media, and around the political debate. And one is the role of the platforms. So platforms, these electoral campaigns started to do something to control more fake news, to fight disinformation. So for example, Twitter, even a few months ago, labeled as fake news some tweets from the president himself. They even stopped some campaign accounts to post because they were posting false news about COVID, for example. So they started to write new policies around that, but the implementation of these policies sometimes are still, could be done better, for sure. And also, we don't know really how much the platforms can do in the end to stop also this spread of fake news. It's difficult to control. So there is a really huge debate about what's the role of the platforms, because we can also argue that it's not really reassuring that a private company is deciding what's true, false, what needs to go online, so it's not easy to solve that. For the moment, the platforms have really relied on third parties to fact check on things. So when they, for example, labeled the tweets president, they relied on other journalists fact checking these news, or YouTube used Wikipedia, for example, in a similar sense. But of course, these are also debatable other sources. Wikipedia can be edited. Journalists can have their own opinion, even if they should be always objective, but sometimes it's not totally true. So big debate. And the other point for me is education. So it's crucial that people are more and more aware of how these tools works, and that there can be also misinformation from even public representative as a president, or even I'm not saying that Joe Biden always say the truth, but the point is that to know that this can happen on one side or another, and that you have to have the tools and the ability to really see when there is a problem, and when there is a source that is not clear, when there are fake news, when people are sharing a manipulated media. So it will be a process. At the moment, we are in the middle of a big change. So with big changes, definitely there are problems, and there are people that are left more behind than others. So there will be, I think, the need of a common, a common pledge by all the actors in the media ecosystem to try to overcome this problem. And I also think that the public representatives should be more responsible in not sharing fake news, even if they make people share and have more clicks. But it's an easier and wrong way to, I think, do politics. But sometimes I am naive, so but definitely that should be the way to do things, I think, also in electoral campaigns. Try to be a source of correct information, for sure.
Always related to this topic, BBC, for example, tried to impose itself some rules on his journalists in order to limit their freedom and make them look more anti-partisan in front of the audience. Do you think this could work?
And I mean, yeah, for sure. That's to ask your journalists to be, far from being a partisan on a political race. That's the right thing to do. If you're referring about the use of social media, I believe, in particular, I believe that journalists should stay there because it's where the news are, it's where the debates are. So they should stay there. They should definitely have, you know, a policy. So usually newspapers have policies also for their, you know, their staff to behave between certain limits. Journalists should always act. I mean, the Italian law says this in the interest of the public, and with the right, let's say, measure in what they say and how they say things. So I think they shouldn't really leave social media or avoid to use them, but have them being really good examples on how to use these tools, and even guide the discussion, and be aware of the limits of these tools, and also the limits of the fact that these are private companies that make profits out of our content, out of our presence on social media. And that so we gave them a lot, and we need to pretend also things from them, I believe. But also, again, you can really stop business. It's difficult. You can really stop content because then there is a topic of, you know, freedom of speech. But you can really try to moderate things and try to have open the way to a more transparent conversation.
Okay, so education is the key.
I think so. I believe platforms have responsibilities for sure, and we need to be aware of them. And there are now many documentaries about that too that I suggest to watch. But then we are also, you know, people and community outside social media, and the programs are also there, are on television, are on, you know, on offline situations. So it's all connected, and it's all. A lot of this has to do with education. I'm sure about that. Yeah.
Okay, for the last question, let's change topic. We move to the Democrat candidate Joe Biden, and he's trying in every way possible to exploit social media potentials, setting unprecedented new records. For example, he spent more individually on Facebook advertisement than Trump and Hillary Clinton spent combined during 2016 election. Although these huge investments, he seems far behind in reaching the number of Trump's followers, and many Americans still look at him like as the old Sleepy Joe. Do you think this is due to a limit of social media in depicting imaginaries, or there's something Joe Biden could have done better?
Okay. Yeah, definitely Biden numbers on social media are really lower compared to Trump's one in terms of followers, engagement, word of mouth. We have to say that Trump had, of course, a long time to build his community. So he had the campaign 4 years ago, he had his presidency, and now this campaign, and he never stopped, as we said, using social media in a very direct, present, aggressive way. So following his style, and Biden has a different style for sure. So a softer side, I would say. So he had a long career in institutions. He was vice of Obama, of course. So he's also an older guy, and has a different approach, and that's definitely mirrored in the content he put online in this.
Well, by the way, he's only 2 years older than Trump, so it's strange.
Yeah, you're right. But I have this perception that in the way he's viewed, he's perceived even as a more older person, which I mean, of course, age is not an issue. It's more about the attitude that, in a way, in our society, probably, even if it's, we can agree that it's a wrong perception, but the energy that Trump brings to the table sometimes probably makes him feel like he's more active. And then, of course, we need to go to look at what he says, not just how he says things. But definitely a different style. So definitely Trump's style suits better social media, even in a not so politically correct way. Then I believe the Democrats probably, after the last defeat, probably have tried to work more on the ground. So it's now that we have to remember that social media popularity doesn't really mean vote. It can influence that, but it's not like a direct correspondence. And so I think they work more on the ground, even if, of course, door to door was not easy to do with COVID, but I believe they probably try to work more on that, more on television. We have to remember that television is very, very popular, as we said, and less on digital. I've seen that Biden tried to use some formats that are popular, like the students reacts to, scientists reacts to, or abuelas reacts to Trump's speeches. So he tried a little of couple, more empathetic things, and so he probably has chosen more to follow an empathy path than a leaderism path, let's say. And having said that, I also think that we have to look at all the Democrats area. So I think there are maybe other representatives of the party that have used social media in a more effective way and brought numbers and attention to the importance of voting for Biden. So, for example, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, she's very good on social media. She has tried some interesting things, like, for example, I've seen her using Twitch, which is a gaming platform where she really reached like 1 million people with one streaming, for example. So those are really strong numbers. Even Sanders, which is an older guy but very active in the primary phase, and very supported by a community of younger people, used a more funnier and lighter approach in things that maybe involve even people that are not so used to policy stuff. What else? I also think that in the end, in the last days, the Biden campaign tried to be more accessible in that sense. And for example, they shared this video of Obama that sank this basket in this gym school in Michigan, I believe, and showing this fresher side of the Democrats. Of course, Obama is very popular, very well-loved president now. And so I think they try to include this bigger team effort inside the Biden campaign to reinforce in what he was probably missing a little bit. I'm not sure if this brought votes to him, because you see Obama and you see then Biden, and you see a different charisma there. And I think Obama charisma is stronger, so maybe this has really highlighted the differences between the two. But it's also to be said that, as we say, unity is stronger, right, than the single person. So I think they invested on that. I mean, in terms of suggestion to the team, probably I would have used more people, more than they have used. So to really show these real American people that they really campaigned for. They said that this was all about sustaining the middle class, rebuilding the middle class, the soul of the nation, etc. And on the other side, probably I would have made more bolder proposals. They have talked a lot about, of course, the pandemic, which is not a very, inspiring topic, but they also talk about climate change, and probably on this side, they could have made more, proposals that could have reached the younger generation more. But it's easy to say what to do when you are not in the machine. So we will see. We will see tonight how things will work out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you so much for spending your time with us.
Thank you very much.
Microphone.
Welcome back. It's 5 a.m. in Italy. I think you should put on also Martina, Andrea.
Yes.
On the screen. It's 11 p.m. in Eastern Time, and we have some updates on the race because all the networks have immediately assigned California, Oregon, and Washington State to Mr. Biden. Mr. Biden now has 205 electoral votes compared to the 112 of Mr. Trump, but the race is too close to call in many states, and Mr. Trump is likely to have, for example, the 29 electoral votes in Florida soon at his count. I will go now to Serenella, that she will start a round of more detailed updates on all the states that are more intense right now.
So, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, as an update, quick, Trump has won Missouri, that is 10 electoral votes. And we cannot have a lot of updates from the Rust Belt, which includes the state of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and Trump's lead in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania is just momentary because there are very few votes counted right now.
Yeah, from the early votes.
Yes. So now I leave the floor to Sofia.
Thank you very much. Now we have Biden leading in the New Hampshire with 38% of the votes reported, but we have Trump leading in both Ohio and Georgia. In Ohio, we have 82% of votes reported, and Trump leads with 52.8%. We have to remember that President Trump won the state by 8 points in 2016.
Yeah.
And Georgia, with the 60% of votes reported, still in Georgia, Trump is leading with the 60% of votes reported, and he's leading with 55.5%. And Georgia has become an unexpected question mark for President Trump, with Biden posing a strong challenge in this state that Democrats have not carried in presidential election since 1992.
Yeah.
Now I'm leaving the floor to Martina.
Yes, we have the first results from Iowa with the 25% votes counted, and Biden is leading 57.5% to 40.8%. To Trump, but it's still too early to give conclusions. Then we have North Carolina, which is a very important state, and it is a nail biter because Trump is leading by just a percentage point, but we are still to the 93% of votes counted. And any important news? Biden has an important lead in Arizona with 53.7% of advantage, and Trump 45%. And this is a very important lead because it suggests that Biden struggles with Latinos in Florida doesn't necessarily reflect in the other states. And this is the result of probably of several early votes. And that's all. So we'll see.
it's important to notice, if we look now at the map, is that basically Biden in this moment has already secured all the states that Clinton won 4 years ago, except for Maine. That is still too early to call because there are low number of votes recorded, and Nevada that has extended their polls closure to 10 polls closure and still has not reported any votes. We will now go to an important part of our night because we have a live connection to the East Coast of the US. We have two distinguished Italian professors teaching, one teaching economy, the other teaching finance in the US. We have Professor Alberto Bisin from New York University and Professor Sandro Brusco from Stony Brook University. They will be interviewed by Camilla and Alex. It will be an interesting conversation on the impact of US elections on the global economy.
Just to say hello and thank you.
Ciao Andrea.
Ciao, grazie per essere qui. Lascio la parola ai nostri ragazzi. Alex and Camilla, the floor is yours. Alex, microphone.
Sorry. Voi ci sentite, noi Alex non lo sentiamo. Now?
Perfettamente.
It's English? We speak English?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I start. And I would like to ask Sandro Brusco. Okay, in these 4 years, Trump polarized a lot, even in his party.
Sorry, we're trying to listen.
Mi sentite?
No problem.
Not very well, just 1 sec.
Okay.
Let's move. We are here with friends, and
because we are disturbing you. You are in the middle of a dinner.
We're in the middle of the dinner, looking at the election. 4 years ago, it was the same. So
Okay.
yeah, so that's what we do.
4 years ago, I wasn't on.
No, but Tiziana was. Yeah. Okay, so sorry. Go
My
ahead.
question is, because since 2016, Trump polarized a lot, even in his party. We see people like John Kasich in Ohio or Jeff Flake in Arizona, for instance, who oppose him. And if Trump will lose this night, as Bush suggests for now, what may be the future of the party, especially looking at the fact that the party has a true appeal on young people? This is a question for Sandro Brusco.
I don't really know the inner working of the U.S. Republican Party or any other party for that matter. But if things seems to go the way they are going, then it's there will be consequences inside the Republican Party. Nothing that was not already playing out. I mean, the victory of 4 years ago again by Trump was clearly a victory of an insurgent inside the party against the incumbents. The anointed candidate 4 years ago was, yet another Bush family member, and it was soundly defeated. The establishment was not with Trump. The establishment of the Republican Party was not with Trump. Eventually, they, decided to go with him because he became a candidate. But it has always been in a very uneasy relationship, and then this will just be the continuation of that trend with essentially. Solidification, if you want, of the social coalition that Trump led to victory 4 years ago, and apparently is bringing to victory this year as well, which is basically a coalition of mostly non-college graduated worker in the Midwest, plus the South, which has become a kind of a Republican stronghold. That's what's going to happen. It's this change in the Republican Party has been going on for quite a while. It will continue the way that it has done up to now. Then we will see.
But it's a problem which this party has to manage to the future, because it's a problem, no?
Okay, define problem. It's clearly a problem for the classical Republican establishment. They are going to be substituted. It will be a problem for people like me, because that means of the two parties, one I will be unable to vote. And it's a problem more in general for the Republican Party. I don't know. I mean, they've been able to win 2 elections at the end of the day. So if that's the point, the party probably can prosper. I think, but that's only my personal opinion, this is bad for American democracy, but it's just my opinion.
Yes. Okay, so, and another question for Professor Brusco. This year is important not only for the next president, but even for the Senate. In 2016, them has lost the Senate, and this might be the year to take effect. And if someone had looked at the polls a few months ago, states like Colorado and Arizona would appear soft, while today we see
they will flip, and Alabama flipped back to the Republican, as was widely expected. Now, now we have to see what happens in Maine and in the others. In the other states that were kind of pending. The surprise tonight.
1 minute. No. I want to ask you if this, brutal to say, but seems like COVID-19 helps a lot Democrats in the states. Do you think that this advantage could be managed in the future, in the next 2 years, because to take back the Senate?
In 2 years, to be honest, I don't know which states are on the ballot 2 years from now. This year, it was heavily, it was kind of, I don't know, maybe balanced, I would say. But I don't remember which senators are under election 2 years from now. So we will see. In general, it is true that in the midterm election, the opposition party does better. But if for example, all the senators to be confirmed are mostly Democrats, there will be very few space for them to flip the Senate again.
I have.
You're done. Thank you so much, Alex.
No. But now it's time for Camilla. I leave for Camilla.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would step in with a question to Professor Biggie. And I would.
You're asking, you're me, right? I haven't heard.
Yes. So, from a merely economic perspective, to what electorate is Trump appealing when he praises deregulation and cuts in taxation? And what is Biden's focus instead, and who is the target electorate?
Yeah, on the economic dimension, it turns out, I'm a little surprised about this, I should say, but from what I understand, it turns out that it cuts in the traditional ways or semi-traditional ways, right? So in the end, Trump is is talking to people to relatively, is still, okay, so Trump is talking to, let's see what happens in Michigan and Pennsylvania, but most probably he's talking to blue collars. And he's also talking to, protection of wealth. Okay, so Biden itself is not really, a very aggressive in any of his policies, a very run-of-the-mill kind of a Democrat, but there is clearly a sense, and Trump has exploited this a lot in his campaign. There's clearly a sense that the Democratic Party is going to the left. AOC or Sanders, of course, but AOC and all these people are pushing for, or even Senator Warren, they're pushing for very strong, changes in the structure of, for instance, the tax structure of businesses and high income and high wealth. So, I mean, if you had asked me even 3 weeks ago, I would have said, I don't think these people are really moved by, they're really worried about Biden. I think Biden is still going to be, if he wins, he's still going to be a center kind of a figure. But my understanding, it's that it might in fact be on the contrary, that, high wealth, high income people are a little bit worried by the Democrats, not maybe specifically by Biden, right? So then if Trump wins tonight, it's because he managed to, I think, to put together, a coalition of, like Sandra was saying, non-college graduate, blue-collar people in the Midwest, and high wealth people everywhere. Okay, we'll see. I still don't. I mean, we haven't seen. You haven't yet seen, as far as I know. Maybe you know better than, but I haven't seen yet any reasonable number from Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, these places. So let's see what happens there.
Yeah, actually, it's difficult to be scared by Biden. I think.
Yeah, it's not true, right? So I agree with you. I certainly am not. But it might be that Trump was successful in associating Biden to the left of the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris is a little bit left. I mean, though she's running as a centrist now, she's left than Biden. But it might be, and this was clearly Trump's position in the campaign. He was trying to associate Biden with the left of the Democratic Party. And that's an operation that, it might work, might not work. It has some grounds, because I think it's true that the Democratic Party is turning to the left more than it was. And I think, in some sense, Biden was the nominee because, as a centrist, was, again, positioned in the center. It was supposed to be easier for him to beat Trump. But if Trump is successful, that's what he did. Okay, he was able to scare people, not by Biden himself, by really the association of Biden with the left of the Democratic Party.
And so, talking about social impact, and so the different in this respect, I'd like to talk with you about the economic consequences of the pandemic, how they are dealt by the two candidates. And in particular, I'm referring to an article that was published by the New York Times a few days ago, written by the economist Marianna Mazzucato.
Mm-hmm.
He says at one point that the only way to end the pandemic is to develop a COVID-19 vaccine and make it available for free to every person in the world. So I would like to ask you, what is the position of the two candidates in this perspective? So do their healthcare proposals encompass the issue of public intervention? Or are we still in an completely American mindset, also talking about Biden's perspective that, as you said before, should be a little more socially concerned?
Okay, so I don't know if the two candidates have a position on the price of the vaccine. I think one, I don't know what happens behind the scenes, but if I have to look at one thing that it looks like Trump did okay, is to put a lot of money and hedge it around several companies on the development of a fast vaccine. Now, then he screwed up the CDC, screwed up all sorts of institutions, trying to convince, this institution to approve the vaccine, even when maybe it was not completely determined whether it was safe, right? So he screwed completely on that side, but he's put a lot of money into getting a vaccine quickly, anyone. Okay, so whether in his mind he wants to give the vaccine for free, I don't know. Whether Biden wants to do that, I don't know. I think, I think this idea of the American healthcare system as completely, this whole idea that I think people have in Italy, that you don't have a credit card, you don't go to a doctor in the US, it's not really right? So I think in New York, we basically have, I'm here at a party, like I was saying to Andrea, we had a party with 10 people. We all got vaccinated. We all got tested before coming, just to make sure that we were okay. Tests are free, easily available, at least in New York. So we all got tested for free, and it was cheap. It was free and easy to get. And Medicare and Medicaid. So I don't think if we have a quick vaccine, I mean, I'm not saying that there won't be issues with, inequality and distribution of income in the access to the vaccine. I'm sure there is, but not as extreme as, we usually think of them from Italy. So let's get the vaccine, and whether it's free or not, let's make it, cheap, and I'm sure it will be. And, states control the healthcare systems a lot. So again, in New York, the testing is free by decision of the governor. So, it's gonna, if we get quickly a vaccine, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be it's gonna be enough. Now, at the end, we can complain, of course, that there is a distributional issue, and there will be, and it's important. But I don't think it's as first order as people like to think.
And what concerns the development of the vaccine instead? You were saying before that Trump put a lot of effort in spurring the development. And there's another Italian economist, Emiliano Brancaccio, that said that the only way to help researchers in the fight is to coordinate the spread of knowledge about the virus, as well as the pharmaceutical industry, in order to increase efficiency in what he calls a sort of scientific socialism. So can the private sector win alone the race for the vaccine?
Of course, he won every one of these races. Brancaccio doesn't know what the hell he's saying. And honestly, sorry, he doesn't know. I'm very sorry. I've had. No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm not saying that you cannot do it the socialist way, but these companies are competing. They're doing it for profits. If the vaccine is free, somebody will pay the vaccine for the people who get it, which will be the government. And basically, everything that's ever been done in this dimension has been done with the incentive of the basis on profits. Now, you want to control it some ways. You want to centralize the information. There's a million beautiful things you can do. But, the socialist, it's just purely ideological crap. Sorry, Camilla. It's just, it's late at night. And I'm watching Trump winning, and I'm not very happy. And to just hear the socialist vaccine, it's too much for me tonight. Nothing against you, huh? Say again?
So what's the role that the state should?
You put money into development of the vaccine. You put money not in one company, in 8, 10, 9 companies. You try to develop a competition of this company for the vaccine, and then what you need to do, what you need to be careful about, which is what Trump has not done, is of course the public control over the safety of the vaccine, right? So, of course, if you say, whatever you produce, just give it to me, that is crazy. And that's where, of course, competition goes nuts, right? Because then, of course, if you give me an enormous incentive to produce a vaccine, and you're not checking whether the vaccine is safe, then, of course, you're going to run into very, very serious problem in a competitive mechanism. But as long as at the end there is a authority, which used to be the CDC in this country, okay, an authority which controls and checks with a whole complicated mechanism of checks and balances on the basis of the scientific community, the safety of the vaccine, then I trust it. Now, when the government enters into this check and balances from the independent authorities and makes these authorities not anymore independent but dependent on the political system, which is what Trump has done, then I'm worried. Then I'm not taking the vaccine. See what I mean? So the issue is the controlling ex post. It's not the incentive ex ante.
Yeah, clear. And so I leave the floor to Alex for our last question. Thank you so much.
Alex is Sandro?
Yes. Okay, but it's for both.
It's for both.
It's for both. It's a question about universities. We know that besides many other activities, even universities have to face with the COVID-19. We know that the tuition in America are very high, and that shocked pushed many students to not register this year. And in addition, the student loan debt since 2006 grew rapidly, and in 2019 was 1.6 trillion. Okay, both of you are working in America and in universities. I want to ask you, what do you think about? Some people think that it's the next bubble in the economy. It's like people say. And do you think that the next president, regardless of who he can be, would face the problem?
The problem is education debt?
Yes.
College debt.
The loans on private college.
Yeah. I'm going to go with the...
It's a problem?
Yeah, no, but that's the point. Is it a problem? I have no particular signal of any strong systemic problem from that point of view. Of course, if you are a student and you have to repay debt, that's a problem for you. But at the end of the day, it's a matter of distributional policy, right? It's do you prefer that your debt is paid by these former students, or that there is some form of government intervention? It becomes a systemic problem if the amount of student debt puts into danger the financial institution that own this debt, which is what happened in the Great Recession of 2008, 2009. At that time, it was mortgages. Now, student debt may play a similar role. Honestly, I don't see it because it's 1 or 2 order of magnitude less than the mortgage debt. And now, after the crisis, quite frankly, the financial system seems to be more robust. Now, there is so from that point of view, I don't think there are any particular worry. There is a more general issue, which is access to higher education here in the US. It is true that there is a lot of private education, but it's also true that there are inexpensive alternatives to the private university that ask like $50,000 per year of tuition. First of all, I work in a state university where tuition is much lower. There are even cheaper alternatives. Of course, typically the quality is lower. The quality of education is lower, but still, it's not. But if I have to tell the truth, the US has, I think, a rate of access to higher education higher than Italy, where education, tertiary education is basically free. And it doesn't seem to be the real problem, the tuition cost. There is something else that prevents the expansion of higher education, which honestly I don't know what it is, but not the debt. That's my impression, at least.
Okay.
Can I just one thing? I tend to agree, but not completely. I think there is an issue with college loans, and in part it's been, it's very hard to default on the college loans. So there was a push to extend college loans in the last 10, 15 years. Part of it from for-profit universities, low quality. So there's an issue. I think part of the issue was, how can I say, lack of regulation in terms of the quality of the institutions for which people are studying for. Okay, so the very expensive institution, I work for one of them, so I'm not trying to defend the kind of, right, so tuition at NYU is over between $50,000 and $60,000 a year, so crazy expensive. But the guy who comes at NYU and does pre-med and then medical school and borrows $80,000 a year for 4 years is going to repay them in 5 or 6 years. Okay, and it's not typical. Okay, so it's a problem. I mean, it's not, but it works. He's borrowing, he's becoming a doctor, he's doing well. I'm not saying that.
For the STEM courses like mathematical or economics or not sociology, because people who studied that, even in Harvard, a part of them can't repay that.
No, but that's part of the issue, right? So if you borrow $60,000 a year to study Sanskrit, it's fine, but it's clear that you're not going to make money to repay that debt. Okay.
Okay,
so
it's clear.
Huh?
For the students, it's clear.
For the student, it's clear, and the bank who offers the loan or the government institution that offers the loan knows that it's very hard for the student to default, and there are various sort of incentives to extend this loan. Okay, so that is an issue, that is a problem, and again, it's even more so. It's even more so a problem when the student does economics or engineering in a college that it's a for-profit college, then does not prepare you, and the student doesn't find a job that can. And again, because of all the restrictions, it's very hard to default, right? So if I borrow to build a company and the company fails, I'm defaulting and I go. Okay, so the mechanism here are such that it's in the interest of the banking, of the financial institution, and in part of the government, because a good chunk of these loans are offered by the government. So there's an incentive there to offer these loans, and in some cases the incentive is a little perverse. Okay, so there is an issue of regulation. I think it's important. It's important there be an issue of regulation. It's important that some kind of default is allowed under some condition in various forms. Okay, so it's not that the system should not be reformed in fundamental ways. And sometimes before you do these reforms, you cancel part of the debts and you do all sorts of stuff that, students will be happy, and some people are proposing that. But in the end, I agree with Sandro. This is not a first order. It doesn't look like a first order issue. It's large, but it doesn't look like a first order issue. A lot of people are repaying their debts reasonably, like they expected to do,
so it works
in the market. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Professors, I have a last question for both of us.
Yes.
Which has been inspired by a question that I asked to Professor Bizin 4 years ago. The question was, you have signed in 2016, sorry, just 1 minute, a letter against Donald Trump. You have signed, both of you.
Yes.
4 years later, some days ago, a new letter again signed by hundreds of great economists all around the world. So, the question in two parts. The first is the things that you were in some way worried about 4 years ago has actually happened in the last 4 years. Were you right in signing that letter? I think yes. And the second question is, how do you feel in knowing that in any case you will not have to sign another letter against Trump in 4 years?
Well, we might have to sign a letter against somebody worse.
Yeah.
In 4 years, maybe his daughter. A letter against his daughter would be fun.
Yeah, or his son-in-law.
Or his son-in-law, even worse.
Why not?
I think we were right, Andrea. I think we were right, and I think we're right this time. I think we were even. I think it's even worse than we expected, right? We were discussing tonight. So the dimension of, protectionism against trade and against trade of commodities and against flows of people, immigration, it's very clear. I think it damaged the country, and we expected it would do this, and we did, and it damaged the country, we think. Not obvious that the country agrees, but I still think it's true. I think, from my point of view, Sandro may not agree, I don't know, but from my point of view, I think we thought Trump was a weird guy, not really, a good-natured person 4 years ago, a little bit of a crook. Now, I personally think is really, really dangerous. I think that, this pathological narcissism that drives his policies is really, really, really dangerous for the country. I think the way he dealt with COVID-19, and independently of the fact that the way he dealt it had a large or not large effect on the outcome, I still think the way he dealt with COVID is an example of a person that is not able to think outside of his own psychological mental health issues, okay? And this scares me. On top of it, we thought, the guy couldn't care less about authoritarian issues. We thought, the guy was, only cared about himself. We actually now see that he has authoritarian, how can I say, tendencies, instincts, which also are very scary. And this, honestly, I would not have said. See, 4 years ago, I don't remember our discussion, but I don't think I told you I'm afraid that this guy is going to be, is going to go for an autocratic system. I was afraid that he would destroy or he would damage the institutional mechanism, the institutional system in the US, and he's done it enormously. But on top of it, he's damaged it also in the direction of autocracy that I would not have expected 4 years ago. So I think I think we were right. And if anything, we were not, we had not understood how dangerous this was enough. Now, this year, honestly, I'll leave it to Sandro, but I have to drive back to New York now. So I honestly thought this would have been clear to the population, and apparently it wasn't. So, I might be wrong. I might have been wrong 4 years ago. I might be even more wrong today. But I didn't really change my mind in any way, honestly. Sandro.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm driving. I have 2 hours drive. I'm going home. Thank you. It was nice talking to you. Camilla, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to react to you. It's just,
No, it wasn't my opinion. So
Yeah.
It was a moment of great television. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
If I can put a slight note of optimism, I honestly was afraid that the kind of protectionist wave that Trump was promising 4 years ago would have been worse. At the end of the day, in terms of international trade, he hasn't done much. In particular, he was promised to renounce the North American Free Trade Agreement. It was recontracted, small cosmetic changes, but the NAFTA treaty is back where it was. So from that point of view, I'm happy to report, at least under that particular dimension, but threat to international trade, my worst fears did not materialize. Whether it was because he didn't try or because the institutional structure around him prevented from doing that, but I don't know. And I don't know what he's going to do in the next 4 years. He kept using the xenophobic and protectionist rhetoric during this campaign. It may just be yet another example of a politician promising things and doing another. Quite honestly, I hope that he will not be able to implement the protectionist policy that he has been promising. Other than that, I agree with Alberto. These have been 4 bad years. So let me remind you, from the economic point of view, the major law that Trump passed was the tax reform passed at the end of 2017. That opened a public deficit in 2019, so before the recession induced by the pandemic, of 5%. And that was in a year in which the US economy was expanding a lot. It has put the public finances on a very dangerous path. Now, it's true that in this interest rate environment, with interest rate very low, debt and public deficit are less dangerous than they used to be in the past. But I still think it's pretty dangerous to be in the situation where the US is going. After the pandemic, the debt to GDP ratio will be very high, will be at, I think it will be at levels similar to where Italy was at the beginning of the 90s, so around 120%. Again, the institutional structure in the US is different, so probably the US is less subject to currency attacks and stuff like that. I'm still worried. And quite honestly, this opening gap in the public budget was completely unwarranted. I mean, there was no good economic reason. There were excellent political reasons, of course, but from the point of view of economic policy, it was really a bad idea.
Thank you, Professor Brusco. I think that we have got the proper title for the program. Good night and good luck. So good night. Okay. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Camilla. Just 50 seconds of and then wrap up about financial markets. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye. Good night.
On the East Coast, we're back on the air, and we have news. There will be young children in the White House for the first time since the Kennedy generation. An African American has broken the barrier as old as the Republic, a seismic shift in American politics.
This is an extraordinary moment for our democracy. These are unlikely to settle for quite some time.
Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the president of the United States.
And we are back with Ray and Andrea.
Hello.
Right. Hey, we need a bit of luck here, right?
Really?
I don't know. Looks like the market didn't really enjoy the last few news and the last updates. As you may have already commented, the situation has turned a little more uncertain, and right now this is the picture.
Let's see the picture.
The picture is this.
I
After
saw
that pop-up we talked about in the last wrap-up, now we are starting to go down a little bit. As soon as more uncertainty started pouring in, immediately we saw a movement back down. As you can see, nothing special, because I mean we did many updates where we were around 3350 level. Now we are at 3380. So I mean, not talking about big swings here. It's like 30 points. Nothing significant, but still it's a change of trend. That's it. We were going in a pretty clear direction, and now the tendency has inverted. That's at least a mini signal by the market. Same issue here on the euro dollar.
Oh, wow.
Let me clear these indicators. Basically the opposite, going down and then now starting to rise a little bit. That's the situation. No other significant financial products has given any big red flags. Like, for example, this is crude oil, and if you saw it on a daily level, this is the actual movement, so nothing special. This is gold, same, going down a little bit, but nothing really significant. These are bonds, and bonds are going down. I am short bonds. I think they will keep going down. And that's it. That's the pound euro, the pound dollar. So like the cable, as they used to call it. Nothing special from any other situation. This is the Nasdaq, and this is on a 5 minutes perspective. As you can see, it also retraced a little bit. It pulled back from this upward movement, retracing like half of that, so not a big deal. Okay, that's more or less the situation.
So it's still too early to call a winner also for the financial markets, or?
Yeah, looks like this. Looks like they tried to call a winner here, like during our last update, and then they were the market was forced to retrace a little bit, to make a step back. That's the situation.
Okay.
Right now.
Ray, do you have some question for Mr. Vaturi?
No, I'm really sorry. Like, my mind right now is really,
I mean,
struggling.
There's really nothing special to say here. We just have to keep looking. In my opinion, the biggest comment is like the absence of huge volatility is a comment by itself, you know?
Okay.
Just like we said before, very different than 2016 election.
Yeah. I have another big comment for you. which is Serenella Caratozzolo an hour ago. Ice skating is one of the most beautiful sport to watch.
Thank you, Serenella. Come watch one of our shows as soon as the world will see shows again somehow, sometime.
Yeah, and after this comment by Serenella, I think that financial markets can celebrate.
Yes, now we can explode.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
See you in 1 hour. Thank you, Ray. Thank you.
Thank you.
1 hour, right?
Yes, more or less 1 hour. Yes, we are a bit late on the schedule. We are sorry, but
no problem.
Thank
See you
you.
later.
Bye. And now we have another guest. Her name is Carol Manzetti. Is a friend of us because she's a friend of one of our friends. She's a friend of Alex Turini, professor that we have interviewed. We have seen his interview some hours ago. She lives in Texas. She's a Texan, and she is a political activist in a specific personal case, Democrat activist. With me, Lorenzo, that will interview Carol Manzetti. So, ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome Miss Manzetti. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah,
I'm
me too.
so exhausted. I've been at the polls nonstop in a very red area and been called all sorts of names, and I'm if it weren't for this, I would be asleep. I'm done with the electoral map for tonight, so ask away.
Yeah. But before going to sleep, say, just some question. Doing this
there are easy questions for sure.
There
are easy questions.
It's all good.
To ask.
I start with the first one, then I leave the floor to Lorenzo. Tonight has been full of big picture perspective on the election. Okay, we have just ended an interview with Professor Brusco and Professor Bisin. I wish to have a more personal, common people perspective. You have just come back to your house after a day in the ballot, if I have understood properly. So, which is first of all, exactly where are you, and then which is the general mood of people in your place, and generally speaking in U.S. according to you.
Yeah, so I've been following on my network. I am in Dallas, but I'm specifically in University Park. And the demographics of this area are that these are two municipalities within the city of Dallas. We are separate with a separate school district and tend to be very conservative. When the big Republican candidates come here to raise money, they come to these zip codes. I was just looking at the numbers. I tend to be a much more not a total numbers person. That's not my lane. But my precinct, I'm the deputy precinct chair for this little slice of land, and we went for Biden, the only one in this the two municipalities. So I'm very proud of that. So it's been an uphill battle, but we can thank Trump actually for bringing a lot of activists together that I am not from here. It's a long story, but in any case, I moved here from the East Coast, from Maine. And I assumed I was coming into territory where I found zero resonance with anybody. If anything, we have created a lot of community, and what's happened here in this, we're not technically suburban because we're really close to downtown, but we're the near suburbs. You know how now they're starting to distinguish between the near suburbs and the far suburbs in terms of voting. So there are groups of women forming, mostly women, all around the country as kind of a result of what happened in 2016. People who sat on the sidelines like myself and voted but didn't do anything have now been called to activism. So I'm really good friends with a woman of Indian descent, but who grew up in South Africa, who is very involved in mobilizing East Indians and the Indian subcontinent population, both here in North Texas, which is huge, and around the country. So it's been a combo of soft skills and people crunching numbers and telling us how and where to go and who to target. So the mood, so watching the bigger picture, I had a lot more hope coming into tonight. I was hoping for a blue wave. I was hoping for a silent Biden voter like there were silent Trump voters. Maybe it's because I'm really tired right now and I've worked nonstop, but finding out that it's going to most likely be a challenge, if not a legal challenge, and not knowing, I started looking at property in Italy, let's just say that. You know, part of me wonders if this is the place where I find resonance, because, so you don't have this position in Italy of a poll greeter. We basically stand outside and represent different candidates or different parties and just say hi to voters. If you've ever been to the United States and been to Walmart, like the person who greets you at Walmart, right? Hi, how are you doing? And I've been called all sorts of names to my face by, you know, old men, women. So it's, the microcosm of my life has been difficult the last few weeks. The bigger picture I had hoped would be different, but I'm under no illusion that we're a country that's one way or another way. I come from a Republican family. In fact, I haven't talked to my parents the last 4 days because I just won't. It doesn't make sense. I know a lot of single issue voters. I'm Catholic, and Catholic in America often means different than it means in Italy. It means choosing to be Catholic, not being culturally Catholic. And so, you know, a lot of my family votes very single issue and has a lot of racist tendencies. So that's really difficult to deal with on a personal level. The silver lining is finding community with people that I never would have felt I had community with. So that's probably more than you asked, but ask Alex. I never shut up. So.
Thank you.
And this is water, by the way. I can't even drink.
No, that's fine. That would have been fine anyway. No, I found really interesting what you were saying, like giving us an insight in the situation, because we're seeing the CNN, BBC, New York Times, but it's all numbers, data. So perceiving the real feelings, it's really interesting. And about this, I had a questions about riots, protests that are going around. Seeing on the news, I'm seeing a lot of scenes, a lot of videos of people fighting in the street. So I wanted to ask specifically to where you live in Dallas, in your suburbs, but in general, how you're feeling, how you're living this situation, also of fear of some possible riots and protests.
Well, I'm personally not afraid, but while I was greeting at the polls today, we had cars, and it was very light because our area had mostly everyone voted early. So today was like boring. Nobody was there, but cars would drive through and just look. And it looked as if they were looking to see, is there trouble? Do I need to make trouble? Do I need to stop trouble? They didn't, it was just awkward. And it happened over and over again. And there was a police, mind you, I live, again, this place, this is where the 1% lives. I'm not the 1%, but this is where, you know, Jerry Jones, who owns the Dallas Cowboys, lives in this area. It's a very, very, very high wealth area. And so the police obviously respond accordingly. And this polling place had 2 police officers there most of the day. At a certain point, the election judge in charge of the election came out and told me, he said, "We're hearing chatter about violence." And this was maybe about 4 o'clock. "Keep your eyes open." And I said, funny you should mention it. I've seen these cars driving by. He said, "Pay attention to those cars." And then the police were saying the same thing. At one point, one of them told me that there were snipers already pre-positioned on the top of what's called Highland Park Village, which is like the Beverly Hills shopping area. And it's high up, and it's near where a highway comes in, where they've been having Trump parades from outside agitators coming in. Our police here is very, they don't throw a match on things. So we had protests this summer where outside agitators came in to attend to Black Lives Matter. They marched in the street without a permit. That is what got the people pepper sprayed the other day that were marching to the polls, the black voters, because they were without a permit blocking a street. The police here let them march because it was better to diffuse rather than to ignite. So I feel in these two little areas very safe. I don't know what's going on in Dallas tonight. I know they've boarded up everything. The supermarket on Monday was, if not the day before a holiday, like 2 days before a holiday. People were stocking up on food. And I'm not kidding. You know, food, water, you know, canned goods, as if they would have to stay in their house for a few days. There were helicopters flying over at different points today. So it was real. I wasn't scared, but that's just not me. So
it's unusual for sure. Yeah, go on.
If I can ask a question, because almost every election is a fierce fight between two candidates. And the social, economic, cultural clash, it has been huge, okay? More or less every time. But I personally think that in recent times, especially maybe thanks to these populist anti-establishment movement, the new wave of digital media communication, the fake news, the post-truth, the alternative truth, blah, 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 blah. Politicians in general has lost one of their primary function, which was of shock absorption. Even in the most rough and tough political battle, for what I can remember or what I have seen or studied in the past, anyway, in the end of the election, there was a moment, maybe just a moment, of reconciliation in between everyone. Okay, maybe just a formal thing, but formality is important sometime because it's reassuring that it helps people to understand that tomorrow never dies. Actually,
well, and that the idea of America is above, and the
yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. And I think that it's my perception that in the last two elections, we have just to listen to the victory speech of Donald Trump and the concession speech of Hillary Clinton in 2016 that were everything but conciliatory, and in 2020. The general approach of Donald Trump that I've already declared that he will avoid to declare concession in case of a result that will be unfair for him. So the question is for you, and it's the following: am I right? What about shock absorption issue?
So again, that it's not necessarily my superpower of you know, I'm not a historian, I'm not a political scientist. However, living in this country and experiencing it from abroad and from here, I'm 52, so this isn't my first election. And I've done lobby work in Washington for the union that's my normal employment. And there was always this sense of, there was like you're at the coast, right? And you can fight like hell until you get to that coast, but that border between land and water, everybody would stop and say, we're not going beyond that because that is hurting America. And I think that was the concession speeches. That was Al Gore in 2000, conceding before he needed to concede when there were still these ongoing battles, but for the good of the country. What I fear right now, I tend to be an optimist, and I don't think this is the end of the American experiment. However, it's a big blow. We have never, in my lifetime, been this opposed and we really are in silos right now. And I've lived in rural America. I live in, urban Dallas now, but I lived in a small town in Maine of 900 people for 13 years. And so I've seen, I've lived life on both sides in both silos, kind of, even though I wasn't in that other silo. So I don't know the answer. I just know that I had a lot of conversations today with the woman who was the surrogate representative for somebody running for a state house seat. And she thanked me for being nice and kind. And I said, well, of course, we might disagree, but I'm not, but then when I tried to explain to her how I had been, I had an old man tell me to my face I should be ashamed of myself for supporting Biden. And I said, well, actually, I'm not. How dare you say that to somebody's face? We can disagree on who we vote for, but you don't tell me you hate me, So, I think Trump has just done so much damage to this country. And I think he's taken away that space to that shock absorption space of what, it's become this line of it's either all like him or you're wrong. And, personally, I resent being called not patriotic because I vote Democratic. Excuse me? So I don't know where we go from here, but I know that the only thing we can change are the small conversations. And, so we talk.
I think, okay, let me just say in the end of this interview, and I thank you so much for being here. And wish you...
I don't know how you guys are awake. That's what I don't know.
Neither do I.
A lot of coffee. And thank you so much. Let me say that in the same situation with other features, but the general architecture of the political zeitgeist all around the world, in Western society at least, is more or less the same. There's a polarization that involves UK, that involves Italy, and some other countries. So I think that yes, and it's a banality, but it's true, I think.
No, it's absolutely true. There are times when I think, I have a British passport, I could go live there. I'm like, well, nope. Do I want to go live in Italy? I don't know. Let me just try and make it better here,
Yeah, it's true.
So, well, thank you guys for doing this. And it's been interesting to see how much interest there is from the rest of the world watching this. I hope we get it right this time. I really hope we do.
We hope so, and we participate with a strong involvement because it's something that is distant geographically but incredibly near on any other terms. So good night, good luck.
Yes,
thank you very much.
And you too. And I now know where your podcast is, so I'll be following you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well done.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Bye.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Now it's time for another distinguished guest. Is a new friend of ours. He is William Arnone, that I asked to join the arena. Mr. Arnone, good night and good luck.
How are you this morning?
Very fine, thanks. Well, we'll see the night how it goes.
Yes. It'll be a long day, perhaps a long week.
Yeah. Absolutely. And by the way, I'm very happy to have you here because you are an important professional. But from our perspective tonight, you have been an activist. And you have been part of the staff of two of the most important national campaign in U.S., the 1968 RFK campaign and Hillary Clinton in 2016. So I leave the floor. I thank you so much to be here. It's a great pleasure. And I leave the floor to Ennio and Patrick. Lorenzo, me and you, we go.
Thank you.
See you later.
So welcome, Mr. Arnone. we have been told that your experience with presidential campaigns dates back a long time, because you had the chance to volunteer for the Robert Kennedy 1968 presidential campaign, campaign that had, of course, a tragic ending. What are your recollections also after more than 50 years from that moment?
Well, I think about it often, especially during a presidential campaign as we're having now in the United States. I was the age of the students who are watching this morning, and I was, in effect, what I would be called today was an intern in his Senate office. And then when he announced for the presidency, I worked part-time Senate office and part-time on his campaign. It was a very short campaign, 85 days, but it was electrifying. He touched a nerve in the United States at the time. He was trying to unite young and old, black and white, working class with other classes. He was really preaching a message of unification. And, it was a very exciting time. It's something that I relish. And I've never experienced anything quite like it. And at my age, I was 19, I was able to have an impact way beyond my years, because he would listen to the younger people on his staff. He would ask us for ideas. We would give him things that he would then use in his speeches. So it was a feeling you could make a difference. Even though I was the lowest person on his team, I felt he treated me with respect and listened to my suggestions. So it was an exhilarating time, despite how it ended.
Do you feel that the relationship between politicians and also what we call as interns, as low-grade staff, basically, how has changed through the years since 68?
Well, I actually think there are more opportunities for young people today than there were over 50 years ago. The role of intern has been elevated. I know here in the United States, every congressional member has interns, every senator. I think this has grown in value. I run a nonprofit, and we have summer interns, and we really rely on them. So to that extent, I think young people have more an opportunity today than we had back then. But what was different with Robert Kennedy, I think, and this was what made him unique, was his ability to listen and to talk to those of us who were young at a level where we felt he understood us. He seemed to have a very young soul, very imaginative, innovative. I don't want to idealize him. He was a politician, and he knew how to play hardball. He was a tough politician. But his heart, when he spoke from the heart, people felt it was authentic and it wasn't staged. And unlike what we see here in the United States today, he would never put people down. That was just not his style. He tried to elevate everyone and not be insulting and not be divisive. And that's what I miss the most.
Across seeing many years of politics, what do you think as, if you're asked to pinpoint a moment through the US political history, where the political discourse has started to deteriorate, going from these the scenarios, the relationship, the discourses that you mentioned before, for your previous experience as a young intern, as what we have today?
Well, I'm not one who thinks it's very different today. In fact, I think if you go back to the founding fathers of the United States, it was vicious. Our whole political culture has been mean-spirited throughout our years of existence. So this is nothing new. I think certain figures like Robert Kennedy try to elevate the discourse and get it away from personal. But the one thing that in 1968 we went through as a country, which thank God we haven't had it lately, was the use of political violence, and especially assassination, as a way to stop progress. And we suffered through the deaths of a president, his brother, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. These were all electrifying figures who were trying to change the United States. And I think that was the moment where we lost our innocence as a country. And thank goodness we haven't had that come back. But that was a really, I thought, it just was a turning point for our country, that people were being eliminated because of their political views, and that was difficult. The other thing, we were in the middle of a war, and that changes everything. The Vietnam War was the most divisive war in the history of our country, other than the Civil War. It was a war that we really didn't support, and yet it was being forced on us. And it was a terrible stain on our country. The way the world looked at us too, I think it really hurt the image of the United States. But we go in cycles, and I'm really a believer in cycles of politics, that the pendulum swings. A lot of us thought it would swing tonight. The early results were looking very questionable. But I do think there is that sense of pendulum. We swing far right, and then we go to swing far left. And sometimes we settle in the middle. But it's been a very unusual dynamic. And it's not just us. I think it's the entire world. I know Italy has had the same, I think, experiences as we have.
Indeed, we have. Especially in the last 25 years.
Excuse me, guys, but I'm personally really interested in meeting Mr. Arnone. Before moving from 1968 to the other campaign, I have a question, because last summer, I read a book titled "The Man and the Moment" that was about the 1968 election, and the thesis of the book, which was, by the way, pretty convincing, was that the deepest origin of the populist wave in American politics, in some way, started in 1968, especially looking at the race at the primary races. Okay, on one side, Ronald Reagan, on the other side. So my point is, do you agree with this theory? Do you agree that in some way the winning of Richard Nixon as cover a polarization of American politics that still nowadays express their effect in the way that we are seeing?
Yes, I'm often asked by young people, what was the result of 1968? You know, we like to think we were engaged in a massive effort to change the country, and we ended up with Richard Nixon, who was as close to a fascist president as we've had in our country. He undermined the Constitution, did some terrible things, and that really set the United States back in a very significant way. Then, of course, we had Jimmy Carter succeeding. So we then went to a person who embodied decency and respect for law. So populism has two strains in the United States. It has the strain that I think Robert Kennedy was part of, where if you want to have anger, you focus on the people above you. And then you have the populism today, which I think Trump epitomizes, where the anger is directed at people below you. And it's a very different kind of populism. There's a book out now by Jacob Hacker. He coins the term plutocratic populism. It's populism that serves the people in power, as opposed to populism that leads to big change and perhaps revolution. So yeah, 68 kind of awakened the populist spirit, but it ended up backfiring with the election of someone like Richard Nixon.
Well, I found the point very interesting, because on the Republican side, Reagan, on the independent side, George Wallace, and if I am correct, he was actually a Democrat that decided to run for president as independent, and they were populist. And by the way, for what I know, George Wallace was a very particular kind of Democrat, because he has more than one problem with the racial issues. And in the end of the day, also, for example, public figures like Eugene McCarthy or John McGovern in some way boost a sentiment of participation, for example, for young people that have to be managed, because otherwise it can take a particular shape, sometimes not violent but protesting, and the protest in front of the 1968 Democrat convention that brings to the trial of the Chicago 7 now on Netflix with a movie with Sacha Baron Cohen. It's a very good movie. Say something about this.
It's funny you mentioned him. I was very close to Abby Hoffman, and I can't wait to see how Sacha portrays someone who I don't think can be portrayed. So I'm anxious to see the movie. You go to mention George Wallace, though. A good portion of people who voted for Robert Kennedy after his death actually voted for George Wallace. And
Really?
That was remarkable because they were so different. But it was this sense of populism. It was that Robert Kennedy appealed to people's interests at a very authentic level. And whatever you thought of Wallace, clearly a racist, a person of hate, he was an authentic figure. And that's what I hear people say now about Trump. He's not scripted. He's not planned. He's very spontaneous. And people really view that authenticity as a big plus, even if what he says you might have a problem with, but how he says it, people say, well, he's speaking from the heart. And I think that's a very important factor in American politics, this idea of authenticity. And even Robert Kennedy, he was just a very authentic person. He couldn't be scripted. He couldn't be managed. He was himself. And the people really found that very appealing.
Yeah, thank you so much. I leave the floor to Ennio and Patrick. Sorry, guys. I have a last question in the end of the interview. Thank you.
Patrick, go ahead.
Okay, good evening to you, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here. Nice to meet you. I'd like to start off with a really, really basic question about tonight's elections. How do you, given your very broad experience with the US elections, how do you feel about the elections of tonight or the 2020 campaigns altogether?
Well, the election tonight is still up in the air. There are 3 big states that haven't come in yet, states that Biden must win, and that's Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We won't know the results until the end of the week because of mail-in voting and the phenomenon of advanced voting. But I must say, the initial indications, Trump is leading in all 3 states as of now. It's very disheartening. Part of the critique the Democratic Party will be facing if the results are not favorable is that we nominated a candidate who was not kind of the voice of change the way a lot of people think we need it. People who supported, say, Bernie Sanders as an example, feeling the Democratic Party has to be more of a working class party as opposed to a corporate party. So tonight's a moment of truth if it turns out we lose. And I say we, I'm a lifelong Democrat. There'll be a lot of soul searching as to what is our party supposed to be all about. And the early signs, again, are very disappointing. We'll see. We'll know by the end of the week, we hope. But then you have another undercurrent, and this is different. Even at the worst with Richard Nixon, which in my view was one of the worst, he honored the results of an election. When he lost to John Kennedy in 1960, he could have challenged it, and he said, no, the people have spoken. That's something that's the American tradition. When you lose, you concede. Well, we have a president now who's saying, I'm not going to accept defeat. And that's a whole different experience for us. What does that mean when someone loses an election and says, I'm not going to honor it? So we could have very difficult times in the United States if it plays out this way. So I'm very, very concerned.
Right. Thank you. The second question is more about your personal experiences with the campaigns you work with. And that would be, given the context of such a broad range, how was it reflecting on the different campaigns? How was it participating through all of these campaigns, drawing connections between them, even though there's been many years between them?
Well, it was very difficult for me. When you lose your hero, no one can replace him. So I went through the motions. I did help Jimmy Carter. I was inspired by him, ended up being disappointed. Robert Kennedy's brother, Edward, ran for the presidency in 1980. I'm very loyal to the Kennedy family. I helped him, very disappointing. Bill Clinton, I helped him, even though he was successful in the election. He wasn't quite the same. The closest for me has been Hillary Clinton. I helped her in 2008, and then I helped her in 2016. And she was the closest of any political figure, in my view, to Robert Kennedy. Unfortunately, when you knew her personally, you could see it. But when she campaigned, something was missing. People didn't see the same person that I saw when I dealt with her personally. So I thought she had great potential to be a figure very much like Robert Kennedy. But again, the voters thought otherwise. For me, though, it's been a process of growth. When I think of what I was doing at 19, if someone said to me, project where you'll be 50 years later, I would have never planned to be doing what I'm doing now, running a nonprofit in Washington, D.C., which is very exciting. But it was not something where I had a plan. Like every 5 years, I knew exactly what I'd be doing. You just kind of go with the flow. And that would be one message I would say to your students, is just be flexible. Never be flexible when it comes to your core values and your principles. Those, never compromise those, but be flexible as to how you try to achieve them, especially if you're interested in politics, public service, and government.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up to that one would be about, you already mentioned the connection between RFK and Hillary Clinton, about seeing a similarity between them. Is there any connection or a similar pattern that could be drawn to the current campaign of Mr. Biden?
I don't see it. I want to see it. I think Biden, considering his life, as Robert Kennedy suffered painful personal losses, so has Joe Biden. And I think that's helped him be a more attractive candidate. But it's hard for me to look at Biden and not just see an establishment figure. Whereas with Robert Kennedy, I saw a change agent, and that was already a big difference. Needless to say, there's no comparison, in my view, between a President Biden and a President Trump. Gladly, I'd want a President Biden. But he will have a difficult time. The country is split. We are, in 1968, we were a split country. Families were coming apart. We had a war. We had violence in the streets. We had a countercultural revolution going on. We had a drug culture. People were split, and you would think that the country was coming apart. I feel that we're close to that now, too, except now it seems to be more ideology and the potential for civil war. I've never thought I would see anything like that, and I feel it now. Now, in Washington, when I left last night, Washington was a boarded city. Offices, stores, all boarded up in anticipation of violence this week. The White House was barricaded. The idea that the White House, the people's house, had to be barricaded to protect the inhabitant from the people is a terrible sight for the United States. So I just think we're at a very difficult time in our country's history, and I can't predict where we're going to end up. But I do think a President Biden has a better chance to unite us than we've had in the past 4 years under President Trump.
Mr. Arnone, we are waiting for. Thank you. We are waiting for a speech from Joe Biden that should arrive in some minutes. While waiting for it, I would ask you a last question, because you are the CEO of the National Academy of Social Insurance. So you have, now we have talked about Mr. Arnone activist, but from this moment on, the professional. From the point of view of your profession, which are the most interesting, problematic, or not policies of both candidates? Can we analyze their programs?
Yes, we are an academy that focuses on economic security. both financial and health. And right now, the big dividing line in the United States is healthcare. Unlike Italy, we have a single-payer government system. In the United States, we have a public-private mix. And as a result, we have people who can't afford to get healthcare. It's become a product, not a right. And to me, that is the dividing line that is the most significant public policy right now in our country. And that is how we view healthcare. Clearly, President Trump views it as something that you should have a market for. You are a consumer, you buy it. Whereas President Biden, if he is a president, views it more as something that people have a right to. Now, how you get it established in a country with profit being an important part of healthcare, that's the challenge that he will face. We have a slogan in the United States, Medicare for all. That was kind of the dividing line within the Democratic Party. And Biden has said, I won because I wasn't for Medicare for all. It may be that when he governs, he'll realize that that's probably the answer that we have to go to. So that's the number one public policy issue. Underlying it, though, is the economic inequality and economic insecurity. For a country that's as rich as the United States, there are so many people living below the poverty line. Even if they work, they don't have enough money to make ends meet. And now the pandemic has just made it worse with high unemployment, stagnant wages. So you take those two together, healthcare and economic insecurity, and we have a very fragile country right now. It just needs bold leadership. And that's what I think we're looking for, bold leadership from our leader.
Thank you so much. Some other questions from Ennio, Patrick?
No, thanks.
We are fine for the moment. We have a comment from Professor Dubini, skating on thin ice. This could be, in 4 years from now, we'll have probably another radio program and we'll have a new title, Skating on Thin Ice.
No, we will plan to have a whole week live coverage instead of a single night.
Yeah, absolutely.
Better be prepared.
Don't stop, because the coffee industry in Italy needs...
Yeah, we will make turns.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask you, how are things in Italy these days politically? Are you... hard to keep track. Just in 30 seconds.
Pardon, I didn't get the question. Sorry.
No, how are things in Italy these days politically? It's very hard to keep track.
There's a non-disclosure agreement that we have signed.
Well, my quick comment is that there is a reason why we are talking about the U.S. elections. and not Italian politics. Yeah, indeed. There is a reason why.
Well, as an Italian American, I have a very strong feeling about my homeland, so to speak, and I hope that things can get better there too.
Absolutely. Breaking news, we could have a celebrity guest in our feed in some minute, and we'll wait for her. For the moment, please warmly welcome again Lorenzo. Here we are, and Mr. Arnone, we are very proud to introduce you one of the most important and beloved professor of our university, Professor Paolo Dubini.
Oh, adesso. Good morning, everybody.
Hello.
How are you? How you I can see you look beautiful. I mean, you look for once you look worse than I do. Because I just got up and you are still up. Oh, good.
Yeah, there's a general mood of pajama party right
exactly.
here.
I'm dressed up. I'm dressed.
You look amazing. You're amazing.
I look amazing.
You look amazing.
Oh, you are very elegant. Do you have a pajama? Are you wearing a pajama under?
Absolutely, because when this marathon will end, I have just to run and I will be ready to go to bed.
Ready to go.
Thank you so much.
Mamma mia, I really appreciated what you were just saying, Mr. Arnone, about the difference of considering people, taxpayers or citizens. I really think this is amazing to me, because whatever happens is going to be the most difficult thing, to recreate a public space, because apparently there are an increasing amount of people who do not think that having a public space, having a digital public space is crucial, is very important. And it's not just very important for theoretical reasons or for romantic views, but it's very important for personal safety. It's very important for economic reasons, personal economic reasons, which then collectively puts up on international, I mean, on the whole country. I was really struck by your statement, because I fully agree with you.
Well, thank you. I think that's an interesting way to look at it, the public space. One of the things I often think about when I look back at 1968, the idea of social media was unheard of back then, and how it's transformed everything, our culture, our politics, our economy, and the role. I don't know if any of you have seen a movie called Social Dilemma. I don't know if it's a remarkable movie to see how Facebook and Google and all the others, what they've done. It's not all bad, but it's very little good. And I think that's another aspect that we have to get a grip on, because the amount of disinformation is pervasive, and people just seem to be very gullible when it comes to the spreading of misinformation, because it's in a very pervasive medium like social media. So that's a big difference between now and, say, 50 years ago.
Yeah. Another thing that I was thinking that is somehow related to that is that how long will it take before we know the results of this election? I mean, when this marathon is over.
Well, the three states that are now in the balance, they will not be counting all their ballots until Thursday or Friday. So we at least have a week of uncertainty. And then you have on top of that the probability that President Trump will say, I don't believe it. I don't buy these.
Absolutely.
This is fake results, just the way he's talked about fake news. So we could be in for a very, very traumatic time for the United States.
Yes, and just seeing stores putting up wooden benches on their windows, for me was amazing. I mean, in a democratic country, something like this could happen during elections is one of the worst oxymoron one could think about. And what makes me think is the uncertitude that there's going to mount, whatever the results. I mean, it doesn't really matter what the number is, what the numbers are. It is going to be at least, as you said, 1 week of uncertainty, which is amazing.
Yes. When I was leaving Washington, I spoke to some police officers who were getting ready for this week. And I asked them, what's the biggest threat you're concerned about? Is it from the left or from the right? And they said it's both.
Absolutely.
It's both, really. So that's, you talk about civil war, it just seems like we could be on the verge of something like that. And of course, as you know, in the United States, guns are pervasive too. Everyone has a gun. So that just adds to the potential for very serious violence in our country.
In order to make a carambata, which is a classic Italian process that put together people that maybe haven't met in the past 10 years. I mean, I'm explaining this to Mr. Arnone because it's a classic Italian tradition. I kindly ask to Andrea Vaturi, I know, listening to me, to switch on the camera in order to have some wrap up about the financial.
Sorry, Andrea.
Yeah.
Vice President Biden is speaking right now.
Okay.
Okay,
we go live.
Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I'm going to talk to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
And on the music of Higher and Higher, Biden's...
we have a reaction, a live reaction from the president. I'm going to read. We are up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Yeah, we are going to we're going to have some interesting days ahead.
Yes, who wants to start? Round table. Patrick, you start. What do you think about Biden's statement and Trump reaction?
Well, I do feel like that for Biden to have a speech before Trump was a smart choice, and mentioning some of the states that were unsure for him, just to bring, cheer people up, build the general spirit of the election night up is a good thing. It's a very sort of an awakening speech after such a long night, and it was a clean, simple speech in my opinion. But Trump's reaction again is classic Trump, just pinpointing something not weird or funny out, like you cannot cast any votes after the polls are closed or something. It's just classic Trump trying to create a little bit of hustle, just stir up the pot. Yeah, it's something you'd expect from him, but that's it.
Yeah. In the meantime, someone in our newsroom has written that President Trump has said that he will announce his victory tonight. So let's see. Mr. Arnone, before saying goodbye and thank you again for your participation.
You're very welcome.
Do you want to comment in some way Biden's statement?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Before saying goodbye,
Yes.
with my heart full of gratefulness, do you want to comment the Biden statement, the Biden speech that we have just listened to?
Well, I think it captures the uncertainty. We really won't know until the end of the week. His confidence about one important state, Pennsylvania, which really could end up making the difference. We have a system called the Electoral College. Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes. That's a very big number, and it could be what we all come down to looking at Pennsylvania. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you and to your students, and I hope you will all look at the United States as a beacon the way we once were, and I'm confident that good things are still ahead despite all our troubles. We have to remain optimistic. It's essential.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to all of you.
Thank you so much, and more than ever, good night and good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And I would thank you also, Ennio, Patrick, and Lorenzo, because we have to talk about financials, and so we have something to do. We have stuff to do. We're sorry.
I feel that stock markets are going to buzz really, really hard now.
Let's see. Do you want to stay with us, Ennio?
No, I will check back later to do an update on the results before Professor Tonello will rejoin us.
Which is an incredibly complex way to define a power nap. Thank you so much, Ennio. No. Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Lorenzo. And now the Carambata, ladies and gentlemen, one side of the ring, Professor Dubini on the other side, and Andrea Vaturi.
Andrea! Good morning. The lazy ones who get up slightly early and come.
We are like straight from the night, not even 1 minute of sleeping, with this fresh look, and we are here. Look at Andrea, he's like Highlander, probably.
Thank you so much. I'm having some sleeping problem. Sometimes in the year, maybe every 4 years, brings some advantages like this one.
Okay, that's good. That's good. It's a good practice.
It's a good practice.
Anyway, the situation here is pretty still. Not so much going on.
Excuse me, Andrea, because Paola, you have to know that Andrea is our financials insider. So every hour.
Of course.
No, era solo per dire. Prego, Andrea.
Oh, where did he study? I mean, not only an ice skater here,
Yeah,
of
an
course.
ice skater with finance.
Real stuff. I mean, not
Real stuff.
exactly.
So, where should I invest, Andrea? Where should I, provided I no longer have savings? Now let's talk business.
Savings you away with the COVID.
Exactly. Given the fact that there is nothing here, I mean, left to invest, but
Exactly.
in
principle, where should we? Well, except for Bitcoin, that is also still a good alternative right now because it doubled in a matter of a few months. The stock market keeps being a good alternative. Of course, with a Trump victory, it would be a pretty easy bet that the bull market would keep going. With Biden victory, it would be a little bit more uncertain. We should be a little more careful. And right now, we are exactly back to where we were during our last update. Same price, same situation. We just let me share the screen. We are here, and we were about here when we talked last time. So from that moment, we didn't move much. We went a little up, and we came back a little down. So we are still around 33.80. The night has been really calm and not volatile at all. During the first part of the night, we were in this area, and right now these were our first updates, and now we have spent our last updates around this area. So like 30-point movement, it's really a small range to be an election night. This means probably the stock market is waiting just like us to declare a winner. Even the euro dollar is in this situation. After this fall, it recovered a little bit, but now it's about here, 116.55, and all the other financial products are basically in line with the indexes. Gold not moving much, oil neither, and that's basically it. We didn't get that rock and roll roller coaster we were waiting for.
May I ask you a question then?
Yes.
But what should we expect when we will have a president nomination?
As I said, I would be a little more comfortable answering this question with the Trump victory. And I'm pretty sure there would be a strong rally that together with the classic end of the year rally, that is a pretty known bias of the stock market, it would probably take us to an S&P 500 price of around 4,000 by the end of the year. That's a pretty strong movement. With the Biden victory, it would be a little more hard to call that kind of movement. I still don't think this would change the main trend of the market. Let me be clear on that. I don't think markets will be falling with a Democratic victory. I don't think so. It would probably be a little more uncertain, especially at first, until the market understands the direction Biden is going to take, especially on taxes and on the famous stimulus issue that it's one of the things the market is waiting more in these days.
Sure.
China trade, etc.
Thank you. So at which point we become horribly rich?
The moment we follow Paula's advices in writing a lot of books and investing in culture. That's
when over the rainbow.
that's a road.
Love stories, spy stories, or love stories.
Exactly.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Andrea. Is there a chance to have a final wrap up, or we are done for the night?
As you wish. Until what time are you going on?
More or less 1 hour. But still, if you want to stay with us, for us it will be a pleasure and an honor. Feel free. Also because now we are entering into the phase of the night in which everything happened. Trump is going to talk. Then we'll have the final results. So it will be.
I will be here and
improvise.
Okay, I will be here and write you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Andrea.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye
Ciao,
bye.
Paola.
Bye bye. Ciao.
Ciao, Andrea.
Paole, and so what do we think? This,
no, I mean,
this
what can I say? What can we say? What can we say? What makes me really wonder this, I mean, I still remember 4 years ago, but what makes me think is, first of all, how little time is needed to create a very divisive country. I'm really concerned about the fundamental elements of democracy. I mean, we keep talking about looking at United States as a very democratic country, which is a rhetorical issue, because if you think about it, there are so many things that, in my opinion, in my humble IMHO, need to be fixed. You know, death penalty, for instance, doesn't seem to me something, or the number of guns, or healthcare. I mean, we can talk about many things, yet we still have this rhetoric in mind, this idea in mind of United States as a country of democracy, as a country of opportunity, as I mean, this is Far West, which is a country of opportunity. I mean, Far West was indeed a country of opportunity. But what I find amazing is the speed at which there has been this polarization, this increased polarization, and then we can say it is the bubble, it is fake news, it is like this, but it is fundamentally every day in social interactions. I don't know if while Biden was talking, I was looking at the results in the different states for the senators. The results in many countries, obviously, I mean, this is a self-perpetuating prophecy, because of course we know the results of the areas that are, of the states that are more polarized, no? But like Massachusetts, 66%, the winner has 66%. What was it? Nebraska, the Republican candidate, 62%. These are percentages that are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They are amazing. You would expect, 52, 53, 50.1, amazing. It's like the presence of women in boards. It's exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. And it didn't take long. It didn't take long. So the fragility of any system is to me an incredible lesson learned. And also, which then has as an implication the responsibility we have every time there is a situation that needs to be fixed. The right thing to do would be to fix it, period, new paragraph. Because if you allow it to, how do you say in English, sfarinare? How do you, it's really, you really see something that is deteriorating like dust and transforming itself into dust.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This just happened in 4 years, which is very, very difficult. Like, it's a very short time, as you said, that this changed, and it's very, very surprising for sure.
Yeah, and also, the terminology. Americans. We in Europe would make fun out of Americans because of politically correct and the use of some terminology that is very neutral and very, I mean, as opposed to our parliament, where you hear all kind of incredible things. Not anymore. And in fact, Joe Biden, who tries to be the gentleman and calm person, really looks like a Martian. Whereas, in fact, he's really expressing some kind of an aplomb, but it has been quite heavily criticized for being plain vanilla. Whereas he's basically what you would expect a normal person to be in any setting. I don't know. I was thinking.
Yeah, I had the sensation in the two presidential debates, especially the first one, which was without the mute mode for the candidates. The second one with the mute modes was like an incredibly good game show, because if you talk too much, I would switch on. It was, from a television point of view, incredible. From a political and social point of view. Anyway, in the first debate, I have felt the extraordinary sensation that Donald Trump belonged to another world, another universe, very distant in time and geography. And we've talked about it with one of our guests 1 hour and a half ago, more or less. She's an activist Democrat activist in Texas, and we were talking about the fact that any election, any presidential election, is rough and tough by definition. But there was a time, and it lasted for a century, that the two candidates act like as shock absorber for the society. So the competition is fierce, sometimes is not fair, but in the end of the day, just for a moment, a magic moment, in the end of the night, in the early morning, the loser will say, tomorrow is another day, stay calm and quiet, and the winner will say, I'm the president of everyone, even if it's just a
statement.
A statement, nothing more, but formality means something, have to mean something. And to me, politicians, not only in US, because we could okay, look around us, near us, we are as lost
relatively close.
Relatively close, thank you so much. But in the end of the day, that's one of the job of a politician.
Yeah.
To provide change, to transform things and meanings and policies, etc. But at the same time, to keep civil society running without civil war. It's not the case that in the last few days, the buying of weapons in US has increased incredibly, like it has ever been during the pandemic, because one of the first things that has happened was a boost in the rifle.
Yes, we were buying East, Australians were buying toilet papers, and Americans were buying guns. Interesting choice. Interesting choice.
Yeah, interesting. And at the end of the day, in the last 2 weeks, rifle has been sold out. So we have a president now, Donald Trump, who has said in the first debate, "What about the Nazi group, the KKK, stay back and stand up."
Oh, it is. I mean, you tell me. You know that I really think that as soon as you get some responsibilities, these responsibilities also have to play the role. You know that this is my So there are some things that you do because you are in a role. And what you're saying is precisely this. And here we find someone that is deliberately saying, I do not recognize, I am not going to acknowledge that I have to play a role, and I will be the one who changes the role. But what is amazing is that I'm going to change the role. I want to change the role in my interest.
And plus, if you don't play the role, you deny the role. And just because the role is a pillar of the democracy, of the whole institution of politics, you are disrupting everything.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Paula. We have to go with
one word.
Yes, please.
Just one word. Can we say two things about Kamala Harris?
We have said two things about Kamala in the first part of the marathon, but please.
No, fantastico. No? The surprise of these elections, because I didn't know her, and then during the second debate, when with the one with the Pence, no, fantastic.
Yeah.
What do you think, Lydia? What do you think, Lydia?
Well, actually, I knew her before the being vice president of with Trump, but because she is a feminist, and I do follow her on Instagram. And when I found out that she was the candidate to be the vice president with the team Joe Biden, I was really surprised. And what impressed me really is that in one side we do have Trump, that was attacked even for some sexual abuse and sentences that he said, and on the other side, like, we do have a feminist like Kamala Harris, that might be a very a voice for all the women that may have been left on the side, let's say. So as you said, I'm touched.
I have invited in the room Sophia, because Sophia, in the very first part of this marathon, has a speech about Kamala Harris and the women vote. So we look for her opinion too. Sophia.
Ciao, Sophia.
Good morning. So yes, like as Lydia said, we have two strong positions. So we can see a misogynist on one side and then a strong feminist. Now it's 7 a.m. and I'm thinking about my speech. I did it, I think, at 2 a.m. And I thought that Kamala would have moved more women, more voters. Now I'm a little bit upset about it, but it's fine. We will see. We are still waiting, so I don't know.
Yes, very good point, Sophia. Very good point. It's amazing. It's amazing. I was very impressed by her speech and by her posture, by the attitude. I thought it was very interesting.
She was more presidential than Biden and Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. More strong than Biden also.
Yeah, but strong in that way, because you can be strong as Trump, which is but you can be, and you have to be in that position, strong as a president. In the band of four, Biden, Trump, Harris, and Pence, she was the most presidential.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
Move forward, because some rumors say that in case of a Biden win, he would go for a one-term presidency.
Yeah,
it has to be demonstrated on so many levels. It would be interesting, because maybe in 4 or 8 years we could have as we'll see.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Also because we'll continue the marathon for the next 8 years. So stay with us. Stay
with us. Okay, Elmo says wrap.
Yeah. Yes. We have to talk about results. Paola, may I offer you a coffee? Let's move on.
Sure. I'll be listening. I will be listening in the back from Facebook. Have a nice end of marathon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
I feel like a proper runner as of this moment. Patrick and Lorenzo, before we will be joined by Professor Tonello to comment the results. I ask to
yes. So it's quite
okay.
No, sorry. Okay.
What's going on?
Go.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we left aside for quite a long time updates on the states because, of course, something more important has occurred, such as the Biden speech. But we have some news regarding Minnesota, for example, that has been declared won by Biden, giving him 10 electoral votes. And speaking of electoral votes, as we can see, Biden is leading 223 to 174 of Trump. Still, it's not an ultimate result, as Biden has told us, and as we already knew, it's going to be there are going to be long days, the following ones, because we have some very important states such as Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania that still have to be declared to one of the two candidates. Also, Ohio was declared won by Trump before, and giving him 18 electoral votes.
Okay.
So the situation is, yes.
Okay, Lorenzo,
yes.
Sorry for interrupting you, but we are joined by Professor Tonello from Università di Padova. He rejoins us after appearing in the first part of the marathon. Professor, help us to make sense of what we are seeing and also for what we could expect for the next hours, if not days.
Well, it will be indeed days because, as it was said, President Trump had a strong showing of his supporters. He won Ohio and Florida rather easily. And so there are several states in which it will be necessary to count literally until the last ballot, and probably recount because the difference between the two candidates will be small. According to my counts, Biden is indeed leading, as the map is showing. And there are 4 states in which the race is still very much uncertain, which are Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, and Maine. Maine probably will be won by Biden. Technically, the main uncertainty comes from Pennsylvania, in which there will be several days probably before having a final count. And also Wisconsin is not yet clear. You see on the map the percentage of votes counted so far, but this has little meaning because many votes and particularly the mail votes are still to be counted. In any event, as you know, the Electoral College is like a puzzle. There are several combinations for the two candidates. I believe that in the end, everything will go down to the vote in Pennsylvania. But Biden has what American experts call more paths to victory. That is, Biden, according to my calculation, can most certainly win 250 electoral votes. And to reach the magic number, that is 270 majority compared to the size of the Electoral College, which is 538 votes, he can have a different pace. It will be enough for him to win Pennsylvania, or, for example, he can lose Pennsylvania but win in Georgia and Maine, 16 votes in Georgia and 4 in Maine. But not to make things too boring for our audience, I would say that Trump has so far shown a strong support in half of the United States. He just spoke declaring himself the winner, as it was previously forecast. He is not the winner so far. He may not be the winner in the end, but he has again defied the forecasts with a strong showing. We should prepare for a long legal battle, probably, because every ballot will be analyzed and may be contested. And the most likely scenario is a long legal battle in the courts, because certainly Trump will do anything to prevent the late votes to be counted. All the dirty tricks, so-called, will be used. So we may prepare for an uncertainty that can last for several days.
Okay. Given that CNN has called Texas for the president, and so that would leave him to over 200 electoral votes. It would leave him to roughly 210 electoral votes. 212 exactly, to be sure. We see that Biden has multiple paths to win. What do you think about the possibility that Mr. Biden may have lost Florida, for example, because of a surge by Mr. Trump with the Hispanic vote, especially the Cuban vote, and in minor part with the black vote?
Well, Florida has already been called for Trump. Apparently, the Hispanic of Cuban origin there maintain their loyalty to the Republican Party. While in Florida were won in 2016 by Trump, and he has been able to repeat that performance. But he has shown various points, various areas of weakness in the South and in the Southwest. For example, he will probably win in North Carolina, but the result is still uncertain. And he may even lose in Georgia, which is another traditional Republican state. And also Arizona will be called soon for Biden. So this is the reason why there is this great uncertainty. We can only assess the situation so far, saying that Trump outperformed the forecasts. We should remember that until yesterday, he was considered with 8 or even 10 points behind Biden. The final result will probably be 1 or 2 points for Biden. And because of the weird electoral system, this may or maybe not enough to win the electoral college, because what counts is the distribution of those votes. I'm still optimistic about Biden's chances, but we cannot forecast the issue of several legal battles in different states.
Thank you. I asked for my other teammates now. If anyone has some question for Professor Tonello. If no one has, I have one. It's moving back also to the Senate. As a consequence, perhaps, of these uncertainties, we have a situation where the Senate will probably be too close to call, and the fate of the Senate could hang on the runoff in Georgia in the upcoming weeks. If not one, if not two runoff, at least one race in Georgia will surely be a runoff. How does, for example, the possibility of a 50-50 Senate could change an hypothetical Biden presidency?
Well, this is indeed the most probable result so far. We know that the situation in the Senate was 53 seats for Republicans and 47 for Democrats. Democrats already won 2 races in Colorado and Arizona. That would bring them to 49 seats, but they lost a seat in Alabama, so we are back to 48. And there are 4 races still to be called: Maine, North Carolina, and the 2 races. There is a special election in Georgia. As you said, most probably both races will go to a runoff, which is a different system from the other states. Indeed, my forecast is that the Senate will end up with 50-50 split, and the majority will be decided by who will win the office of president, because the vice president will go to break a tie-break vote. Certainly, even if Biden wins, not having a majority in the Senate will be a drag, a very difficult situation for him. It is enough to think that the Senate must confirm all nominations, including including the president's cabinet. So this could drag for months if Biden doesn't have a majority in the Senate. His presidency will start as a very weak presidency. In any event, we don't know yet if Biden will indeed prevail.
Yeah.
The Senate is in the same situation. The most probable result, I think, will be a 50-50 split in the chamber.
I think someone of the others has a question for about the House that was confirmed to be in Democratic control.
Yes, the House is the only certainty in this political landscape. The Democrats will gain a few seats, strengthening their majority.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Tonello. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you all,
and
we will keep in touch for the next forecasts.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
We'll be back. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, let's have our final rush with last wrap up for financial, then the interview with Professor Gervini, and then the last goodbye. Andrea, do you hear us? Andrea, Mr. Venturi, I know it's late, but still, we could say something. Anyway, for the moment, thank you, guys. Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Maria Vittoria. Thank you, Sofia. See you soon. Let me put it this way. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Andrea, are you with us? Maybe not. So, anyway, if you agree,
we do first the interview.
Yeah, the interview with Professor Gervini.
Yeah.
Give me a sec. Whoa. Give me a sec.
Professor Gervini will talk us about the interesting relationship between art and politics. She was interviewed earlier today by Francesca and Sara, and it's has been surely a really interesting conversation. So,
and I think
I hope you all enjoy.
It was scheduled somewhere before the end of the marathon, but I think that it's a pretty good ending for our.
It's a nice talk, a relaxed talk to understand.
after an exhausting,
that's for sure. That's for sure.
Gentlemen, Professor Gervini. Sorry, we have some technical problems with the audio of the video. Let's start it again. Sorry.
So, who do you think are most influential artists nowadays whose art has a political and social impact?
Okay, it's a tough question to begin with. I think political art
intended, for the sake of simplicity for the moment, as any art form which openly addresses politically relevant issues has gained the spotlight in recent years. And one could name a host of artists, of excellent artists, in fact, writers, performers, who have worked to increase collective sensitivity to such issues as climate change, gender and race equality, institutional and political transparency, just to mention the first issues that come to mind. And some of these artists are incredibly notorious, as are the institutions that are showcasing their work. However, I feel that these projects and these practices have received, deservedly so, have received and continue to receive enough media coverage. We know about them and will continue to know about them. By contrast, I feel that there is a far more crowded cohort of artists, scholars, teachers, practitioners, whose names we do not know, but who have turned up to work every day, in spite of social and political tensions and through the ongoing pandemics. They have showed up for their students, they have showed up in the studios, they have performed music, they have trained others in music, where possible they have continued to dance, and they have found a way to perform in new ways and new venues. And with their work, I think these professionals, who will remain for the largest part anonymous to us, have given living testimony of what the arts can do for us at difficult times. So first, they have given us a lesson in resilience, both individual and collective, I feel. The decision to stay put and continue to do one's job is a civic and therefore political act. And in addition, these artists, scholars, practitioners have, with their daily work, ensured that the basic rules of civility, of dialogue, of respect remain at the very center of our collective interactions and of the educational system at large. And so I think in a situation of increased vulnerability and divisiveness, the one we find ourselves in, these professionals have striven to provide their communities, both physical and virtual, with a respite from isolation and with venues to think creatively and critically about what's happening, about reality. And so I would say that these lesser known artists deserve to be acknowledged and thanked for their work, because they will have an impact, perhaps acknowledged less frequently or with less intensity, but it will be long lasting and it will affect a lot of people.
Thank you. So generally speaking, how are the arts intertwined with politics nowadays, and how has this relationship been represented throughout history?
Mm-hmm. Well, this is another really broad and complex question. And the answer to this question, I would say, largely depends on what meaning you attribute to the notion of politics and of representation. And both these notions are not only hugely complex, but they can also refer to a very wide-ranging set of meanings and realities. Now, with an obvious oversimplification, we could say that collective awareness of the potential of the arts to operate as active agents in the political sphere has reached a new climax, I would say, in recent years. So many contemporary artists in all disciplines choose to address explicitly political or politically charged issues, as we mentioned before. And also heritage, both tangible and intangible, is very frequently reinterpreted through a politicized lens or in ideological terms. Or it is understood as a tool of cultural diplomacy or as a means of identity making and identity building. These are not new phenomena, I would say. What is perhaps new is the intensity with which they happen. So the new media have made it easier to share and disseminate any messages, and of course this includes those conveyed by and through the arts. And it is also easier than perhaps it has been before to reframe and thus reinterpret art through captions, juxtapositions, so as a way to reframe the artistic phenomenon and bend it to ideological purposes. But I also think there is another way in which art can be, or perhaps always is deeply political. So any artistic gesture requires a very careful and focused consideration of the reality that it then represents or transforms. So no matter how much it transfigures it, I think art represents, that is, presents to us anew a corner of reality. And so in doing this, I think it fulfills its fundamental political stance. So not because it necessarily addresses a political issue, but because it bears witness, and in bearing witness, it is inevitably political. So I think if we have the time for this, I think certain poems and certain artworks never stop being powerful and meaningful. And I think the best answer to your question is actually one of the best known poems of the 20th century, so Anna Akhmatova's preface for her Requiem, which she wrote in 1957, so at a highly charged time. And she wrote, during the frightening years of the terror, I spent 17 months waiting in prison queues in Leningrad. And one day, somehow, someone picked me out. And on that occasion, there was a woman standing behind me, her lips blue with cold, who of course had never in her life heard my name. Jolted out of the torpor characteristic of all of us, she said into my ear, because everyone whispered there, "Could one ever describe this?" And I answered, "I can." It was then that something like a smile slid across what had previously been just a phase. So I think in Anna Akhmatova's I can, so in the choice of bearing witness lies the enduring political value of art, both contemporary and past.
Thank you.
On the other hand, as far as celebrative art is concerned, do you think that today television has substituted art in its role as a representation of large-scale civil celebrations? If so, how? And can you think of some artworks from the past that performed this function?
Okay, I think in its use of the moving image and of the spoken word, and in the immediacy of its relationship with live events, of course, television affords possibilities that other means of representation do not offer by their nature. I would certainly not speak of a substitution or a replacement of the role of art. To put it very bluntly, the work of a TV reporter, for the better or the worse, I mean, without any judgment in kind, but the work of a TV reporter is bound to be different from that of an artist who reflects and represents the same event or idea in his work. So they do two different jobs, overlapping perhaps in parts, but different. If the question you're asking, so if the direction that your question is going is one about how art stages, so represents as in presents again civil celebrations, I think the list is very long. So of course there have been artworks that have done this throughout history, throughout cultures. So, the list goes from the Apadana reliefs in Persepolis in Persia to the Panathinaika processions represented, allegedly at least represented on the Pantheon frieze, to the Bayo tapestry representing the Norman conquest of Britain. So this is just, the first three examples that spring to mind. So the list is endless. Of course, art has done it always. I think, however, a far more interesting angle to your question is, and this regards both television and artistic representation of civil ceremonial or civil events, is one that concerns their realism or their idealism. So, to what extent shall we regard a report as a faithful reproduction of events in the making? And I think, recent debates about fake news, about, the political biases of news reporting have made us very alert to these issues. But these apply widely, in what degree is any representation also a form of selection and interpretation? So our sense that, as long as we can render something with immediacy, then that is true, I think needs to be scrutinized very carefully. And that applies both to media representation and to artistic representation. And again, what is the role of the viewer or the spectator, if you want to call it that way, in mediating between reality and its representation, again, in any forms? So I think these are questions that, whose reach goes, bridges in a way between television representation and the arts, but the two do different things and ought to continue to do that.
Yeah, and how do you think Donald Trump's administration has managed arts during his mandate? And how differently do you expect Joe Biden to preserve artists and artworks following a possible election? Have there been any relevant intentions by either candidates to take a step forward towards the art, especially in such a challenging moment?
Again, I mean, that I think is a hugely complex question, especially because, what do you include under the umbrella of the arts? There's something, arts funding concerns cultural institutions, museums, libraries, archives, musical theaters and operas, the media industry in some cases, so public television, research in the humanities and in history. So it's a very broad umbrella. And so coming up with an easy answer or with a sort of blanket answer to that is difficult. And I don't quite have the expertise to address that. What I will say, I think, is it is probably safe to say that the Trump administration has not been sympathetic towards the arts or the humanities, whatever the reason for that. 4 attempts have been made during his presidency to slash the budget for both the National Endowment for the Arts and for the National Endowment for the Humanities. Now, both these independent federal agencies were funded in the 1960s and 1965, to be exact, and are 2 of the largest funders of artistic and humanities programs in the United States. They have different domains or remits, as it were, but they both contribute significantly to funding of culture and the arts broadly intended at the comprehensive United States level. Now, it should also be said that the plans to cut the budget of both institutions have been curtailed by Congress on various occasions. So I think, to the best of my knowledge, the match is still open with the latest budget, but in previous years, there have been bipartisan efforts to continue, to stop the budget cuts and to, in fact, continue funding to the 2 agencies. And the budget, at least to the National Endowment for the Humanities, has been slightly increased, where increased, of course, means returning to pre-2010 levels, so prior to the very large cuts that took place in the post-crisis climate of the 2010s. So that's, as far as I can go with Trump. In Biden, so again, I'm no policy expert. To the best of my knowledge, John Biden's prospective policy for the humanities and the arts has not been explicitly articulated. However, I believe professionals of the sectors, so across the board in the humanities and the arts, have, expressed their confidence and their belief in the fact that Biden will be more sympathetic to the sectors. And he has been known to make declarations about the broad social significance of the arts and culture. So that is, I think, the best I can do with this answer.
Andrea, l'audio.
Eccoci.
Hello. No, it was my fault. Thanks, Professor Gerevini, for her contribution, which has been incredibly interesting and once again, very significant in the end of this very long night and this very long and unfinished process of democracy and politics. Andrea, do we have a final financial wrap-up for us?
Yes, I will. Unfortunately, there are not many news. As you can see, this is the square I drew exactly 1 hour ago. And as you can see, here we are, basically in the middle of these 2 balance zones. We basically spent the first part of the night balancing around the 3350 area. and the second part balancing around the 3380 area. And right now we are exactly in the middle. Could not imagine a more balanced and uncertain situation. So this is the short-term perspective on a 5-minute chart where every candle represents 5 minutes of trading. If you want to go on a larger perspective, this is the situation. This is the daily chart, and this is the candle we are seeing right now. So a movement with a lot of swing, but basically balancing in a very small area. So guys, that's the markets are confirming the situation of uncertainty that we are talking about since basically the whole night. Eurodollar went back, going down a little bit, but nothing particularly significant. This is where we stand right now.
So candles and swing, the perfect night.
Candle and swings, like candle in the wind.
Thank you so much. And is there a moral in this night?
Well,
nothing, please.
If I had to choose a word, a keyword, I would choose like a very big balancing situation. And that's strange because usually markets gather information faster than we do and then media do. So it's not so common to see such a balancing situation. That's the thing. We are right. We are in the middle of the thing. If you are interested in how the thing follows up, I can maybe publish some updates on, I don't know, on the Bocconi webpage, on the Radio Bocconi webpage or Facebook page. You will tell me.
Absolutely. And we are officially inviting you in our next episodes, more than one. And
something will happen sooner or later. And as soon as it happens, then it will be interesting to share with everybody what is going on.
Yeah, e pur si muove. Thank you so much, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
My
you,
silent colleague and partner, Mirko.
Hi, Mirko. Thanks for your support.
Away by the language, but always here and providing information and support.
Very good. You were the anchor man. He was the mind. Very good.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Ennio. Thank you, Andrea. It was a great pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. And good night and good luck.
Good morning. Good morning. And good luck.
And good luck.
All the best. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, my dog has slept more time than me.
Which one?
That's refreshing. That's Buddy.
Okay.
Because Paco is below. Thank you to anyone who has joined us. Thank you to anyone who has stayed up until this moment. It has been a tireless night and for sure an historical one. That's for sure. I think it's been the most 2020 of the US election possible, because if anything this challenging year has taught us is to expect literally anything, even though and such an output was actually anticipated by some projections and some podcasts and some pundits. Before leaving the word to Andrea for his final remarks, I want to do a shout out to all the 35 students that have contributed so far to Good Night and Good Luck. This is our, I would say, 5th episode, but it's like the turn of the round. We still have some episodes left in the program, and so you'll still hear from us sooner. Also because this is not over, and we still have to assess what's coming in the upcoming weeks and fallout and what we could expect for 2021. I would say thank you to David, to Imane, to Lorenzo, to Anna, to Sofia, to Davide, to Alessia, to Marianna, to Simona, to Gaia, to Olli, to Sara, to Alessia, to Francesca, to Maria Vittoria, to Esther, to Francesca. I'm not repeating names. There are different surnames, of course. To Anita, to Alessia, Giulia, Ray, Giulia, Joanna, Serenella, Elena, Lavinia, Patrick, Rachele, Giulia, Martina, Rebecca, Camilla, Alex, Lydia, and Francesco. The order is totally random. Is not a ranking, of course. It's been incredible, and I really wish you all had as much as half of the enjoyment and the interesting to be a part of our live marathon. Thank you all.
Thank you all again, because you have done, to me, a great job. I spent all the night, of course, on air, but also looking at CNN and MSNBC. And they have spent the last 7 hours looking at maps and chit-chatting about districts and possibilities. But in the end of the day, they haven't said so much in the last 7 hours. In this marathon, we did our best. We did some mistakes, but in the end of the day, a lot of content, a lot of things has been told, a lot of topics has been discussed with a variety and a capability of analysis provided by you and by our guests that is pretty special. So if I wasn't me tonight, I think that I would have watched this live marathon and not necessarily the CNN or the MSNBC one. So thank you for your passion, your talent, your commitment, and your energy. And thanks also to Radio Bocconi and Bocconi Arts and Humanity Committee for their collaboration and support. And thanks to all of our guests, Mr. William Arnone, Mr. Alessio Bau, Professor Stefania Borghini, Professor Alberto Bisin, Professor Sandro Brusco, Mr. Mirko Castignani, Professor Catherine De Vries, Professor Dubini, Mr. Federico Gatti, Professor Gerevini, Mr. Bobby Jones, Ms. Manzetti, Professor Rosa, Professor Tonello, Professor Turini, and Mr. Vaturi. After this very, very long and exhausting night, we haven't already a president-elect. A lot of things are yet to happen in somewhere in the future, and we will be happy to share with you thoughts, analysis, and discussion about what will be next in the following episodes of our podcast. For the moment, good morning and good luck.
On the East Coast, we're back on the air, and we have news. There will be young children in the White House for the first time since the Kennedy generation. An African-American has broken the barrier as old as the Republic, a seismic shift in American politics.
This is an extraordinary moment for our democracy. Things are unlikely to settle for quite some time.
Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the president of the United States.